close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. turns to sun rays, and on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands.
Hello and thank you for joining. My name's TJ.
My name's
And
Joe.
we're streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington, doing some sweet, sweet legacy action. Dio Von Karma, I see your questions. I did not have the time. I can speak to them lightly. However, the best way to talk specifics with Dylan, the store owner, is if you go to facebook.com/geekfortress. Should be a link down below. You can go just send him a quick message and ask. Otherwise, I think it's fairly sim stuff. We can get into that one later if that's not an option. Hello, everybody. It's great to see you. Let's run through them really quick. You ready?
All right.
All right. I'm going to let you do it.
Oh, just
Oh,
name
yeah.
out
Just we're going to say hello to...
hello to Rob7588, Captain James, Raystonman,
Close enough.
T Forbes, Dio Von Karma, Geek Fortress. That's us.
Nice.
Studatnu. This is again.
Renga?
Renga87.
And Cavaltray.
Where are they?
They're way at the top.
Okay, and Project Barrett
And Cavaltray.
and Cavaltray. All right. Hello to everyone in there and to everyone lurking as well. Feel free to say hi, pop into the chat, give us something to talk about.
For sure. I think we're going to have 4 rounds of Legacy tonight.
Ooh, awesome.
I'm pretty excited. And apparently we have got something happening here.
Ooh, that is a good question. Let's go have a look at the pairings and we'll figure out who's going on stream.
Let's do it. Let's rock and roll forever.
All right.
All right, so yeah, Joe is he's wearing our brand new tank tops that we got in. Joe is wearing the brand new Fortnite tank top that came in. K Marky, it's great to see you. Gideon, it's phenomenal to see you. Joe has certainly got that swagger on now. For those of you wondering at home, swagger, it's entirely in the shoulders. So if you're ever wondering, just start like rotating those shoulders as you start moving along. Your swagger will increase pretty exponentially at that point. If you're wondering why that's so true, well, take a look at the 2 most swaggerific things that there are. 1, pirates, 100% shoulders. 2, cats, 100% shoulders as they're like crawling along there. Thanks so much for joining. If you are brand new, be sure to hit that follow button. Sometimes we say weird stuff and we go on fun little bit of a meandering as far as the conversation goes, but of course, we always stream 4 times a week. However, I should mention now, tomorrow we will not be streaming we will not be streaming tomorrow Modern because it's pre-release weekend and Modern will not be happening. So, something that should be mentioned there. Unfortunately, no stream tomorrow. Kanye West and Mick Jagger, also 100% shoulder. Have you seen them? It's very shoulderific. Big fan of it. So, Joe's out there finding out what our first round is going to be. It's going to be a Legacy Smackdown today, and he's coming back.
Yep.
And he did unplug our studio light.
So, round 1, we're going to
Nice.
have...
If you want to,
crawl around on
I
the
see
floor.
Corbin on the left there.
Yep.
Can you tell our lighting got better at one point?
Oh,
That used
there
to
we
be
go.
with the lighting that we
Oh,
had.
God, yeah, no, when that flickered off, I was like, oh, jeez.
Going up against?
Going up to Nora on Elves.
Interesting. What's Nora's last name?
Ooh, that is a good question.
Let's find out.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Alright. Please stream the pre-release. Unlikely, unfortunately.
Riley. R-I-L-E-Y.
Very cool. Alright, so we are going to have goblins versus elves. Tell me that's what we've got.
Yeah.
Oh, you know how to treat me, Joe.
I thought it would be a fun first round.
Absolutely. Streaming the pre-release, doing limited stuff is extremely difficult, and we do not have the same time, resources, or money to throw at things as loading ready run.
Yeah.
One day I'd like to.
Oh,
but,
that would be awesome.
But we do not have that capability currently. So, let's head on down. It's
Yeah,
going to be awesome.
sure.
Who do you think is going to take your edge here?
Ooh, that was a great question. I kind of like goblins in this. I know I might not be
Okay.
always of a popular opinion.
I'm actually going to go in the opposite direction. I'm going to say that with both decks really light on actual interaction, I think that Elves can excel in that situation, whereas Goblins is much, I think, better suited at dealing with interacting opponents
Okay.
and would take the edge in like a I think that when neither one of them are interacting too much, I think Elves is going to take a bit of an edge.
Okay. I guess we'll find out in just a minute.
All right, let's head on down. All right, and the camera got a quick autofocus in there, but
Nope.
I'm gonna fix that. Stick with us.
Oh gosh.
Hold on.
Oh jeez.
Fixed it.
There we go.
Fixed it. Sorry about that, everybody, but we got through it because that's how we do it. Yes,
Oh yeah.
that's dang it.
Oh jeez. Oh gosh.
All right, now it's actually fixed.
There we go.
All right. Team Elves, do they have Chalice? Now, Corbin, I believe, does have Chalice, but I'm not sure. I think it's out of the board.
I believe his Chalice is in the sideboard. However, he also does have Cage in the sideboard. So while Elves, definitely would be the faster deck to see him take game 1, might be reasonable to see Goblins hate them out games 2 and 3.
That's pretty... Okay, that seems really good to me. Though the Goblins doesn't have a whole lot of actual choice as far as drawing into it. They're pretty much going to have to get an opening hand or draw into it naturally, because any kind of card advantage that Corbin does have access to is entirely Goblin related.
For sure.
So I think I'm still going to give this slightly to... I'm going to give the edge to Nora.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Mega Steinfeld, you did in fact call the sideboard Cage, and also it's good to see you.
Yeah.
Okay. Hopefully everyone is doing well. If you haven't yet, it is pre-release weekend. I'm going to be playing at midnight at the end of this stream. I
Alright.
decided, due to some people encouraging me through the internet, that I don't really need sleep that much.
There you go. That's the spirit.
Seriously. So Eternal Cavern of Souls from Carbon, kicking us off, followed by a Misty Rainforest from Nora. Looks like we are going for a crack. Putting the hand face up. That's a bold choice, and I wonder if this is an intimidation tactic?
I think that's also the play she's about to be making.
Okay.
So that looked like it might have been a bit of a mistake, but oh well.
Mentorade, it is phenomenal to see you. I am doing...
Eh?
I'm doing solid. Overall, I'm actually quite excited for the end of this month for 2 reasons, and I think both of them are going to have me feeling pretty good.
Is the metal show you're going to on the 31st with me?
No. Actually, we've got a modern PPTQ coming up on the 31st.
Yeah.
If you like long days of Magic, and I know that you do, we've got a Bayou, by the way, going into a...
Curion Ranger?
I believe so. I couldn't remember what the first... I
the
know it's
last
a
time
Ranger,
I tried
but...
to do this, I tried to name a Birchlore Ranger as a Curion Ranger.
Nice. I didn't want to mess up the first name, so I left it to you.
Curion, yeah.
So, a Pile Driver coming down from Corbin, not the ideal turn 2 play.
Mhm.
1, because there was no early Goblin.
Yep.
And 2, because this is against a mono-green deck. So Corbin's hand has got to be light. Mega Steinfeld? Yes, they are.
Just for Legacy. These are unsanctioned Legacy events, so you're allowed to proxy any number of your 75. Looks like someone's already got the command in for us. Yeah, any number of proxies with condition that they are good enough to be seen on the stream. Really is just the key there. And any money you win playing proxy cards goes back into purchasing cards to finish out the deck. That's basically the idea.
Big thank you to Strifo. It's good to see you, and hello to all the people who are watching Strifo. Welcome to the Geek Fortress Legacy stream. We've got 4 rounds, and you're joining us right at the beginning. So, a Nettle Sentinel, Aquarion Ranger, which is not going to be living too long
A
here.
Gem Palm Incinerator to get the Quirion Ranger.
Just barely.
Doing all it needs to.
Dio von Karma, that was actually my nickname in high school. Not entirely useless Rogers, they called me.
Can confirm, went to high school with this kid.
And elementary school, come to think of
Yeah.
it. At that time, I was just entirely useless Rogers, actually.
What elementary school kid is that?
I hit my stride in high school and became not
Not
entirely.
entirely.
So, guys, Cradle, looks like we're getting a tap for 4 from Nora going into a natural. This is an aggressive natural order, and I love it. Wow. I mean, do you get rid of the visionary here? Oh man,
Probably.
That
Just
is-
'cause the Nell Sentinel is bigger. Oh man,
please show me just the beats.
this is amazing.
Yeah.
Oh,
You may want to
wow.
ask what the sack target was really quick.
Yeah. Is it
Um,
sack as a cast or upon resolution?
I think it might be upon.
I think it's a resolution. I think
Natural Order is a
of an
bit
odd
different,
one.
and it's better for that reason.
Yep.
Oh no, it's an additional cost.
Okay, so let's
Okay. You might just want to
Okay.
mention what they sacked.
Nora, what'd you sack for the natural order?
Okay. Okay, so we sacked the Visionary, so that one's going to be going away.
Okay.
But still, we're going to be swinging in with, 9 power this turn?
Yeah.
That doesn't seem too bad.
Not bad at all. No.
It's a risky play, but actually this feels kind of solid against Corbin.
I mean,
He's got so little actual way to interact with a Great
yeah, I
Wolf
mean,
thing.
once... And the Crater Rift permanently has trample, correct? Or is that just as a... I can never remember. This is usually the point at which the game is over. Okay,
So-
haste and only gains trample as the ETB effect. Still seems okay.
I actually kind of like this because of how slow Corbin's start was. Capitalizing on it when you have the
For
chance
sure.
does seem like a pretty strong play because Corbin really, really, really stumbled. No turn 1 play, possibly one of the more lackluster turn 2 plays
Yeah.
potential in this particular matchup. I'd take that as an opening and say, great, let's bring the noise.
For sure. Yeah, so the fact... Nice. The fact that the trample is only part of its ETB triggered ability does make this a lot worse because now if Corbin's able to just continue to drop creatures every turn...
That's true. Having another Gem Palm Incinerator
swing
made that
for
a little bit.
one.
But
Yeah.
we're going to go down to 18. We're leaving back 1 blocker. And Nora may not have a whole lot of blockers here, so it may have been just a touch.
Just one turn too early.
Maybe. But then you put yourself at the risk of getting your guys Cradle Wastelanded, which is a very real cost
sure,
to
yeah.
playing against goblins.
So getting a big creature out that Corbin's already spent 2 of his Gem Palm Incinerators. I'm not sure how many he runs in the main board. So eventually he would be able to get up enough goblins to Gem Palm this behemoth, but not likely right now. So I think he might just be leaning on dumping out some goblins pretty quickly here. He unfortunately didn't have that aggressive start we talked about. So it would be nice to see this Crater Hoof put in a bit more work in the next couple turns.
Yes. To Austin the Nerd, unfortunately, we are not. Pre-releases are really hard to stream. Loading Ready Run did a great job, but we don't have their time or their resources or their staff, unfortunately.
Right.
So maybe one day, but it's difficult to do now. Limited is really hard to stream without having like a full dialogue of deck construction
Yeah.
and choices made in it and things like that. So we've got a lot of Quirion Dreads,
Oof.
or Quirion Rangers,
Rangers.
sorry.
And the Wirewood Symbiote, a lot of pickups.
We are also able to start recasting some lands. We can untap a good amount of creatures, which with this Deathrat Shaman might be fairly relevant.
Oh yeah, with the Deathrat Shaman, we're looking at a Verdant Catacombs, which potentially fetches for another Bayou, couple black sources, and that Deathrite might be clearing out the game for us.
Yeah, and I like the swing for 5 here because either Corbin is taking 5 and going to a dangerous point, or he's keeping a 1-2 attacker. He now
Yep.
doesn't have the option of swinging in for
Well,
6.
Taking the 5 on this turn could have potentially given Nora lethal on the next turn, just with the Deathrite Shaman, the untap effects, and if you can find one more instant sorcery to eat with it, that would have been game. So Corbin did need to block, but unfortunately having 2 pile drivers out and blocking with one of them reduces the power he has to attack with immensely.
Oh yeah, loses 5 power there.
Yep.
And it's absolutely true that he was dead. This Deathrat Shaman is such a great way to
Oh yeah.
reach over for the remainder of this game. The big question is it might run out of just fuel.
For sure.
Because there's
But-
not a whole lot of those instant sorceries available at the moment.
Exactly. And, neither deck is really dense on instant sorcery, but Nora does have more natural orders,
Some Green Sun.
yeah,
Yeah.
natural orders, Green Suns, Glimpse of Nature. Oh, the Green Sun, not really, though, because she'd have to
Oh, shuffle
get
it
it
in.
canceled.
Yeah, you're right.
Or
You're
get
right.
it countered.
Which is
So-
not likely. No,
Yeah.
that's a really good point. So a Goblin Matron coming down, what are you tutoring this point? Because
with only
Maybe-
2 mana up.
You could go for a Gem Palm, but it's not going to be active this turn. You
Mhm.
could go for just another blocker.
You might go for a Ringleader to try and survive the one more turn,
Okay.
but that doesn't feel great either.
Yeah. You could go for...
Oh, War Marshal. All right, that works.
Filling up the board a little bit. So
Yep.
getting a good amount of blockers out. I like this.
Mhm.
I don't want to say the original, but basically the true Army in a Can.
Yeah.
2 mana for a field of goblins,
For sure.
essentially.
2 mana for a Goblin when it comes in and replaces itself when it dies.
Mm-hmm.
So, making another blocker. Probably going to block with the War Marshal, assuming Nora's got an attack this next turn. And then it just replaces itself with a fresh 1/1, keeping his board full. And unfortunately, Nora doesn't have a lot going on her hand, but she is holding a Visionary with multiple pickup effects in play.
Yes, having, one that's going to be hitting creatures, and
Natural Order.
Tell me there's another one in there. I don't think that there is.
Craterhoof? There
There-
might be a second Craterhoof, and even
Maybe.
if there isn't, she...
You can
Oh,
grab.
but she...
Symbiote
Symbiote untaps or picks up a forest.
untaps.
Or untaps a creature to pick up a forest.
No, Quirion Ranger is the one that returns a forest you control to untap a creature.
Okay, and
Symbiote
Symbiote picks up a creature to untap another creature.
Yes.
And there's the second card names.
Second Craterhoof.
Craterhoof, thank you.
And
Say
we're going to
Woodland
pick up some
Bellower.
cards. Look at that.
Yeah. All right, that is a fast way to end the game.
Stream the PPTQ. We are streaming the PPTQ. July 31st at noon here at Geek Fortress. We are going to be streaming a modern PPTQ. I'm going to be coming back from California that morning, flying in as soon as I can. I'm going to be a little bit late, though, so I've got a first shift lined up to cover it. I'll be
Alright.
jumping in for the second shift, which will be the latter part of the Swiss and the top 8, along
Perfect.
with co-host. But modern PPTQ, July 31st, noon Pacific time. You should put it on a calendar, on a smartphone, on a post-it note, on a wall, in a Sharpie, on your cat. Shave it into your parents' hair.
There you go.
Whatever it's going to take to remind you, I recommend it. All right. Let's see here. Someone also saying if we get the people for it, we could have a paper vintage stream. Actually, Mega Steinfeld, we have been looking into that.
Yep.
We've got some people asking for vintage. We're talking to some of the vintage players to make sure that when we do it, we're going to have the crowd for it. And make sure that it fires. But I would like to maybe... Unfortunately, when we're talking about these timelines, it's like sometime in the next couple of months because it's
Right.
hard to find time and coordinate these things.
Mm-hmm.
I am actually liking the idea of doing a vintage stream once we get the opportunity to.
Yep.
Okay. So, Team In... Oh, I'm going to go with Team Valor. I'm not even playing Pokemon Go, but I think we all know why I'd be Team Valor. Absolutely. Also,
Because TJ really likes the card Valorous Stance.
Dio Von Karma. Oh, of course it's ridiculous, but it's fun.
Yeah.
Sada, okay. It's
Hey,
great
hey.
to see you. I gotta say, while I'm not playing the Pokemon game, it is really... I don't know. I think that if there are people passionate about something that actually is like the realization of our childhood dreams,
Yeah.
I'm okay with it.
Well, and it's people, getting outside, having fun, meeting new people, and just, having a good time, not hurting anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing wrong with that.
Dio Von Karma, I'm glad that it started well, and I'm sorry that it took a downward turn. But hopefully your Dragonite and Hitmonlee can somewhat comfort.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It's got those, like...
That's
Hitmonlee was always... Which one did you go for between Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee? Because I'm going to judge you based on your answer.
So I will say, I was but a tiny child, and I did pick Hitmonchan first, and I've never made that mistake again.
Did you? Wow.
I never made that mistake again.
Hoon, it's great to see ya. I gotta
Hey.
say, it took me so long to realize that they were, like, why they were named Hitmonchan
Yeah.
and Hitmonlee. It took me so long to realize that.
The reason I didn't pick up Only first is because it was weird to me that it didn't have like an actual neck and head.
No,
that was unsettling when I was a child, and then I realized it was just explicitly better. So,
well, because legs are longer. You get to kick before they can punch.
Yeah.
That's why you don't see many boxers going up against MMA fighters.
yeah. I mean, that's why kangaroos are such good boxers. You ever actually seen those? Pro boxer v kangaroo. Kangaroo just wrecks shop every time.
Oh man, that is fantastic and Hoon, that is unfortunate. See, it's actually for safety reasons that I'm not playing Pokemon Go. So, from Nora's hand, now she is on the draw in this one. The Magmar is sweet, Linkbot. Nice job there.
Nice.
Ranga, you're welcome. I do see a glimpse of nature in that hand, though, and with almost no hand disruption coming from Corbin, that is going to be one of his tools that can actually get through the Grafdigger's cage extremely well. So Nora's got a hand that's well-tuned to beat some of the hate that Corbin could be bringing in here. However, at Chalice, do you see one in the hand? I think I might see an artifact in there, but... Oh, no, I don't.
I'm not sure. And an artifact doesn't guarantee Chalice.
No.
Also could be just his Aether Vial.
Diovan Karma, that is...
Wow.
I am fairly certain that Magmar is going to sit there forever.
I don't know. The very first gym at the Westboro Baptist Church, I believe, started off with a Jigglypuff named Love is Love.
Nice. We should probably...
Talk about the game.
We try to avoid anything political.
Right.
So, a Nettle Sentinel coming down, following up the Goblin Lackey. I mean, I would end up... Like, Nettle Sentinel is a perfect turn one play to go up against this Lackey, except
for sure.
maybe a Death Ray Shaman.
Yeah, anything that's going to block and kill the Lackey is great. This is one of the few times I think leading with something that's not, Heritage Druid or Quirion Ranger is definitely the correct choice for elves.
Yeah. Okay. So, we have got a, I probably wouldn't even swing with the Lackey. Oh, do we have the Gem Pulp?
No, I can't quite see what's going on there.
That is, that's that's the Red Force. That's Power Blast 4 damage. not 4 damage, what is it?
Oh, spicy.
I forget the name of it, and I know I'm the Red Mage. You guys are going to all remind me, and I'm going to feel silly, but that's the force that you can exile a red card to deal damage to something. Absolutely beautiful, putting in a Ringleader. Great play by Corbin.
Yeah, this is kind of a great... Oh, and there's the Chalice, unfortunately. Oh,
Pyrokinesis, thank you.
A very underwhelming Ringleader, seeing Chalice, some lands, gets to keep one card off of it. Oh, baby. That is awesome.
Thank you to Renga and Strifo.
Oh, Strifo knows everything.
Oh, man.
That kid.
So, the Pile Driver is going to be decent.
Mm-hmm.
Not incredible, but at least it's got more creatures to attack with this time, so it's not going to be a 1-2.
Well, and the turn 1 Ringleader, actually getting to connect with it is pretty fantastic for Goblins right now.
Yeah, and while Corbin, the most perfect play you can do is going for a card disadvantage spell to put in a Ringleader and refill up the hand. And even though it didn't go super well, it went pretty well.
Yeah, got 1 out of the 4, Could have been worse, but... We'll see.
Okay. Mega Steinfeld, I wouldn't recommend fighting Strifo. He's,
This kid's a champ. He's Chase in your face handsome.
He'll get in your face. So, Double Quirion Ranger from Nora. Dropping down, but actually, I think that Corbin's doing a great job of applying pressure this game because...
For sure. Much better than game 1.
Mm-hmm. Because Nora's going to have to take some damage if she wants to actually develop this one, but looking at this port on the opposite side of the field doesn't make this Gaia's Cradle very good.
No, that port is doing exactly what it needs to, because Corbin already has a means to get more goblins in play through the Pile Driver, or through the Lackey, but unfortunately spending a blocker on the Lackey right now does hurt Nora's board presence a lot, hurts that Gaia's Cradle if she gets a chance to use it, and means she's going to be taking a ton of damage from the rest of Corbin's creatures, namely this Pile Driver.
Right, and while it is going to hurt, I think that if Nora has the capacity to win it, because unfortunately, you don't want to be on Elves and playing not to die.
Right.
And I think that going for this block, while it may be correct, is also just an indicator of maybe a rough game.
Yeah, it hurts, but it is kind of what she needs to be doing to slow down Corbin, either stop him from putting more creatures into play, or forcing him to use his port now giving her access to your guy's cradle.
Yeah, that's pretty good. If you want to do me a mild favor,
Have them move the dice and graveyards down just a scoosh.
just a scoosh.
Yeah, I will step out for just a second, give him who we're talking to.
Okay. So, heading into Nora's turn, we're going to draw into another land. It's going to be fairly decent. Corbin playing down the Lackey, not going for the Rishadan port. And we're just going to move those down ever so slightly. That's a major favor? Oh, goodness.
Alright. Oh,
Joe and I have got a
Crispy
connection. What would normally be major for any friendship is actually just a minor favor. Thanks, Joe.
you're welcome, TJ. Don't worry, you'll get that major favor tonight.
So, I was not prepared for that. We have got Nora taking a look at the hand, drew into a fetch land, can go into another one of these sources.
She's got at least one glimpse in hand. Is it two?
It's two, and unfortunately, that might almost be one too many.
Yeah.
Enough.
I mean, you need a good balance of a lot of creatures for your glimpse to do any value, but
I just realized what it is. You're gonna totally pass me. Oh wait, this isn't a draft. It's sealed. You can't pass me all the good red cards. Save it for the first draft of the thing, and then you can give me a favor.
You think I'm drafting Eldritch Moon?
Then you can give me a favor.
I'm just here to scalp cards from people.
Pass me that mirror wing dragon thingy.
It's alright. As long as you pass me a spell queller.
Done. We'll trade.
I'm gonna quell everyone's spells tonight.
So, we've got a pretty large swing in here, a goblin lackey, a ringleader, and a fairly large pile driver that is
Ooh,
not...
another lackey.
Yeah, pretty solid. It
Rough.
was while you were adjusting the die, actually.
Oh man.
Mm-hmm.
Brutal.
Right. So,
I don't think Nora can afford to spend her
the Quirion...
her Carrion Ranger blocking, but getting Corbin another creature really forces her to go off net. Oh, no creatures in hand, double glimpse, the second cradle.
You kind of want to just cast it and draw the visionary?
Oh
I mean,
man.
I would take the damage and try to go off next turn. Blocking is not going to give you the win.
Exactly. Did I say that? Apparently I wasn't paying attention.
Eagle.
Zeal, sup.
It's good to see ya. Alex, good to see ya as always.
Oh, Supernaut. Nice. Good to see you too, man.
So,
Gosh, should be down here playing Legacy.
seriously.
Come on, you live like right up the street. No excuses.
So, I don't want to hear your excuses. The tournament needs to be at least three times
this.
bigger than this. So, Nora going for the block on this pile driver, just trying to preserve some life total here, and I don't know. I mean, unfortunately, I think that actually is going to be doing just as much of an efficient job of losing the game as taking the damage and hoping to draw the perfect. I mean,
Yeah. Oddly enough, there is Ant at the tournament today.
what is this, a tournament for ant players?
Actually, I don't know if it's Ant or TSB.
Is it Josh?
No, it's Justin's.
Oh,
Being
he is on
borrowed.
Ant.
Okay, there is Ant at the tournament today.
Yeah, he is.
And I know that's something we get requested a lot, so I was going to try and get him on stream after this. I just thought this specific match is just too cool not to get on
It's
stream.
too iconic, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, like, everyone wants to see Elves v Goblins.
Mm-hmm. Tim, it is great to see you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Eh?
All right, so Nora going into the third land, but with no creatures at the moment. What kind of goblin card is that out? It depends on which one you're talking about. We have got a goblin lackey.
Pile driver, ringleader, another lackey in the yard, matron on the side, and I believe that is a gem palm in hand.
All kinds of things available to us. Possibly you're talking about the one that's the different art for this lackey. One interesting thing to anybody who is just joining us is that we don't sanction our legacy events, and we instead allow people to run any number of proxies here. They have to be good enough to appear on stream,
Yep.
and you can have any number of them, but if you win any store credit, you gotta use it for what you're proxying.
Exactly.
And Corbin gonna go for a pretty nice win there.
Yep.
I mean, his board got pretty overwhelming. He had a Gem Palm Incinerator, off of that matron just to
Yeah.
maybe act as a bit of an insurance policy against
Right.
anything that could come out.
With Nor having such a small board and him having enough creatures in hand to pretty much deal with anything,
Mm-hmm.
looking pretty solid. Even being able to kill a Crater Hoof with a small enough board right there, or in response to the ETB trigger.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, Corbin taking game 2, and now they will be fighting it out for game 3. And, to Mr. Ty White, a proxy is just a card that you have printed out, not a real card you own. Am I getting trolled here?
No, they
Oh.
missed my face.
Okay.
Or maybe yours.
So
It's good to see it, Justice Peter.
No, you were giving me that face and was like, am I answering a troll? Because I do that all the time. I don't care. If someone asks a question, they're getting an answer.
No, actually, it's a solid question. It's basically the playtest cards.
Yeah,
It's another
so
term.
yeah, playtest card is another term that was being used. It's for if you don't own the cards, you print out a representation, just put it on printer paper, put it in a sleeve in front of a real card.
Don't
so that
sell it.
Shuffle, yeah, don't sell it. But it's just so you can play with the cards that you don't own yet. Murdered your name, I'm
It's
sorry.
Tidy Whitey.
Oh, I didn't see the second T in there. Tidy Whitey, I like it a lot. So, yeah, just, so people can play with cards they don't own yet, since Legacy can be prohibitively expensive to get into, especially with the recent buyouts.
How do you feel like about Elves on the Play with 2 lands, one of them a Pendelhaven against Goblins? That feels pretty good to me.
That is interesting.
Nora keeping the hand, Corbin going to 6. I think Nora, this is her first game on the play, and I think that's going to be a big difference here.
Mm-hmm. And, yeah, talking about this game being post-board, for sure. Just because we're talking about Goblins having all of their real interaction post-board, because Elves being...
I mean, Elves is a deck
Yeah.
that really flourishes when no one's trying to interact with them.
Exactly.
Absolutely. So it operates best inside a fishbowl.
Mm-hmm.
And then, as it swims into larger waters, can become a little bit more tumultuous, and some leaks can appear in that boat.
Yep.
So, a Grafdigger's Cage coming down from Corbin.
Not a bad start, depending on what Nor's got. Might just not be enough, though.
Yep.
Yeah, Sharpshooter is pretty hot. Legacy with Black Lotus? No. We still require you to follow the Legacy ban list, which you can look up online on the Wizard's site. Which just, if you don't own the cards like Dual Lands, Force of Wills, Gaia's Cradles, things like that can be very expensive to pick up, you can proxy them for this.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, fine, fair enough. I'm
So-
still answering questions.
Me llamo Juan Blanco. This is... Actually, that's why we picked this one, is because it was too iconic of a match. So,
Exactly.
the Quirion Ranger going in for a swing just to knock Corbin down to 19. Corbin having a fairly, putting down the pile driver again. But we've got a Heritage Druid.
And at least he did have the turn 1 play this game.
Absolutely. And with this Elvish Visionary coming down, we are now going to be able to start activating this Heritage Druid.
Mm-hmm.
So if Nora did bring in something along the lines of the Restoration Angel, which we did see on the main board, so I expect it to still be in the deck. Let's see here. We have... No. That was not Coleman. But,
It was not Coleman, also was not me.
True.
I think might have been the question there.
Coleman, that's fair enough. I was thinking more in the lines of the decks that just have a little bit less removal when they're trying to go for their game plan. But Storm probably feels fine, because Elves itself also doesn't have any much in the form of removal.
Buffing the symbiote to swing in for 2. I like it.
I actually would have not buffed it first. You go
Oh,
for the
yeah.
bait.
Swing, try and get them to block, and then go for it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay, David L. Byer, it's great to see you again. If we have the chance, we can
Hey,
talk
hey.
about Infect. But as always, that is a conversation that would be significantly better to have, either through Reddit Messenger, the messaging on Reddit, or the or Twitter, or anything else. But definitely always happy to. Okay, Tim, that deck was absolutely sweet. I loved it.
oh, Moderate's knee deck. Nice.
David Albire, if you want to get immediate notifications about for the stream, always feel free to follow me on Twitter. I'll let you know every time that we're streaming.
Mm-hmm. And slowly crashing, I assume you're talking about tapping down for 3 mana on the Heritage Druid using Symbiote to pick up
And then replay
Visionary, recast it with 1 floating.
I believe that likely was the miss.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, probably pretty reasonable. Nora actually getting back into the game
Mm-hmm.
somewhat recently.
Yeah, no, I believe she is fairly new here, so
She's been playing actually longer than I have.
Okay.
Or she
Well-
she started playing longer than I did, but she actually has not been really playing since kind of the Innistrad Ravnica, to my knowledge.
okay. Yeah,
Something like that. So
I
jumping back
believe
in.
she is like new to this deck at the very least.
Yep. And Pyrokinesis coming down, and that was a board of 1 toughness. That was a huge swing
Yep.
by Corbin. Wow. So Pyrokinesis wrecking there.
Although I believe Nora did miss the picking up one of her elves in response using the symbiote.
Yep.
Unfortunate little bit there, but you know those are the kind of details you pick up the more you play the deck.
Yeah. And I think that, that'll come in time, and of course there's... Yeah, we...
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Oh, hold up the Pendelhaven for that.
Pretty much, like, you swing in
Yeah.
for it because then you just go for the 1 damage if they're not going to block it, and then you save up your Pendelhaven. Definitely works out there, and 2 creatures could have survived there fairly easily, but, or at least, 1 goes back to the hand.
Yep.
Definitely still a position in which Corbin
Which, I mean,
had a
if that
nice
one
play.
had been the Elvish Visionary, that would have been pretty handy for rebuilding.
Absolutely. And we're going to play down a Dryad Arbor as the land for turn.
Alright.
Love it. Followed up with,
Birchfloor Ranger, I do believe.
I believe you are correct,
The tap 2 untapped elves you control, add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool.
basically discount Heritage Druid.
Yeah. for casting your sideboard.
Tendrils?
No. We gotta get spicier. It's how you hard cast
Progenitus.
Progenitus. Thank you. It's like the giant snake monster, cards and names.
Mm-hmm. So the ringleader coming down that he grabbed with that matron, and we are looking
So a
at
much better ringleader than his last game here. Looking
Skirk
at
Prospector.
Double Lackey Prospector.
Those lackeys are going to be pretty decent, but actually I think just Nora's in a position, and I think Goblins is going to be taking this game 3.
And look, Goblins
really
having a much more
commanding board.
aggressive board presence. Nora without a ton in hand, but it is elves. There's always a chance of her just having a blowout turn any minute now. The cage making it a bit more difficult, but it's not unheard of to see elves just windmill slam a
Yeah, and we're looking at
Hardcast
5. I
Crater
mean,
Hoof.
it's enough that Nora can just take this damage, survive, and with Corbin being tapped out and having a tapped down board, it
Yep.
gives you a real chance to capitalize on this if you can go for something big.
And it looks like that is what Nora's doing here.
I like it.
Taking
I think
the
this
hit
is the smart
and
play.
Let's see if she's able to draw out of it. There is the Crater Hoof in hand.
Hooray! Now we just need to get to the mana.
Yeah, doesn't have the mana to cast it. Unfortunately, this dead natural order in hand. Oof.
You could use it as a sack outlet.
Yeah, if you really want to get that morbid trigger, but
And actually, Solar Crashing is correct. You could use that Dryad Arbor to take down the Pile Driver using the Pendelhaven.
that's true.
So, clear about to hardcast a Tibble. Me, I'm a 1 Blanco. You talk the way I talk. And we can get along that way.
Ooh, that is a pretty nice 4-packs you're looking at there.
That is a really nice 4-packs. So this Pendelhaven, offering the opportunity to get rid of that Pile Driver, might have bought Nora a lot more time, even though delaying her board somewhat may have been the right play there.
For sure. I mean, it's always still an option on this next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. May have just been wanting to take a gamble with this turn, but we might just be going for the pass back.
Yeah, I don't think she really has anything to be casting right now.
No, it looks like we've
It's
got a
natural.
a natural order, and
I'm not sure on that third card, but oof.
Me, I'm a 1 Blanco. Hopefully we're friends. I don't know. I feel like maybe I was being presumptuous, but I feel like I'm friends with almost everybody in the chat. Hi, everybody in the chat. My name's TJ.
My name's Joe. We can be friends too.
You might want to talk a bit louder.
No.
Okay.
They can hear me.
We're streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. And 4 rounds of Legacy. This is round 1. The iconic Goblins versus Elves happening. Nice. So. 4233. It's good to see you, Tron Beetle. Good to see you, Crashdown Reg. Hello again, Captain James. I don't know, but he seems
Nora,
okay.
Unfortunately, going for the natural order here. I'm not sure if she understands the interaction with Grafdigger's Cage.
I think that might be the case, and I think it's about to go wrong, but unfortunately, I don't think that Nora was winning this game anyway.
No.
And this is going to be a solid learning experience.
Yeah.
A really solid learning experience here.
So,
Tevin, it's great to see you.
okay. So Corbin looks like he's thinking about something and really just needs to. I think he's looking up a Grafdigger's Cage interaction here,
I think he's looking up natural order and exactly what the wording on it is.
which is fair enough,
Would be my assumption just before they kind of make
right?
that
Because this is
assumption.
an old printing.
Right.
The wording is a little tricky, so it looks like they're discussing that and finding out the unfortunate truth with Grafdigger's Cage in play.
This is the real inconvenient truth.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Oof.
And unfortunately, the forests are going to be going away.
Well, one of them already is. So. Oof.
Oh man, Guy Fieri's there.
Oh, is that David?
That was David.
Oh man.
I think almost 20 people mentioned it.
Wow.
Yeah, Wednesday on stream.
That is a lot.
It was like
Oh,
it was.
oh.
Are you playing Pokemon Go on
Corbin.
stream?
Catch Pokemon in the next round. Give it away on stream.
Seriously. Oh man.
Oh my god.
What a rebel. Oh man.
Yes, he was, and got told off for it, and then pulled it back out to prove a point.
Beautiful. So, unfortunately, we're left with
Mm-hmm.
a Andy Prime. While I'm not playing it, I can appreciate that it's like the realization of my childhood dreams. Certainly, it leads to some. I don't know. It's
I
like when a
think it's
really
great.
good book comes out.
Yeah.
Everyone's just sitting there reading it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
Oof. And that is a brutal play from Corbin. I think no matter what Nora had done on the previous turn, dropping Chalice and double Lackey.
And Grafdigger's Cage.
Yeah, with the cage
That's
into
really good.
all of this, like there's
To Dio Von Karma, yes, but Nora jumping into this game, it's an understandable thing.
yeah, and
It's a regular Ariel event at the end of
Yeah.
the day.
and
You gotta win somehow.
David L. Byer, no, but I did see the several hundred people going to appear because there was a War Turtle there. All right, and
That is
Yeah,
gonna
I
be
think-
the end of that one.
even if Nora had done nothing on the previous turn, Corbin had such commanding board state, there wasn't a whole lot she could do. So,
Absolutely.
unfortunate. And
A hearty handshake.
yeah, nice handshake. Always good to see that. We've got about 13 minutes left in the round. I'm gonna go and see what second match we can get moved over onto the camera.
Excellent. I'll jump up to the booth
Yep.
and try and get my voice back, as I'm apparently losing it at this moment. Hello, and thank you for joining us for the Geek Fortress stream. My name's TJ, Joe's the co-host, Westlon, it's great to see you, and to everyone else out there, thank you so much for joining, because it's always a good time, and if you haven't yet, be sure to hit that follow button, because we stream 4 times a week, and look at that, now the names are right. Can the proxies be black and white? If they are good, we prefer them to be in color. But theoretically, yes. However, as an option, you can always go down to something like a Kinko's or one of the Postnet or something like that, and they'll usually do it for like $5 to $7 a full deck, and it'll be all perfectly done. As another option, but if it's black and white and they're recognizable cards, I would probably let you get away with it. Probably, yes. Okay. Hey, Guy Fieri's here. I'm glad to hear it, and thank you so much for joining us again. Mercury, you have to watch us again because you're staying up for the midnight pre-release. Hey. So am I. Pre-release tonight, and at the end of the stream, I'm going to be sticking around to basically play more Magic and never sleep. It's going to be fun. Now, it's time to tell you all about the fun things that we have going on. One, this is the one that was already around. Saladin, it's great to see you, but remember, if you are going to GP Portland, sure, it's a standard GP, and this is a Legacy stream, but I'm going to mention it anyway, because maybe you're going. Be sure to join us for the Friday just before before it at Pizza Schmitza for dinner. The night before it, it's about 3 blocks away. A bunch of the hosts are going down there, and it's going to be an awesome time. I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully we can do it at other GPs if it goes well. Also, this time for me to hype it up a little bit. On July 31st, and you should be excited because I certainly am. You should check it out because July 31st, that's a Sunday, it's a Sunday, it's a Sunday. It's going to be a fun day because here at Geek Fortress, we are going to be doing a PPTQ Preliminary Pro Tour Qualifier in the modern format. It's going to be an excellent time. We are going to have a cut to top 8. We are going to have access to deck lists. We are going to have awesome players. We are going to have awesome hosts. And it's going to be an amazing time filled up with lots and lots and lots of hours of streaming. I hope you're excited because it is going to be amazing. Now, I will be flying back from California that very morning, and I will be showing up here just after it begins.
We do have the final game of the final match still playing. Just about to hop down on stream.
Boom.
Is Eli Eubank up against the wall.
Okay.
Playing against Greg V. Didn't quite catch his last name. If he's perfect, here I was already in the system.
Okay.
So Eli is playing my loner deck of Nourishing Lich.
Yes.
And Greg is on Shardless.
Okay. I mean, that is awesome. By the way, Westlong, congratulations on getting into it. It's going to be awesome. And yeah, mark it on your calendar, the July 31st PBTQ. It's going to be awesome. I'm going to join in for the later rounds in the top 8. We're going to have some co-hosts covering it. We're going to get shifts because last time that we did a PBTQ, I sat down in this chair for 9 hours straight.
Yeah.
Maybe 10.
Well, did you do the PBTQ straight into regular Saturday Night Modern?
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Yes, I did.
At least this is a Sunday, so that can't happen.
It was, oh no, you're right. That was like 10 and a half or 11 hours of just sitting in this chair.
Woo.
It's going to be awesome. So we've got Nourishing Lich. We will describe it a little bit once we get down there, but we're about to head into Game 3. We'll see you down there.
Yep.
All right, give us the quick rundown in, I don't know, 20 seconds or less.
About Nourishing Lich?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so Nourishing Lich is a combo deck playing Nefarious Lich. If you would gain life, draw that many cards instead. You play Nourishing Shoal, pitching Autoclone Worm, draw 15 cards. You've got a Laboratory Maniac, so that when you deck yourself, you win. You got Tendrils of Agony, plus a bunch of rituals, and Zero Orb, so you can sack your lands to draw.
Oh, man.
Bam!
Nailed it.
Not Phylactery Lich, that one's bad.
Come on, I got this. Running fun things like Zurin Orb,
Yeah.
sacrificing a land to draw 2 cards.
Yeah. Once you get Lich in play, everything just draws cards.
You get to do the turn 1 Dark Writ into Phyrexian Arena.
Yep, that's certainly a powerful play. And you also, looks like we might have the names backwards. You want to swap players real quick?
I believe I do. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So, we have got Shardless over there, and let's see here. Nice. Nailed it.
Perfect.
So, it's going to be pretty ridiculous. 0 absolute. If you could not do fake raffles, that would be great. Westlon, no, we will not be doing any pre-release streaming, unfortunately, because it's going to be it's really hard to stream limited. Mm-hmm. It's not at all like Tinfins,
No.
actually. There's not a reanimation effect at all.
Yeah, there's no reanimation, and the only creature in the deck, main board, is one... Well, okay, besides the worms that don't actually count. Oh, that hand is hotness. Pure and simple.
Not anymore.
Looking at a turn 2 Lich. Oh, baby. It's okay.
Instead-
He still has the him. It's okay.
So is that really? So he took the Nefarious Lich and opted to take the him?
No, he took the Lich, so now
And
Eli's just
opted
gonna
to
him.
And opted to get himmed here.
Well, maybe the other option was to let him resolve a Lich.
That's true. So a him to Turok, taking it down. Do we encourage them to complete their deck or just blind the proxies? We do encourage them to complete the deck.
Yep.
If they're using them, any store credit that they get has to be used on the cards that they're proxying. Otherwise, we do
Yep.
encourage them over time, but mostly we do this to allow people to just break into the format at all, which is
Yeah.
sometimes difficult.
Well, one sec. Eli needs to consolidate his graveyard. Oh, there it is. Okay, he got that. I was like, Eli,
Okay.
you get 1 graveyard, not 5.
I think I don't know.
This
Letting
is
him
shaping
go.
into a really tasty.
This is
I love it.
This is going to be interesting. So a Knight's Whisper pointed at himself. He's going to lose 2 life. We're going to get...
Hey man, 1 life to draw a card, worth it every time.
That's true.
This is...
That is absolutely true.
God, I love this deck.
One day I would like to... I would like to eventually maybe stream a pre-release, but limited with what we've got is very, very difficult. We don't have the time, staff, money, resources...
For sure.
Or dedicated, like, equipment to really stream a pre-release to the level that I would like to.
It is, Chase. It's finally fulfilling its role for the 2nd time ever as a loner deck, which is what it's supposed to be. He got game 1, and that makes me really happy. He was telling me about this. He goes for exact lethal. Greg survived with a Deathrite activation to gain 2. Eli's response: Sign in Blood targeting his opponent. This is the first game we got him on stream. They're the last people still playing, and I couldn't be happier.
That's absolutely beautiful.
Oh, that's the most satisfying way to get the kill.
So we do have the
He's got the Autochthon Worm.
and we do have a Lotus Petal. We've got actually a Cabal Therapy by the look of it.
Cabal Therapy.
And a hymn?
No, that's
Is that
this is a Dark Ritual.
That's a Dark Rit? Oh, that's the
my
original.
favorite
Yeah, that is
ugly
the
Dark
Okay.
Rit.
That is an awful Dark Rit, but
It
I
is.
like it all the same.
Oh, that's why it's in there. It's hideous.
Joe.
That's
Reppin', by the way, the newest of the Team Fortnite night gear.
Got some sick Team Fortnite swag going on.
If you do want to purchase these, you could probably get in contact with Dylan at facebook.com/geekfortress or geekfortressgames.com and maybe order your own.
Yeah.
So, Hymn to Turok getting pointed at Eli. At this point, I don't think that anything in his hand is actually super needed.
No, nothing super critical in hand, obviously. Losing the Autochthon Worm hurts a bit. Losing the Therapy here, I don't think hurts him that much.
No, I think having access to the mana might just be better.
Yeah,
especially with
beautiful.
a Sign in Blood.
Sign in Blood, and he's still got all of his fast mana in hand. That's really what he wants, and I'm interested in seeing what Eli's able to draw here. Second Lich. Beautiful.
Now all we need is a way to gain life, and what's that last card?
Lab Maniac. Oh, baby. This hand is gorgeous. I'm loving every minute of it. Now all he needs is like a Zerrin Orb.
Oh, man.
Boom.
A Zernor would be excellent, I suppose, and Autochthon Worm.
Zerrin Orb, pitch 1 card, draw into, or pitch a land, draw into the
Nourishing
shoal,
Lich Autochthon Worm?
or yeah, draw into the Nourishing Shoal Worm, and just win on the spot.
Yay.
Oh, love it. There's a reason for that. Also, this deck is, as you can see, pseudo mono black as opposed to the old 4-color.
Yes, because there was totally an existing archetype for
There
this.
was. There 100% was.
Yeah, this deck is entirely Joe's.
Chases.
Oh,
Let's
this is
credit
Chase?
where credit's due. This deck belongs to me. The original list comes from Chase In Your Face Hansen, Strifo in the chat.
So we have got. Oh man, this is just beautiful. A Shardless Agent and a Deathrite Shaman on the field at the moment. We
I
get the
bet if
Cabal
you look it
Therapy.
up on MTG Top 8, you could find something.
Try looking at the recent Legacy Pro Tour lists.
There you go.
That's probably where you'll find it.
No, it was a thing in Kamigawa Block when the shoals had just been printed.
That is absolutely glorious.
Yeah, it's great.
Okay, so you know what? It's hard for us to actually put deck lists on anymore. This might be one that we need to get on our tapped out account.
Yeah. No, there's no Necrobo. Is that even legal in Legacy?
No.
Yeah, no.
So it's legal in EDH though, and we are gonna hymn.
Oof.
And we have got a Wasteland, a Deathrite Shaman, an Ancestral Vision. Did he name Maelstrom Pulse?
I think he's resolving this backwards.
What? We should probably go ask what just happened.
Let me go double check on that.
0 decks found on MTG Top 8. What are the chances? Gotcha. Alright, so let's see what we have got here. So let me ask this. In chat, if we give this deck list,
There was a misunderstanding between the players. Greg thought he had said Force and he had said Pulse, so they were just confirming and having the person sitting next to them verify that he had, in fact, named Pulse.
okay, so he
But
actually did.
it was resolved correctly. No worries.
So, here's a fun little question to ask you all. If we get Joe to put his legacy list on Tapped Out, now this is farther. Will you actually start? Can we get people building this deck and actually? Because you can build this deck for what, maybe $150
I
at
think-
most.
200 in its current form. Unfortunately, there is one Mox Diamond in it.
Oh,
That-
okay.
Optional Mox Diamond, not 100% necessary to play. I really like it for when you're comboing out and need that one extra mana and you've run out of petals. Without the Diamond, which just spiked, before the Diamond spike and it was 35, I think the whole 75 card list was 150?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So-
Originally, before there were Phyrexian Arenas and Mox Diamond in it, and before Nourishing Shoal spiked, it was a $60 deck.
So, the point being that if we get this deck list, I want to see people actually building this. Saladin saying that they would build it in Brazil.
And if someone can tempt me, I've got an extra playset of Liches in my backpack right now. There we go, that's the next giveaway. It's a playset
Actually-
of Nefarious Lich.
Actually, I like this idea because what is the best and worst matchup?
For this deck?
Yep.
Everything.
Everything is both the best and the worst.
The deck can lose while it's fishbowling.
Okay, so
Like, everything can be bad.
you win with tendrils.
You win a lot of ways.
True. So we have got a Jace out. Absolutely beautiful.
Certainly
Um,
not bad here.
I am thrown off, however. Did Greg just wasteland himself?
It's a good question.
He has an exile wasteland. Did he go for that just to have fuel for the Deathred Shaman?
Could be.
Nice. I think he wasted
That's-
his own land
I
to
hope
get fuel
so.
for the
That's
Deathred
awesome.
Shaman.
Shoal
Absolutely.
for Force straight up. No. None of that nonsense.
So we have a Lich out, but no way. Oh, we do have the worm. We
And-
just need the creature.
People getting smart here in the comments. I have tried Horizon Chimera in the sideboard. What happens is you go infinite. At that point, you need to be running, either already have your Lab Maniac in play, or if you're rocking some Edicts in the sideboard, that's also a valid option. You draw down to like 2 cards left in the deck with a draw trigger on the stack, Edict your Chimera, draw a card, combo out and win right there.
See?
That is a thing.
So,
Oh, so he had to waste his
To
waste
get enough
himself
fuel
to
to
get the
cast the
second
Jace.
blue mana.
yep.
Oh baby.
Yeah, it's pretty
Love
sweet.
it.
It is pretty sweet. So, Greg just going for the 0 right now, not under a whole lot of pressure, just needs to make sure that Eli doesn't actually start resolving this.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, Nefarious Leech is not a creature.
It's an enchantment! Yay! Which is why he needs to get rid of the Maelstrom Pulse, because Pulse at that point is 3 mana, win the game. Because if it ever leaves play, he wins.
Yeah, solid call by Eli. I have a feeling that game 2 may have gone that way.
I have a
that
if that was a choice name, yeah. Fun fact: I've actually thought about if I do want to add a second color to the deck, you run what's the name?
Oh, I know.
Stifle.
Giovanni Karma.
You start playing Stifle so that you stifle your lose the game trigger, and then you get points for getting to say I stifle my lose the game trigger.
Yep. Beautiful.
And unfortunately, actually, the Nefarious Lich might be Eli's downfall here, since it basically turns your graveyard into your life total. And Greg putting up a lot of creatures, and Eli down to 3 cards in his yard. He's gonna have to start casting spells just to keep it full and not die.
Or
Brutal.
no!
Oh, that would have been it. Alright, unfortunately the sad way for that game to end, getting the Shoal countered. Rough.
No!
Oh man, I was hopeful. But I believe that is going to be it for round 1 here. Should be getting pairings up in just a minute for round 2, and I will see if I can get us a nice table match.
Let's get up there.
Alright.
Hello and thank you for joining. My name's TJ. It's awesome having you. You have been just joining us now. If you are for the Geek Fortress Legacy stream. We do this every single Friday at 7:30. Hello to everybody. If you haven't yet, be sure to hit that follow button because we stream 1, 2, 3, 4 times a week. It's always a good time. Now, we are streaming out of Snohomish, Washington, a little shop called Geek Fortress. So, if you do want to hit that one and you do want to join us, you will want to remember that the times I'm about to give you are all Pacific time. So it's currently about 8:30 here. So you can join us every Monday at 6:30 for some standard action. But you can also join us every Wednesday and every Saturday for Modern. Wednesdays at 7 and Saturdays at 6. It's super, super cool. Also, side note for Modern, July 31st, it's our Sunday. Check it out, Modern PPTQ. Also, check it out because every single Friday at 7:30, it's going to be sweet. You can come check out this Legacy scene again and again and again until the end of time. Maybe getting a little bit ahead of myself there, but we're gonna totally try and make it happen. T. Forbes, what just happened? What we saw was Eli try to exile a Autothon Worm to the Nourishing Shoal, which would have him gain 11 life. But instead of gaining 11 life, he would draw 11 cards, which would almost certainly give the win to this Nefarious Lich deck. But instead, what we saw was a Force of Will. Taking it down, that was Eli's only out in that particular turn. So what we ended up with was Eli just picking up the cards because he ran out of the way to win that. So... oh, that is beautiful. Oh, it's 15 life. Strifo, thank you so much. It is gain 15 life. By the way, did you notice that Dylan gave me the wrong nickname in that post today? He called me LTJ instead of LTDre, which is ridiculous. Then again, you're the only one who does get to call me LTDre. At least in general, to my knowledge. You're the only one who does. But it's great seeing you, and to everybody who is taking the time to join us, I do want to take this particular moment to just say thank you to each and every one of you. I know I say it a lot, but your continued support is absolutely phenomenal all the time, and I can't thank all of you enough. It's really encouraging just to see how far we've been able to go and how far we're going to continue trying to go. In the future. It was the Autothon Worm. It is a 15 mana, 9/14 with Convoke. There we go. Yes, Westlawn, that is what it was. LT Gerano, if you're not a fan of the whole brevity thing, sure. That's absolutely doable.
Alright, so match one. Oh my god, I'm gonna do this all night.
Twice in a row now? How do you keep doing this?
It's under my chair. How am I not going to do that every time?
Yeah, I know, but how do you specifically do
I don't
that?
know.
I'm actually a little bit thrown off. So, tell me what we got.
So, we've got Harry sitting down with Bug Delver.
Against the wall?
Yep. And then his opponent is... I just asked him and got distracted by unplugging the light. Citizen Greg. He's been on stream before.
Okay.
Holman, I believe? Playing,
What was your last name again?
Holman.
Thank you.
He's been on stream before, so it's probably... Any luck? And then, he's on Tin Fins.
Beautiful.
So, should be interesting.
Beautiful.
Plenty of whatnots going on.
Let's see here. I am totally spacing on it right now. I'm so bad with names. I don't know. I honestly don't know how I remember all the names in the stream. One thing I guess I forgot to tell all of you at one point is that I am awful at remembering names.
I'm bad at remembering names, including the people in the stream.
So I'm
What's
really
up, guys?
impressed with myself that I'm able to remember that in general. Do you want to just bite the bullet?
Yeah.
Ask it really quickly. All right.
More Lich on stream.
More Lich on stream. It is
Yeah.
on Monday. I swear, if he unplugs the light again when he sits back down, oh man, it is going to be heartbreaking. Alright, so, let's get...
I'm not even gonna say, because I'm just embarrassed.
You should be.
I should be. I always do this.
How could you?
I know. Every time.
Absolutely.
The two times I've been like, I'm pretty sure I remember their name. Not even close.
Yep. Connor,
I got the
OD.
number of letters correct.
Connor Odd, it's great to see you. I'm not sure what you mean by maybe do I think anything will change? Maybe Popper, we might see a Peregrine Drake, and maybe Legacy, we might see something like the top finally get hit. A Popper stream, we're working on it. Keep updated.
Yeah,
All right.
I should be banned from hosting. I'm the worst.
We'll see you down there. It's time for round 2. Alright, and boom, turn 1 Lotus Petal into an Underground Sea. Nailed it perfectly on the timing here, and do we have the potential, because we can go for a turn 1 and 2 Reanimate based on this.
Always fun to see out of this deck.
Ooh, let's see.
Although it's generally not going to be Reanimate, it would be a Goryo's Vengeance. So if he's got the... Actually, he is holding the Reanimate. Never mind, I take everything back.
We've got the Entomb Reanimate.
Yeah.
Tell me
Man.
Tell me that we have the what's his name? Aaron always plays it. I'm totally spacing on it right now. Each player at each end step discards their hand.
No.
Yes.
That is not the right deck for this.
Yes.
This is Gristlebrand.
What about a banjo?
Big... There we go. Oh, man. I don't know, I like your first hashtag better. Ban slowly crashing. Get him out of here. He's talking smack.
Okay. So I think that the better choice would be to go for Terminus over top, but Wizards has shown a long
100%.
history of banning the enabler and not the payoff.
Yeah.
And
they've already shown a bias against top in
so
other formats.
A Gristlebrand coming in hot and spicy.
Yep. So this might be moving into a very fast game 2 here, but let's see him play it out and see what I already got.
Oh my goodness. That is quite good. Hey Connor, how come you're not here playing? Are you actually local? I'm now curious.
I hope so.
I think that would be super sweet. Okay.
You said ban slowly crashing first, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Seriously. So, I mean, Harry's got a Spell Pierce. That's almost going to be relevant last turn.
Yep.
Okay, so.
Sorry, TJ already got there.
Yep. Legacy has certainly got some things.
Fantastic.
Tin Fins I think Tin Fins is almost the deck that has most represented Legacy to people who don't play Legacy.
Yeah.
I don't have a banjo to play on stream, unfortunately. Oh, man.
Yeah, start looking for another. They got time. Bug Delver's going to be on the play next round or next game, so that's something.
Connor, I think I've been on your stream before, but in the future I'll keep my eyes open for you. I will be the Red Baron NTG, so I'll be sure to say hi. I've been trying to hang out in more streams lately when I have, some time.
There you go.
Right? But I think I've seen you, so it's good to see you, and thank you so much for joining us. Hope you're having a good time.
Yeah.
I mean, what can Harry have at 1 mana that could actually answer this Gristlebrand? Realistically, I don't think that there's much.
Not much. No.
So, a hit, we got down to 13, up to 11.
Yep.
And Connor on 2 mana available, one of them being blue. Why is that in Tin Fins?
I believe you mean Cody, sir. You said Connor.
Did I say Connor?
Yeah.
I messed up.
I hope D&T's not playing blue.
I super messed up.
I feel just a touch better about myself now.
Oh, man.
You're
So,
welcome, slowly crashing.
there we go.
Alright. Oh, thank you very much, Connor. Love this stream too.
We're fond of it.
We're great. I don't know. I watch it every now and then.
Show me the lily.
I almost
Show me the lily. Otherwise, we have got a sweet wasteland for Harry at the moment. Actually, not even with a whole lot of great targets.
Hey, slowly crashing. What's the third word on that card text?
Doesn't matter. Creature? Or do you mean the fourth? Lose?
Yeah, that's the one. No, you're thinking of
Oh, non-black creature.
yeah.
Gotcha. Cabal Therapy.
Oh, himself, of course.
Discarding an Emerald.
Cool, and with it on the stack, he's got. Of course, she's got Shallow Grave. Womp womp.
I love this. Oh man. So we go for a shallow grave into an Emrakul, and we get to
Disgusting.
have the fun times. Now, Harry's going to spell pierce this, but
Yeah, because
Cody,
I mean,
if
it would have
he
been a
wants to-
swing for lethal otherwise.
I mean, Cody can go for the minus, lose 7 life, and draw into... I mean, do you think that there's a Force Will in this deck? Not likely,
There-
it's Tin Fins.
Mm,
Tin Fins, I'm not entirely sure has it.
you're right. I guess there's a chance it doesn't, but
Ugh.
he also could just go for the draw 11 and try and do it again.
Mm-hmm. You've wanted... Oh, hey, Tim, congratulations on beginning to stream.
Hey.
If I ever have the opportunity to see it and I see you in the list, I'll be sure to stop in and say hi. As always, I will not be Geek Fortress in there. I will be Red Baron MTG.
Yep.
Hey, it's always fun. And actually, I'll be hoping to stream in maybe the next couple of months as soon as I move
we
into a
go.
place with better internet.
All right.
That's going to be the goal.
If TJ's going to start streaming vintage on MTGO, look out for it.
Yes. That's true. See, I guess it's a very fair point to say that I would only expect him to be playing Force of Will. On the other hand, we didn't expect him to be playing Liliana the Veil.
Yeah.
So, but Harry drops down his, and this is going to take...
Goodbye, Gristle Daddy.
Unfortunately, I mean, we have the Entomb, but not the other Reanimate effect.
Yeah.
So this Gristlebrand is going to be going to...
Unfortunately, he just got his shallow grave pierced and shuffled away.
Yep.
Which means they're all back in the deck for him to redraw, and we're going to see him drawing a ton of cards right now.
Kenniku, you know, you joke, but I've actually very much thought about building Vintage Burn for if we ever do a Vintage tournament here.
I think...
I've thought about building a Vintage Burn. It's very much me.
Yeah.
Oh, tell me we have a misdirect.
Oh. For what? What are you going to misdirect?
Right. Kyle DeBomb, it is great to see you. I'm excited because I will be I'm going to be doing the Midnight pre-release after this.
Yeah.
Okay, so Dio Von Carmen not liking signed cards. I can appreciate signed cards.
I can appreciate signing people's cards.
I have signed like 11 lightning bolts and a mountain. That
I've-
has been the height of my signing experience.
I've signed one basic swamp just because someone wanted to get as many people's signatures on the same basic swamp as he could, and then told me, he's like, I'm probably not going to play it. So.
And Cody with 3 lands drops down the Polluted Delta. After all these draws, drops down
Oh my god.
3 Lotus Petals. We are so close to a hard cast Emrakul.
Storm 3. I mean, so close is still not that close.
Oh man, that is gonna be
And Goryo's Vengeance. Womp womp.
so.
Going for the days. I mean,
You might as well.
yeah,
So.
paying for it and just casting a dark ritual at the same time.
Why not?
Wow.
Fun fact. I'm going to force red in the pre-release.
There you go.
Does anybody actually... Okay, so I'm very bad at using social media. My current plan was to not post anything about the pre-release on Twitter and just kind of do the pre-release. If anyone's interested, I guess I can keep updates going on that one
There you
based on
go.
how ridiculous my pool might end up being.
Perfect.
Or at least the deck that I choose.
Yeah.
I mean, depending. If it's awful.
Mhm.
If it's awful red, then I'll just definitely play red.
Yeah.
But if I can force red, absolutely I do.
And Justice Peanut?
No.
Probably not, but is literally the only thing he could do, so just
Palladium
might as well
outs.
try it.
Cody might make the classic mistake of leaving.
I have actually almost won games by my opponent being like, oh, it says counter, you got it. And this was like playing for first place in like a legitimate event, and someone standing by goes, just pay for it. And I lost because of outside help. And I was really mad.
Did you call the judge?
I did not, because this was when I was still relatively new and didn't know I was allowed to do that.
Gotcha.
I was very unhappy.
Yeah, G Lavamancer, it is great to see you. We're getting ready for game 2.
Yeah.
Now, out of Bug Delver, I have a feeling that he is going to be able to manage maybe Hayton on this pretty well.
I would hope so.
Out of, I mean, in those
Yeah.
colors, he's especially got access to Scavenging Ooze and Death Red Shaman.
Yep, and especially now that he knows what he's playing against.
Mm-hmm. Westlawn, I have since stopped, I totally love your style there as far as trying to get a non-awful promo.
I don't
But-
know. The last pre-release I went to, I got a Hissing Quagmire, so I think I just need to stop it there. Good enough.
What would be a judge call beyond that? I mean, for what they can do, you can at least call for outside assistance.
Yeah.
Is the biggest thing that you can do, and at
Because
least
my opponent changed the decision they were going to make based on the opinion of someone outside of our game.
likely he still would have lost because that person still knows.
Yeah.
It depends on kind of what. It depends on if it was regular RL, competitive RL.
Yeah.
It depends.
Yeah.
But at least there would have been an asterisk next to his loss.
It was like a game day with, playing for first place. It's like, this is like playing for a box.
Mm-hmm.
You can try. You can always ask. You can always call a judge.
You can call a judge
and
for
once
anything.
they get there, they'll tell you to quit talking to them. But you can certainly call them over.
Yeah, and you just want to be really careful because when calling them, you're going to want to clear with the judge at the event to make sure that you can use an electronic device if you're going to call another one.
There you go.
Yay.
Oh, man. I don't know. I have a lot of judge calls under my belt, and I will say, depending on where I'm playing, the minute anyone in the room calls a judge, the first thing they do is look to see that it's not me sitting at that table. If it is, there's an audible sigh that everyone in the room can hear, and then I have to reassure them it's my opponent calling the judge, not me. And that just makes them more annoyed because that means I did something my opponent didn't like. So, I get that a lot.
Beautiful. You're such a good person. Clearly.
I also asked a judge a hypothetical question, and his response was, if that ever happened, I'm getting a game loss and being DQ'd from the event, regardless of if I'm playing in that event or if I was the one who got the judge called. I get the game loss because clearly it's my fault this happened in the first place.
Does this have anything to do with Secretariat?
No, it has to do with stacks. I asked what would happen theoretically if both players have a sundial and there's an active stacks in play, and the judge told me we would be asked to kindly draw and move to the next game, and then I would be DQ'd even if I'm not playing in that match anywhere at all. If I'm like playing in a different event in the next room over, I'm getting dropped from that event for making someone else do terrible things in Legacy.
I
Which
mean,
is probably fair enough.
So, Harry going to be on the play.
Yep.
And,
I would certainly hope so.
And I think that puts him in so much of a better position. I think that Tin
For
Fins,
sure.
the way that we have the option of a win here is by being on the play game one means that you get 2 matches where you're on the play, and Harry
Yeah.
may not have the turn 1 Force Will.
Yep.
That's kind of the out that we're looking at here.
Yeah.
I think I do see it in Harry's hand.
So I think he's trying to hold up
Nope, he's going
perfectly
to
fine.
Yep, that'll do.
Yep, I was going to say, short of something like that, just holding up the blue mana for a Piercer Daze. But, personally, I would have really liked to see this come in off of like an Underground Sea holding up a Daze as well.
Yep.
That would have been gorgeous.
And now Cody's really going to have to tame the beast before he lets it out of the cage.
Yeah. Or he's going to have to go for the hard cast. That's always fun.
Oh, man. Of course, Harry does have access to Daze, D-A-I-Y-E-Z.
Or Witched Chimera Combo.
Nice, that's actually quite good.
Tech Repotence.
So, we've got a Lotus Petal and a fetch of a Polluted Delta by Cody. Likely going to be going for an Underground Sea, is my expectation.
I would assume so, considering he's already holding the Tundra in hand, which
Okay.
means he has access to his white mana.
Yep. Kenny Q, I will. I mean,
I'm just...
HC Fox, by the way, it's great to see you. And to everybody else who's just joining us, hello. It's great having you. We're at
Hey.
almost 100 people.
Awesome.
And
certainly not bad for Legacy, and especially on a pre-release weekend. Thank you all for
Absolutely.
joining us here instead of anything else you could be doing.
Because I'm pretty sure that most of our East Coast people are at midnight release.
Probably.
So,
It looks like there's a bit of confusion in the chat here about the Horizon Chimera.
you know,
It's a good card.
in a bad deck.
Yeah, whenever you draw a card, draw a card. Seems good. That's what it says.
Absolutely.
And then you trigger and draw a card, trigger, draw a card, and you just the whole deck.
I think I may have
It's just
misevaluated
gone.
that card at one point. I don't know. I'm not entirely
Just
sure here.
don't look up the Oracle text. Just take my word for it. That's what it does.
Yeah. Okay. Diovan Karma. I am sorry. Dinner is always important. Always feel free to bring some back to the stream. And hey, if you want to drive south and come bring us some for
Yeah,
us.
there we go. That sounds like a good option to me.
Always a good idea. I'm always down for eating pizza.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you know, and you can always join us in Portland the Friday before it, so that we can get some pizza and we get the
Because you
opportunity
want
to meet
this
you.
Joker.
Nice.
I'm not going to Portland.
And so you're saying that Tundra and Ponder would be better than Brainstorming to fetch next turn? That's a pretty solid point. Using the fetch to go for that, maybe a little bit of a risky play by Cody.
Yeah, I'm not sure why, because we saw him put down the Tundra, change, and then fetch her so he could cast his Brainstorm, and I think playing the Tundra, Brainstorming, and then fetching on the next turn, or even, you know, not even playing his...
Or we do have the other fetch.
Still.
I
I don't know why you would fetch before Brainstorming, before seeing any cards at all.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that always throws me about Brainstorm and Legacy is that it's not at all what the card says.
Yeah.
The card says to look at things, put them back, and to do it at instant speed. I have seen almost every Brainstorm I've seen cast has been at sorcery speed, and usually not at the like it being a one-mana spell. You'd think they'll cast it turn one.
Nope.
Almost
You
always
almost-
cast in the late part of the game.
Yep, it's good for late game, and it's good for sorcery speed. It's not what people tend to think it being used for.
So we still do have a Lotus Petal, and we are going to be going for a fetch. Fetching away
Yep.
after this, I'm expecting a one-mana play here, maybe Cabal Therapy?
Or just fetching so that he remembers to fetch.
Possibly, if he has no intention of doing anything different, and I wouldn't
Mhm.
expect too much Wasteland out of Doug Delver.
Not a lot, no.
I mean,
But-
it is a 3-color mana base. I suppose he could be on
I mean, and it is a Delver, so you do expect some number of Wastelands because it's a tempo deck, but... Alright, and he is going for the Ponder here.
Nice. We've got a
Interesting
Reanimate, a
one.
Ponder, and what appears to be a Mox.
I believe, yeah, that it looks like the promo diamond.
Yeah.
Or EMA diamond, I suppose.
That's true. It's no longer just a promo. It's no longer just a promo. But we're going for the shuffle, as I have noticed with almost
that's
all
a-
Ponders.
That's Chrome Mox out of EMA, isn't it? Diamond's on the reserve list?
You're right. You are right.
Regardless, some form of Mox.
You,
Brainstorm. Yeah, it's an option.
I use Brainstorm to really think about how I'm best going to pilot burn. And then I build it and then go and play in the event.
There you go.
That's what I do.
I use Brainstorm to find better creatures to pot away.
Is Backnote in here, by the way? Backnote called me out on Reddit today.
Oh yeah? For what?
I gave someone some advice on Affinity, and he goes in immediate response to, actually it was a slight delay, but he goes, why is a burn player giving advice on Affinity? Like, what am I supposed to respond to that? Immediately, I'm
You're
invalidated.
also a burn player?
So, a Delver and a Deathred Shaman coming down
Oh, man.
after a swing with this Dark Confidant.
Certainly not bad, getting a lot of pressure on his board. And the Death Threat Shaman, once it's no longer summoning sick, gives him a lot of interaction.
Look at that.
Oh, that's fun. Children of Corvus.
Oh, man. Super annoying is what that is.
Mhm.
Not super fun.
Well, when Harry's doing a lot of small swings, it's not as big of a deal, but oh man. Certainly an obnoxious card once Gristlebrand gets in play.
To deal Von Karma, actually, when Treasure Cruise was legal, splashing blue was the correct play in Modern. I still didn't, because I was being a burn purist and making the wrong call. But splashing blue for Treasure Cruise was absolutely the right call.
Yeah.
Except for you were still making the wrong call by not playing Delver.
Yeah.
So at Tarmogoyf coming down for Harry, a lot of pressure being applied, and the best part about this is that Harry's got a board that is fairly immune to the real power of this Children of Corliss.
Yep.
Because it works really great when there's going to be like a big finale swing going on, and this Harry's board has a great capability for dealing incremental damage as it currently sits.
Especially with that Death Threat Shaman. Or you can just Shaman to get an extra Brainstorm in.
Personally, I would not have done it in Legacy, just because that makes me weaker to... I mean, it's probably the right call in that one as well.
Yeah.
But I still think that in Legacy, the power of running only basics in that deck is huge.
Yeah. I would agree with that. Basics.
Or at least it's a pretty significant factor. That's why, you know, there's so many splashable cards for Legacy Burn. The reason
sure.
why you don't dip into those is because your deck already avoids a lot of creature removal by
Yep.
avoiding a lot of the land removal as well, and making it
Mhm.
very difficult to attack your mana base when you really need to. Turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, hit those land
Exactly.
drops. It becomes a very significant part of your game plan there.
For sure. And you're playing Press Progress, playing only basics and fetches makes your price that much better.
Absolutely true.
So that at 2 life, you don't lose to your own price.
So, a Death Threat Shaman, a Dark Confidant, a Grafted...
A second cage,
just
just in case.
what's Cody got as far as Swamp Thing?
Hey, been a while
19
since we've gotten a new follower.
It's been a while since I've seen Swamp Thing.
Yeah.
Thanks
Been
so much
about,
for joining us.
About 42 years.
It's great having you, and thank you so much for hitting that
Yeah.
follow button. I hope you are enjoying it. Anybody else who's in the stream, always feel free to hit that follow button. Not a whole lot of new people today. Maybe they're just
No.
hanging out at the sidelines, or they're
just-
at the pre-release.
We just got our dedicated followers already in here.
Exactly.
Can't
Yeah.
get new followers, and all the cool kids are already here.
Whoa. But if you're on the fence, don't let that stop you.
You can still be cool. There's still time. And we don't get lands in front here because TJ hates it.
From a streaming perspective, I do. It makes reading the board state at a glance very difficult. So we're going to start exiling with this Death Threat Shaman, and it looks like we're just going to drain for 2 life, put down to 11. I like this. Spreading out this damage as much as possible really
For sure.
validates this Children of Corliss.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. Time Knight, apparently I'm an odd burn player. I am finding that out more in the future. What's the meta like today, Lord of the Pit? We're still finding out, but there's a lot of Joe decks out there.
Yeah, there's 2 of my decks are being borrowed tonight, which is awesome. Which is more than last week when it was just me playing one of them.
Mm-hmm.
But there is Enchantress out there tonight. We've got Miracles. We got Bug Delver,
Storm.
Shardless Bug, Storm, in a couple flavors, including
Goblins
more or
and
less
elves.
Goblins and elves. It's an interesting meta tonight. A couple more Delver decks, I think, at least one more.
Yep.
And yeah, Lord of the Pit, you're not the only person who wants to get.
Mystical 09.
Hey, hey.
Thank you. You're the best around. Nothing's ever gonna bring you down. You're the best around. And this Death Threat Shaman going for a tap, gonna be draining a little bit more life. And this Children of Corliss is really
Doing
not
its
looking
job.
too hot.
No, it is
For a
not,
card that really saves you
unfortunately.
against burn, it's not looking too hot.
Yeah.
So, still, and
Still no
the continuation
Delver
of
flips.
no damage off of this Death Ray, however.
Or the Dark Confidant.
Yeah.
That is nice, but oh man.
I mean, we're swinging for lethal here.
Yeah. And Kenny-Ku, you're all the best.
Kenny Koo, absolutely. Absolutely. Everyone's there the best.
Oof, Cody showing a nice hand full of useless cards against those cages.
Mm-hmm. So, we have got a Game 3 coming in. Harry with the double Grafter's Cage, absolutely huge.
Oh man, karaoke stream, you guys would definitely ban me if that was the case.
Absolutely. Every time that I've sang on stream, immediately people have been like, TJ, you shouldn't sing ever. That is the response that I get every single time.
I think that was the first time I ever sang on stream, but
Yeah. I'd be down to do one day where we just sing while we stream,
could be fun.
but I really feel like we'd lose a lot of people.
We should just not announce it, do it at an irregular time, and just 2 a.m. on the Saturday.
Oh, and just come watch us sing.
Just hang out, don't tell anyone, and just sing and see how it goes.
Kenny Koo, I appreciate that. Really breaking the mold here.
Yeah.
So, Gristle Hero must win match 3 for Great Justice.
Oh my god. Oh.
I can't play the banjo. I can't.
I'm not liking this new hashtag that's taking off. It needs to quit trending.
I mean, I can make it to where if it's just hashtag banjo, like the
Take,
instrument.
take the E off the end.
By the way, let's tell it. So I've been slightly mentioning to this. Ooh, we are getting close. We're 78
baby.
followers away from 3,000. Let me tell you what my idea was, and you can all tell me: is this an idea that you like? Is there something that you prefer? Is it an awful idea? All kinds of things. So my thought was
Alright.
that when we get to 3,000, each of the hosts takes a card that is somewhat very them. So for
Okay.
myself, it would likely be a playset of Lightning Bolts or something like that.
Mhm.
We sign the playset, and for each of those playsets, we just do a giveaway about it.
Ooh,
for it.
there we
In a
go.
variety of streams. So you would probably end up doing that. Your nefarious lich.
I could do that. If you said Bloodghast, I'd have a little bit of a problem with that.
No.
I could do liches.
But basically, we just spend a little bit of time giving away
Yeah.
play sets of cards that we think with like
Also,
a decent price.
You do not strum a banjo. You pluck the strings away from the instrument.
I'm just playing a banjo here.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I am not giving away a playset of Sarah Sanctums. I'm not giving away, what is that right now? $250.
Yay!
It's coming down, thankfully, if you look at TCG and their new market value.
Fantastic.
Alright, fine. I've also got a playset of Cavern Harpies I can sign and give away.
So that looks to me like a mulligan from Cody.
Looks like it.
Seriously. All right. So that's the big thing, is that's the main idea. If you guys have any other thoughts as to what we should do when we get to 3,000, I will at least consider them. I can't promise them, especially when we continue to operate with a budget of absolute, well, negative at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're still looking at what it is. We're still working on this whole application for the Twitch partnership. That should be all kinds of fun.
Yep.
And I don't know. We'll see what happens down the line.
For sure.
We got to also figure out what we're even going to do with it once we actually
Yeah.
maybe make some money. And that's the biggest holdup that we have.
Get it all in ones, put it in a big pile on the floor, and roll around in it. I think is currently the top vote amongst the mods and hosts, but we'll see where it goes from there.
I believe you.
They don't know it yet, but that's what everyone wants to do.
A host tournament where we vote on what you play. Here's the big problem.
We've actually talked about that.
We have talked about it, and there's one enormous problem. Who's going to commentate?
That is a good one. Dylan.
Dylan, no.
Just close the store. We'll do this at like 2
We
in the
don't
morning.
need 50 minutes of snark.
Yeah. And to the people in here talking about losing value on cards, that's actually not bad compared to where they're at now.
Yeah.
Sanctum is down to 80 market value TCG mid, and Helms are back down to 25.
Either that or we
So-
just have people not playing in that round, like, who aren't on
Oh,
camera,
yeah.
and do something like that.
Mhm.
So, Harry going with a scry to the bottom.
Mhm.
Cody going to be following it up
Looks
with...
like he's thinking a lot.
TF.
Yeah, you had plenty of time there.
I'll be honest, I'm actually really hungry right now.
Oh,
Is
I'm ignoring it. I'm promising myself I'm not hungry.
Okay,
I had breakfast a few hours ago. We're good.
very nice. I'm going to see if this is still an option.
Good call.
Thank you. So turn 1, Pluto Delta into a Lotus Bloom, and... So this is a black and white proxy, but Harry
But
doing us a huge favor by...
I appreciate that he's done it this way.
Actually, I think that's black, blue, and green. But still, I absolutely love that.
Yeah, he did put a bit of color back onto it.
Be absolutely beautiful there.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
And Lillian Isabella, indeed it is magic. I don't know if I've seen you in the chat already tonight. Welcome,
No.
welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Lillian Isabella, thank you so much. I don't recognize your name at all. That might mean that I'm a bad person I'm forgetting, but welcome. It's great having you.
If you're a bad person for not noticing, I'm a horrible person.
I hope that you do enjoy. I hope that you enjoy the stream, and
Mm-hmm.
anytime to anybody who's out there, questions, comments, feedback, anything like that, always extremely welcome.
For sure.
So we do have the Grafdigger's Cage from Harry. Massive play.
Yep.
What kind of outs is Cody looking to find here?
It's a good question. I'm not sure what outs exactly the deck is playing, other than, he's got Dark Rituals, he's got Petals. He could just go for the Hardcast Gristlebrand and try and ride it to victory. And Usman the Rad, thank you very much for hitting that follow button. It's great to have you.
Usman the Red! You're a rock star. Thank you.
As your name implies, you are in fact quite rad.
There
There's a Brava, if nothing else.
There's
I think we're within their delivery range.
We're surrounded by a local place called Pizza Bravas.
Mhm.
Is probably the better local place. Otherwise, there is an Alfie's that's nearby as well.
It's not bad.
I would not complain about that.
Get a
at all.
delivery salad and have them just bring you like 8 orders of breadsticks.
Yeah. Lillian and Isabella, thank you so much. It's great. If you ever have any questions, be sure to ask them.
Mhm.
And thank you so much for joining us. We look forward to interacting with you in the future.
Yep.
So, we've got a swing for 1 with this Delver of Secrets, which is actually a Delver of Secrets, something that you don't see too often. And
Indeed.
combined with a fetch, we are going to be going down to 17 on Cody's side of the field.
And yeah, so I think what we're talking about is, you know, his outs are hard casting a Gristlebrand, maybe even an Emrakul if he's able to get up high enough for it. Otherwise, you know, stalling out the Children of Corliss, which, as we saw in the last game, isn't the best option for him, but, you know, it's better than nothing.
Lillian Isabella.
Hey, thank you for the follow. Hopefully we see you around plenty after this.
We very genuinely appreciate that, and I gotta say, the people here are the reason why we continue to do this.
For sure. If it wasn't for the great community, all of our followers, everyone in the chat, you know, everyone too shy to join in the chat, if it weren't for all you guys, we wouldn't still be here streaming today. I think TJ started this, 8 months ago?
We're actually getting closer to 10.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's been a long time, and you guys are the reason we're still here, still going with the stream. So thank you to everyone. You guys are great.
So, what do we got? I mean, we have the Gristlebrand in hand and the Goryo's Vengeance.
The sad vengeance.
Yeah, it's just not looking too good, and we're basically just trying to survive the beatdown long enough to,
I mean,
get there.
we're getting pretty close here. Unfortunately, drawing the Goryo's Vengeance. So he's got the 5th land in hand, 6th mana off of this Petal. He's a Dark Ritual away from being able to attempt a hard cast on this Gristlebrand. Oh, and there's the Dark Ritual. Excuse me, that was not a Shallow Grave.
Oh.
So we're going for it, and unfortunately, Harry's got the days.
Doesn't matter,
Oh.
he tried!
He tried, and that was great.
Oh, man.
And I think would have really made the difference in this game. Let's see if he can do it again. Harry flipping another Confidant off his Confidant.
The only problem is that he can't do it again because it was the Gristlebrand that was done. So he needs to draw into both a Dark
Well, I think
Ritual and a Gristlebrand.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I imagine there is another Gristlebrand for him to draw into, but I don't think we're gonna see that coming up again anytime soon, especially when he's got a 4/5 Goyf, flipped Delver into an Aberration.
I like meat on pizza, by the way. How about you?
Oh yeah,
Yeah?
meat is definitely the way
So
to
I
go.
guess meat lovers
Maybe
or like pepperoni and
little
sausage?
sprinkle of black olives too.
Not my thing.
No, all right then.
Yeah, not my thing. So, maybe he flips Emrakul, always an option. Or could go for the, of course,
No, Emrakul doesn't flip.
Autochton Thermworm. He could always flip that one off the top. So, we've got a pretty large swing. Cody's at 3, so a Tarmogoyf coming in as a 4/5, the Dark Confidant getting in, and a
That
flipped Dark
Lingduel's
Confidant.
Vault. It looks like an old card with just a brick of text on it.
Yeah, I think that is. That's
Gorgeous.
totally Lindul's fault. We
Nice.
also had still the Force in hand.
Oof, with the backup. Alright, well. Not bad.
Man.
And still plenty of time to get one more match on this round. I will poke my head out, see what
Do you want
we've
yours to
got.
be pepperoni and olives? Apparently, there's actually food coming our way. This is actually the first time
If
that
we're
this has
doing
ever
that,
happened.
pepperoni, olives, and mushrooms is the way to go.
Okay.
In my opinion.
I have never actually had this happen. We have never
Awesome.
had food given
This
to us.
is fantastic.
This is
Thank you so much for ordering for us. You are the best.
I'm gonna say a huge thank you because I honestly don't
For
know what
sure,
the
yeah.
protocol is on this. We've never had this happen, so if we're
Yeah.
doing it wrong, let us know.
And
Let's head on up to the booth.
actually, whoever's ordering for us, if you have a request for what you want on stream, let us know.
That's true. Hoon, you do get to request what you want to see on stream.
Yeah. Just try if I was looking for more Lich. If it's still playing, we can do that. But Hoon, what do you want? I think
Or at least we'll do our absolute best.
yeah. Of anything you've heard that we've got in the store tonight, I'll do my best to get it on next or next round if it's not possible.
Right? I mean,
What do you want to see?
being the first person to donate pizza
Yeah.
deserves something.
For sure.
Absolutely.
I think this is the least we can do right now.
Absolutely. Let's head back up to the booth really quick.
Yep.
Did you end up drinking that kombucha?
No, what did you just ask me? No. However, two large pizzas are going to be delivered from Bravas apparently for us.
Ooh, I would 100% be okay
Yeah, they're
with
for
a
us.
non-pizza left beef.
I mean, like, can you bring them in here?
Can we?
Yeah, like, have them in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Alright,
absolutely.
I just
Yeah.
ran out of room.
No, I
for
totally.
sure.
Yeah, we'll have them in here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course.
Do you want a non-pizza left beef, TJ?
You know what? Let's make that for next round. Let's get something for the rest of this round.
All right,
and then
yeah,
we can
so
make the
I'll,
request for next round.
I'll go have a look, and then, yeah, next round when everyone's available, we'll get whatever match you want on stream.
At least do our best.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Apparently, we are now topping We're now talking about all the delicious pizza toppings, but thank you so much for joining. My name is TJ. Joe is my fantastic co-host of the evening, and I want to thank each and every single one of you.
Every single game was decided on turn 1.
Yeah.
I had a pretty good top deck, though.
Decent. Thank you so much for joining us. It's great having you, and every single one of you are an extremely important part, so thank you so much for being a part of the Fortnites and joining us so consistently and supporting us so graciously. It's incredible having you. We're currently working on getting another match for round 2. We are going to have 4 rounds tonight. In addition to having 4 rounds tonight, you can also hit that follow button and join us 4 times a week for our 4 Magic streams that we do. All times are Pacific because we are streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. Every Monday at 6:30, you can join us for some sweet, sweet standard action. Also, every Wednesday and every Saturday, you can join us for Modern. Wednesdays at 7, Saturdays at 6, and every single Friday at 7:30. That's tonight. That's about almost 2 hours ago. Join us for some Legacy. It's the greatest thing that we get to do this 4 times a week, and that I get to interact with all of you for about 20 hours a week. I absolutely love it. I'm almost always here, and we try and have a variety of co-hosts. Should I rock a tuxedo t-shirt? Let me know. I don't own one, but I'm looking into it. This is a sweet one that looks fancier, but actually has some core climbing on it kind of things. I got this at PAX last year. Also, I'll be going to all 4 days of PAX. We need more black spells. Can certainly work on that. You know what else has 4? I'm going to guess that it's a Nefarious Lich. Also, 2 fun things coming up. You can join us every single... Hey, me llamo Juan Blanco. Have a good evening.
Right. So, we've got 2 matches currently in their game 2. We will see if they make it to a game 3. If so, it's going to be a race, and we'll just get one of them on stream. One of them is Justin versus a Death's Shadow deck.
Death's Shadow deck?
There's a Death's Shadow deck being
Death's
piloted
Shadow
by
deck?
none other than Landon. Surprise, surprise.
Surprise,
Yeah.
surprise.
So, yeah, there's some interesting stuff in the room right now. If one of those games goes to a 3 pretty quickly, we'll try and get them on.
I just realized that Mason is likely going to be...
The one doing the tour. Of
Yeah.
course.
The patty cake tout might be the one bringing us the pizza.
Nice. Choke, if you're asking cost, it's 2 and a green. If you're asking actual cash muns,
I don't know right
like
now.
$3.
Yeah, no,
It's not much.
It varies a decent amount, but
It's true, depending on what edition you want. If you're cool, you get black bordered. If you want to tilt your opponent because it's already choke, you get white bordered.
now 2 big fun events as... Oh, my
Oh,
goodness.
Thank you.
Hoon, thank you so much. I really, really...
Mhm.
Also, whatever you... I mean, let us know what you want to see for round 3, and we'll do our best to get it for you.
For sure.
I'm
writing in like a $50 tip.
We're not
No,
actually.
absolutely not.
Okay, so, in GP Portland, in the chat, while you're waiting to hear what I'm actually about to tell you about, if you're going to GP Portland, planning on it, thinking about it, considering it, considerably mulling it over in your mind, thinking, man, I kind of like, I like GPs. They're kind of fun. I'm in the area. It's all kinds of sweet things. I highly recommend that you listen up because on the Friday leading up into GP Portland, we'll be getting down there. Slowly Crashing is putting it into the chat, and you can
perfect.
join us for some pizza. It's going to be a delicious time at a place called Pizza Schmitza the Friday before. We're going to be there. We're going to be looking forward to just eating some pizza and getting the opportunity to meet some of the people that we interact with so very frequently. And if you're going to be going there, I would love to see you come join us for some of that food.
There you go.
Get some good nourishment and good nourishing happening
Yeah.
there as we line up and get ready for the GP the next day. I am extremely excited. If it goes well, we'll be looking to do this at future GPs that we go to. We'll be in Dallas at the end of the year, and next year we're going to be trying to line up 5 to 6 GPs to go to.
Nice.
Are you going to be there with us?
Unfortunately, I don't think I am. And also, when you said nourishing, reminded me, we missed the matchup of the century in this past round. Nourishing Lich versus Enchantress.
By the matchup of the century, do you mean because it took one?
Yeah,
Is TJ freestyling?
always.
Pretty much.
That's all TJ ever does.
Here's a fun fact. There was a brief moment a very brief moment in which we thought to ourselves, maybe we should try coming up with scripts and like practice what to say. And like, there was one day where I was like, maybe these are like the discussion topics we could have. And then it was almost immediate that I thought, that's a terrible idea. I'm just gonna always talk.
Yeah, when I knew I was like, I'm gonna be doing this stream alone in this upcoming week because everyone's like out of town for the GP. I'm gonna like write myself some talking points. Absolutely did not.
Nope.
Didn't happen. Wouldn't have been helpful.
100% freestyling all the tiling.
Yup.
I'm filled with regret for that one.
Nah. No regrets.
No regrets. No rugrats.
Yeah.
Ah,
Exactly.
I mean, I guess Dylan brings his kid.
That's true. Skylar.
Yeah, he's awesome.
And we do try and keep it family friendly, so if you want to have your kid watch the stream with you, you're more than welcome to.
Absolutely. Hello to everybody who is a younger individual in the stream. Let's
Yeah.
say that.
There you go.
You guys are the best.
Future magic.
Actually, very true.
Yeah.
I think that that's one of the cooler benefits that we have.
Gotta get you into Legacy early.
To HC Fox, I do think that it is the Pizza Schmitza on Broadway, but I'm not entirely sure.
I like that quote we got.
Eric is our travel agent.
Blue White Control is great.
I forget who actually said that. I have no idea.
It sounds like it could have been a Coleman thing.
It does sound like it could have been a Coleman thing. I'll agree with you there.
And slowly crashing, I don't think anyone does.
Let's see here.
I don't.
I certainly don't. Thanks, MTG Bot. You nailed it. So, we should be having another match soon. I'm looking forward to that one. In the meantime, the other fun event that we have coming up, in addition to just getting to come and have some, getting to have pizza with you, I'm very excited about that.
Yeah,
and giving me
sure.
the opportunity to meet people. I've had the opportunity to meet like 25 people from the stream as a rough guess. It has been absolutely phenomenal every single time. Like,
Yeah.
it is so cool.
Yeah.
I can't handle it.
Yeah. So I think this most recent quote is one of yours.
Do battle in the plane of planar battle. Battle? That was actually one of the first quotes that we ever had.
Nice. Oh, that's awesome. And I think I've met 2 people from our stream before. If I'm forgetting you, I sincerely apologize. I don't meet nearly as many as TJ does. And I've had a couple come up to the store and actually play in our events, and I've been recognized once at a different event.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah. That was fun.
If you're in here, what was the...
Voodoo Magic 666, I believe.
Oh, if you're in
If
here...
you're watching,
it's awesome
hey, how's it
seeing ya.
going? Sorry you didn't get to beat me last night again, too. I didn't drive down to Bellevue.
Oh, man.
He has crushed me the 2 times we played.
Kyle DeBomb, unfortunately, we're not streaming the pre-release, so there will be no Modern stream tomorrow. Unfortunately, but I love streaming Modern. It's all kinds of fun, but unfortunately, the pre-release will be going, and I gotta say, we are not set up to be able to stream our pre-release in any kind of way in which I would be proud of the product.
Streaming Limited is very intensive in terms of like getting lists. It's a lot more difficult to talk about because it's not a constructed deck with known sideboards and strategies. You know, it's a little more hectic what's going on, and just taking the time and the resources to get a cohesive stream for that isn't really something we're equipped for. And we
Yep.
want to make sure that our stream is as good as we can make it for you guys.
All the people in that play Magic in Neutron of 13 or under, actually, I gotta say, that is a huge benefit, I think. At least in the long term. Maybe in the current term it might be inconvenient at times, I don't really know, I haven't been in that situation, but I
Yeah.
gotta say, having an entire meta that is enough to actually, like, play, enough to, they're all 13 and under and playing the game right now,
For sure.
if they're already invested into this game and they're able to play with it now, in the future, that's going to be a phenomenal crowd.
Yeah,
So,
very true.
are our pre-releases sold out, reserved? Are there any time slots available? I don't believe so, but if you want to make absolutely sure, go ahead and go to facebook.com/geekfortress. Message the store. Dylan is currently manning it right now. He'd be absolutely happy to help get you set up and help you out with any kind of questions that you have.
Yeah, because I know he definitely wants to get as many people in here playing his pre-release as possible. So if he has any slots open, he would love for you guys to show up and help us get those filled.
Yes, I am but a simple caster and unfortunately don't always have all the answers.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I guess I'm an overly animated, sometimes uncomfortably excitable caster, but hey,
Oh, it's never uncomfortable.
wonderful. I like to think that it's part of our charm. But yeah, I certainly do have a capacity
that-
for getting excited.
That
about
rustic
this game.
small town charm.
Certainly, because we are streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington, and if
Yep.
you haven't yet, you always feel free to hit that follow button as we are waiting for a remaining match.
Yep.
A remaining match of our
Yep.
round 2 here as we get ready for
Mhm.
round 3 and 4 as we have about 5 minutes left. I really do think that we might end up in a situation in which we're just going to end up going straight to game 3 or round 3.
It's looking like that. There were 2 matches still in their game 2s when I last poked my head out. Not sure how quickly, if at all, either of those are going to make it to their game 3. So we'll see how that happens. Might just be hopping into round 3 in just a few minutes here.
Kyle DeBomb, congratulations on that one.
Yeah.
I do have to say, we have got a pretty solid crowd here.
Mhm.
Being near a high school means that we have like a decent growing, aging crowd.
For sure.
And so that's awesome. Keep it
Mhm.
up, keep going, and welcome. Leto1572.
Hey, hey.
Thank you so much for hitting that follow button. And I gotta say, for Kyle DeBomb there, and to anybody else, that's actually one of the reasons why I have consistently tried to keep this as a family-friendly
Mhm.
stream. I think that is important because I really don't think that the level of our content changes.
Yeah.
Just the fact that we can widen our demographic.
Mm-hmm.
True. Sad fact. We are now out of the Eternal Masters packs. We cracked the last one on Wednesday.
Yep. We could get one, but we're out of TJ's box of packs.
Yes. So the big problem that we have... Oh, yeah. Tevin is aware. They were there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But,
Oh,
so
hence the oh, wait.
now is the question of people who were there.
Mm-hmm.
Do we... I guess... How much did people actually enjoy that as a thing?
Yeah.
Because I would be willing to be convinced to maybe spend some money to get another box, but probably of something standard, and
Yeah.
maybe keep that going.
Mm-hmm.
But that's expensive in the long run, and it's another expense for the stream. So let me know.
Yeah. If someone wants to buy us a box, we'll open it on stream.
Ooh, I'm not sure if we want to get that bold just yet.
I'm that bold.
He's that bold. All right. That is perfect, Hoon. I did actually let him know that it's coming, but we will definitely give him a reminder. I think he'll recognize that it'll be coming our way.
Yeah.
Crack my sealed pool on stream. Unfortunately, can't do that one.
Sure you can. We'll broadcast it on the TVs out in the other room, and I'll be sitting here commenting on it.
Nice. You wanna if you wanna just stick around at midnight just to
Sure.
see TJ's pool.
I'll hang out.
I mean, most likely, I will. Dio Von Karma, unfortunately, we are all out of packs.
Yep.
We opened the last one on Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope that you got your dinner, by the way. I hope it was delicious.
Yep.
Way to capitalize on that moment between games.
And, Hoon, be thinking about it since it looks like we're going in round 3 soon. What would you like us to try and get on the stream for you?
Mm-hmm.
Since we'll, have all the pairings fresh and ready to go, and since, we owe you something as a thank you, we'll try and get whatever match you want to see.
Yeah! Toledo1572, got any big red deck there? I assume that you're talking about the sweet Jeff Hoogland deck that he brought to the Stars. That deck was beautiful. Unfortunately, we don't have it here.
Mhm.
But because we do...
You need to find a match.
Excellent. Round
So
3
round three
is
starting
up.
Yeah.
Alright, so,
Apparently not miracles. That's the request.
alright, well, if you have any other requests, now's the time to do it. We're going to be picking, or I'm going to be out there picking...
Nah, just go
the next
find
one.
something.
Alright, looks like there's a lot of requests for Lich.
Yeah,
So,
if
I-
it's a good match,
Alright.
then go for that one.
Sure, I'll see if we can get some Lich on stream again.
Cool.
Be right
Let's do
back.
it. All right. To said LK 2004. 1. I actually don't think it would be particularly interesting to see me play all 5 rounds in a single thing. I'm not really sure if people would actually absolutely love that one, but we will see. I don't know. I guess I'm open to the idea, but really I certainly wouldn't want to steal from people who get into the opportunity to see other decks by just following me, especially if I end up not doing great or something along that line. But I guess I'm always open to the idea down the line. Funny Man looking to see some Storm, Caldabomb looking to see some lands, and we will see Lake of the Dead. Alright. Yes, absolutely. Just don't force red. I mean, if I'm playing Burn, then that's what I would end up doing. Otherwise, there's a chance that I decide to play Affinity. We'll see what we end up going for there. Lately, I've been enjoying getting back to my Burn roots, even though I've probably over the last 2 years competed with Affinity and Modern more than that. Okay. Oh yeah, Andy Prime. I was talking about Modern, not for the pre-release. We will not be streaming the pre-release. So I absolutely meant. Oh no, I'm gonna force Red tonight. If I have the ability to, I will be, and I guess I can send out tweets of what I've got going on there if people are interested at all.
All right, so I think this is a matchup people are going to enjoy.
Okay.
We've got Lich up against the wall, piloted by Eli,
Okay.
against Anthony Millette playing Storm.
Perp. Really, man?
What?
I mean,
it's
at least
two
we're
decks
gonna-
people have wanted to be seen.
No, absolutely. Then that's going to be great for at least getting us to seeing another match fairly quickly. Like,
You would think.
you would think. Is it, is that not actually the case?
I don't know. It probably is the case.
And he's going up against two again?
Anthony Millette.
Okay. Perfect. And is this Antstorm?
Yeah, this is Justin's aunt.
Excellent. Alright, so, do we have any Death and Taxes out there? I'm not
No,
sure.
not a lot of Death and Taxes up in the area.
Not a lot of ports. Actually, one
yeah.
person is close to finishing it. One person is 7 cards away.
Oh, nice.
And I think they're going to be starting to proxy some of it and playing that one. I think
Awesome.
Adam is going to be starting to play Death and Taxes a little bit.
And if Zach Eagle wants to get out of the chat and down to the actual store, I know he's been working on it, and that was a deck he played for years. So that's one way to get some D&T in the shop.
Huh, Zach?
Zach, Mr. Zeagle.
So, let's head on down. It's time for round 3, Nefarious Lich versus Antstorm. Yes, we'll take a moment to describe a Nefarious Lich. See you down there. Alright, so we have got, Nefarious Lich, break it down real quick.
Alright, so you're playing the card Nefarious Lich. If you would gain life, instead draw that many cards. If you would be dealt damage, instead exile that many cards from your graveyard. If it ever lose play, lose the game. 4 mana enchantment. The key aspect here is that if you would gain life, draw that many cards. So you play Nourishing Shoal, pitching Autocon Worm to draw 15 cards. Combo out with Rituals. You got Soundbloods for more card draw. And then you've got, as your finishers, you can play Sickening Dreams, discard a ton of cards, deal X damage to, or discard X cards as an additional cost, X damage to each creature and player. You also have Laboratory Maniac, just continue to draw cards with Shoals and deck yourself for the victory. And you have Tendrils, which you can either use to deck yourself with the Lab Maniac out, or just typical, ton of Rituals into Tendrils and Storm for victory.
Hooray!
Woo!
That was well done. And I felt like I was pretty on point with the
Yeah,
card.
no, that was looking good there.
Woo, nice. Okay, so not sure who's on the play here, but this is going to be a pretty interesting thing that we've got going there.
Yeah.
Dio Von Karma, I can understand that one. Our turnout has been pretty decent. We've got 12
Yeah.
people today. It's always getting better.
Mhm.
Really working on trying to grow that legacy community over time.
Yeah.
But so far, this is far and away like a big store for Modern, and actually Standard grew a lot lately.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and yeah, as Strefo was pointing out, once you've got the Lich in play, you don't have to Tendrils for lethal. Tendrils for a couple, just to get the extra few points of damage in, and a massive card draw. Because instead of gaining life, you draw cards.
And we've got a Molt of 5 for Antstorm here.
Oof.
Not looking good for that Storm deck, which is really based on a critical mass of spells. Now, they have a huge amount of card draw available to them, so they're dead.
Yep.
Oh, and we're going for both sides down to 5.
And HC Fox, no. Quicken is only used in 4 Horsemen, but you do have the sideboard plan of Pack Rat for when your creature takes out all their creature hate, brings in all their storm hate. You go the creature route and just beat them down with rats.
Beautiful. Andy Prime, does Geek Fortress get a lot of Miracles decks? No.
Nope, we've got one.
And we basically have one consistent player. Occasionally, when we'll do like a larger Legacy event, I think we were
Oh,
got
for
2.
sure, yeah. When we get
We had 2 or 3, maybe.
the big
but
weekend ones like Legacy for Box of EMA, we do get, 1, maybe 2 more Miracles players. I think we had 2 that day and Justin couldn't play.
That's what it
So-
was. Yeah.
Up to 3 on any given big event, but for the weeklies, usually not more than 1.
Yeah. And that's if
gotta
Justin
say-
isn't playing something like Storm or Lands or something like that.
Or on the days he can't make it.
Yeah.
So, I gotta say, I like only having, the one real Miracles deck in the room at any given time. It's nice not having your meta overwhelmed by it.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's one thing that this store as a whole does a really good job of for some reason, we just kind of self-regulate our meta and not all play the same thing. And it's not through any
sure.
kind of encouragement from us.
Or we self-regulate the meta and have 6 stacks decks on one night. Mm-hmm. Those are my favorite.
Okay, Time Night. When is our next big event? Well, let me tell you what. July 31st, Modern PPTQ starting at noon. It's going to be amazing. I'll talk about it more between games or rounds or something like that. To anybody just joining, my name's TJ.
My name's Joe.
Streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. Nourishing Lich starting off with a basic Swamp up against Ant Storm.
Yeah.
Whew.
All right. And
So, we have got a swing down, or a fetch down to 19 at the moment for Anthony, who might just be going for the turn 1. I mean, going for it right now, I have to think that it might be a Ponder. Has to get a little bit aggressive with these cantrips just because he needs to start finding these pieces soon.
Exactly. And Nourishing Lich, however, is very likely to give him plenty of time to find the cards he needs, as Lich very, more often than not, is a slower deck until it really gets going, because it does need to find all the pieces, and not playing blue doesn't have as many of the aggressive cantrips as Storm does. And actually, Storm going for the Duress in hopes of interrupting Eli. Unfortunately...
Storm County, you picked the right match to join us.
That you did. So Duress going for the Tendrils and Eli's opener. Fortunately, Lich is a deck that plays 4 mainboard Tendrils. He has plenty of time to draw into another one.
Absolutely.
So Eli just going for the turn 2 Night's Whisper. Perfectly reasonable. This is exactly on tempo for what he wants to be doing.
Absolutely. Refill up the hands. Eventually, what you're going to do is Dark Rit, or just casually slam down a Nefarious Lich, and then you start going to town.
He's got a handful of more Sign-In Bloods, looking good. And one thing to note is both of these players are borrowing decks, and Eli does not actually play that much Legacy. He was playing... Eldrazi fairly consistently for a while, but he doesn't have a Legacy deck himself and is a bit less experienced with the format.
Yeah,
So-
and I think that anybody who isn't fully aware of Nefarious Lich,
Yeah. They're just going to get blown out by it. It's a sleeper card. It's going to go up one of these days.
absolutely. Shade of Hades, don't worry, I got that up for you, and you can take a look. It is a pretty absurd card.
It's a fantastic card. I love the art, and I gotta say, the foil's gorgeous.
Mm-hmm. Lands in front of revealed cards is fine, as long as they're not actually on the battlefield.
I mean, and honestly, this is one of the decks that gets to play lands up, because that's pretty much all it has in play. Oh, it has Zurin Orb, don't you worry.
It does. It is, in fact, running Zurin Orb. As what, a 2 of or a 4 of?
Just a 2 of.
Okay.
Because having duplicate orbs doesn't really do anything for you.
Okay.
But,
And you draw a lot of cards.
yeah. Once you get rid of all those useless land.
So a Sign in Blood, Eli, targeting himself with it, he's going to draw another couple cards, take a little bit of damage. And is that a him in hand?
Looks should not be a him if this is game 1. It's a Cabal Ritual, I believe, is what you're looking at.
Okay.
Behind the Cabal Therapy.
Right. Okay.
Shade of Hades. Looks like you missed our primer right at the beginning of the round. So you
Ridiculously is how it works.
Yes, you run a Nefarious Lich, which the key text is whenever you would gain life, draw that many cards instead. So what you're able to do
Oh, wait. Oops.
is use... you're using Nourishing Shoal, pitching an Autochthon Worm, to, instead of gaining 15 life, you draw 15 cards. And from there, you continue to storm out, combo off, using either a bunch of Rituals and Tendrils of Agony to win, or you can deck yourself with
Dang it.
Laboratory Maniac in play. You've got a couple lines. There's also Sickening Dreams, discard X cards, deals X damage to each creature or player. The other key text on Nefarious Lich being, if you would be dealt damage, instead exile that many cards from your graveyard. Negator77, hello, thank you for joining us.
It's phenomenal having you.
And hopefully your first experience with the stream was not me having to give a breakdown of Nefarious Lich.
But welcome, and anybody who
Welcome,
is brand
welcome.
new to the stream, always feel free to say hi. We've got a Phyrexian Arena up there, and I absolutely love welcoming people by name when I'm able to this stream. It's really important that we take the time to recognize you all, because you're the reason that we're here.
Yep.
And so we want to make sure that we're able to appreciate you. If this is your first time joining us, whether or not you've already hit that follow button, always feel free to say hi, and we'd love to.
Yeah. And Slowly Crashing. It can beat Notion Thief by making your opponent deck themselves. Ha.
Ha! Got him.
But yeah, no, Notion Thief does bad things to this deck.
So, we've got the Phyrexian Arena. We are going to be going down just a little bit. And otherwise, we've got just a top from Storm. Probably just using that as kind of one of those edge cards to where it's a one of in there. There's the Zern Orb.
Yep.
And the big thing that this top is just, it allows him a little bit of extra consistency. I wouldn't expect it to be more than a one of.
For sure.
Back no, I was talking about how you schooled me earlier.
Yeah, TJ was talking smack about you.
You called me out on Reddit like a champ.
Yeah.
My goodness, I didn't even know like how to respond to that. Immediately, any kind of like everything that I said was immediately invalidated by that.
I love it.
I was like, but I can talk about affinity.
Right.
But you just, you got me.
So, not sure what Eli named there with Cabal Therapy, but it looks like it was a miss.
It does appear to be the case.
But Eli at least getting the information he needs and holding up the second therapy. I think he would have gone for it here, but it looks like he might just be passing.
Maybe just doesn't feel the need to actually take any of those cards.
I personally would have taken the Dark Petition myself, but is what it is. He could also just be saving it for building Storm later.
I got upvotes for days. Oh, man.
Not my fake internet points.
Nah, what I said was right. Backno just called me out. He was like, why is a burn player giving affinity advice?
Yeah.
Got me there.
Ah.
Hoon, if you'd like, I can absolutely do that.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
for sure.
Yeah. If that is what you'd be more comfortable with.
Nourishing Lich is not a myth. It is alive and well right here in Snohomish, Washington. If you want to see it yourself, come on by. Hey! It's Patty Cake Tout.
Hey,
Patty Cake Tout, bring it
So
in.
who's signing for this?
I guess us.
Yeah.
It says James.
Yeah, he realized he accidentally did that.
No, that's fine.
Cool. Thank you very much,
How's
sir.
that Legacy deck doing, by the way?
It's solid.
Wait,
It's solid.
Have you seen it? The
What?
one that Landon and I made this morning?
You were
You helped him out! Oh, we're getting him on stream ASAP.
You were involved with that?
Oh, we heard about it.
Where is he?
Absolutely.
I don't know.
Beautiful.
He's over at the far table.
Okay.
Playing Nora. Not
Yeah,
Nora,
we're-
May.
Gotcha.
Absolutely.
We're trying to get him on at some point.
It's called Mardu Number Ones.
I like it.
I almost called it White Privilege.
I
but
feel like that.
I don't know why that.
I think that seems good.
Don't tip me any amount of money.
Too
There we
late.
go.
Oh god.
Too
They
done.
want- They want the copy receipt.
Sure.
No. Sure.
Everybody buy
My
Bravo's
God.
Pizza. Bravo's Pizza is good. Oh shoot! Bravo's Pizza.
Careful.
There we go.
Fantastic. Yeah, that pizza guy is number one. We see him on stream all the time.
That's Mason Patty Cake Tout.
Yeah. Very. Oh man, none pizza with left beef hype. No
Alright,
kidding.
sorry, we got a little bit distracted there. We do have a Zern Orb and a Cabal Therapy. We're taking a look at the name there, and we're going to trade these really quick. Man, yours does smell good, I'll give it that. So,
Oh baby.
Aquavore!
Hello. Thank you for joining us. Always great to see new people. Or old people who just wanted to see their name under the chain lightning.
I've never once had pizza given to me.
Yeah, no, this is fantastic.
This is life
Oh
changing
my
for
god. Apparently this is becoming a thing now.
me.
The stream seems really excited about
let's
it.
not get a. I'm excited about it more than anything.
Alright.
So, brainstorm from Anthony here. He is still at 19. Eli at 13
Ooh.
at the moment. Oh yeah, the Bravos
That,
probably gets a plus there.
That gently underwhelming Abrupt Decay, it does hit Eli's Phyrexian Arena, and Justice Peanut, thank you for the follow.
Ah,
Quick selfie for
that
the
wasn't
social
awkward
medias.
at all for all of you.
And, alright, yeah, looks like Anthony dumping on that Abrupt Decay, going for his, Eli's Zern Orb. Eli does get to keep his Phyrexian Arena, which is nice for him, building up mass to try and get his combo put together. And the Zern Orb, while nice, not essential. But, fortunately, the Abrupt Decay that Anthony's got doesn't hit Eli's Lich if he is ever able to get it in play.
Mm-hmm. Justice Peanut, I know. Mr. Photon.
Hello. Thank you for the follow. This is fantastic. See our follower count picking up now.
I am absolutely loving it all the
And,
time.
Eli looking a little disappointed here with his hand of fast mana and a therapy. Got a Dark Ritual, a Cabal Ritual, double Petal, and one therapy. Rough. And yeah, this should be game 1 here. And yeah, I guess back note pointing out, mainboard there or Abrupt Decay is a little aggressive out of Storm, and this is not Anthony's Storm build, and I think he would appreciate it if everyone knew this is not how he personally would choose to build Storm.
Really?
This is Justin Hester's deck that he's borrowing, and Anthony has expressed he disagrees with some of the choice.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
So, we do, I mean, this Phyrexian Arena is going to be okay, actually.
Yeah, no, it is helping
Like-
Eli a lot to just get through the deck. But unfortunately, just seeing a lot of fast mana, and Anthony also not really doing a whole lot about it either. Both decks in kind of a draw-go mode while they're looking for combo pieces.
Hooray for big mulligans early on.
Yeah. Oof. Anthony looks like he's getting a bit desperate, going flip top to cast Ponder.
Boone,
Not
you absolutely
seeing
got it.
A ton.
You absolutely got it.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what you're talking about. You can't eat a whole pizza in one sitting?
Seriously. So, we do. I mean, which would you rather have here, the Phyrexian Arena or the Ponder? Because I actually might take the Phyrexian Arena in this situation.
Yeah, no, the Phyrexian is doing a ton of work right now. Legacy Affinity is a real deck. You just have to play Thopter Sword in the side to beat Terminus out of Miracles. That's all you need, and the deck is perfectly legit. Run your mainboard Chalice, your mainboard Canonist, and you are an Affinity control deck, and everything's golden.
That's actually a really good point. Oh, man.
Oh, and there's the tutor.
And look at that Antstorm about to win.
Yep.
Far and away.
Antstorm finally able to go off. Eli sitting here with just a grip of mana.
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
And I don't think any way to actually interact with this. That's true. We did say this game was going to be going...
He does not have any way to interact. And yeah, Mr. Photon, Suns Out, Guns Out indeed. And this is the newest Geek Fortress swag.
Absolutely.
Sitting a little low, but it's a Team Fortnite's tank top. So if I set that down for just a minute. Yeah, and you guys can talk to Dylan and get these yourself.
At facebook.com/geekfortress or www.geekfortressgames.com. You can find it on the information superhighway.
Yep, just hit up Dylan. I'm sure he would be more than willing to order one for you.
So, Anthony, likely going to be grabbing a Past in Flames out here.
I would imagine.
Or, because he has the Lion's Eye Diamond that he's able to crack, I guess there's a chance that he could go for Ad Nauseam, if he wants to.
He could. I think he'd be perfectly safe just going through Past in Flames, building up Storm by recasting all of the rituals in his yard, spending any extra mana on more duresses, and then just going for the flashback tutor, getting the tendrils, and winning that way.
Yeah, you
Eli
can go
already
for
being
the,
only at a 13 also means he's pretty much good to go.
You can also go for the flashback there, and then do a bunch of sweet stuff, and then flashback your Cabal to, or your, flashback your tutor to find the Ad Nauseam.
Yep.
Which isn't what you should be doing, but it's
Yeah.
pretty sweet.
Didn't crack LED in response to
His
tutor.
hand was already empty, doesn't need to.
Well, except now he's going to get the card into hand. Because cracking LED in response to tutor gets you the mana, then resolve tutor, putting the card into hand, then you cast it. Now, if he needs to crack LED for mana, he then does have to discard the card, but if he goes for the Past in Flame, it's got the flashback on it anyways, and doesn't really make that much of a difference. Just costs the extra, I believe it's 1 mana to cast this way. Technically would have been correct to crack LED first, however, isn't really going to make much difference in the long run.
Okay, that's pretty solid there. Okay.
And yep, looks like he is in fact going for the Past in Flame. Yeah, you do lose a mana in this line, but it looks like he still has enough to go off. Shouldn't really affect the outcome of the game. Technically,
That's super reasonable.
a minor flaw, however, shouldn't actually be affecting the end result.
Sorry, I'm forgetting to dance. That's the rule. If I'm eating, I gotta dance. That's the...
Yeah, man. Oh, get the big die out. I imagine he's about to spend all of that, but...
I think that's 3 red.
Yep.
And,
It is 3 red off the LED, just...
using that spin down. I don't think it's going to be super relevant
No,
too
I
soon.
think he's about to spend all of it on the flashback for his... Alright.
And they're counting that storm count right now.
Yep. I think Eli is thinking that the Past in Flames was cast, not discarded, and is concerned about the.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Gotcha.
All right, and okay, looks like the red's gone, so no worries about getting the new dice out of there on it.
So, we do just have the black mana, using that to flash it back, and then
Yep.
we are going to be
And
going
plenty
nuts.
of black mana to cast all the rituals in his yard.
And we now have enough to go for a Tendrils.
Yep,
Eli
6
just-
mana means exactly enough. Storm of 7 currently, 8/9 by a flashing back Infernal with an empty hand.
And you only need 7.
Yep,
Because Eli being at 13 right now means that you were in such a good spot already.
yeah. So now all he has to do is flashback Tutor, get Tendrils, and that's the game. Which, took long enough to finally get there, but this is a very decisive turn. So, yep,
Yeah, of
and
course.
there it is. Eli going for the concede, so we can move on to game 2 here.
With
Yeah.
only 30 minutes left, that's actually kind of surprising for this matchup.
Well, I think, if neither of them have it in the opener, they're not ending the game quickly.
True,
So-
but I think Ant Storm is much more likely to have it in the opener.
For sure. Especially, even if they don't have it in the opener, they've got much more efficient cantrips to get there and, end the game quickly. Lich has the potential to be very explosive, but much less consistent. It's a cool deck. Unfortunately, doesn't mean it's a very strong, good deck.
No, unfortunately not, but that doesn't mean we don't
much
love
as
it.
I love it, yeah. Yeah, and when they tear each other's hands apart.
Especially
that-
with early mulligans.
For sure. Early mulligans into discard spells. And I think we're going to be seeing Lich boarding in a lot more discard because that is what he's got access to in the sideboard. Sideboard for Lich, I know he's probably not going to want to go into the creature plan, the Pack Rats and Extra Lab Maniacs. Maybe an Extra Maniac would be fine. But more likely he's going to be bringing in the Hymns, the Duress, and just going that route, so he's got more interaction to beat the other Storm deck. Otherwise, nothing else in the sideboard is going to be super relevant here. 2 more Maniacs, 3 Pack Rats, and a couple Massacres, Toxic Deluge, and 2 Diabolic Edicts. Nothing that really helps you against Storm.
No.
So just bringing in the discard to help, nerf Storm as quickly as possible and give him time to get his own combo built.
1, that was a great breakdown. And 2, great job not being distracted by my shenanigans.
I was trying really hard, but yeah, I feel like I can actually give a good breakdown when I have the whole deck list memorized. So as for what Storm is doing, ask anyone else in the chat. I don't know. I don't know what his sideboard looks like. I imagine he's also got some more discard to bring in, possibly bringing out his Abrupt Decays. I know he did see some targets to hit. Not necessarily the best, though, and if he knows what Eli is playing, then he's going to see he definitely,
So, I would guess he has access to Abrupt Decay. Not likely going to be super useful. Can
No.
maybe try and take out a Zernor, but that doesn't seem great.
Chain of Vapor and Echoing Truth, amazingly strong in this game.
Absolutely true.
When they turn into win the game spells when they bounce Lich.
Flusterstorm likely coming in. Just
Very possible,
Because
yep.
you would think that there's the Tendrils in there.
Well, and he did see the Tendrils when he had Eli discard it, so
And maybe actually go for the Empty the Warrens, just
I think
because you can go for an earlier Storm, and if it gets kind of down to that discard battle, if you can just fire off one and start doing the beatdown game plan, when you're
For
both
sure.
shredding the hand apart.
yeah. Plus, if you're expecting a lot of discard, if you can go, all right, turn 3, Storm 5, get some dudes, and just have a board presence after seeing a very non-interactive other Storm deck, that could definitely be a good way to go. And yeah, Strifo, definitely beating you to that one. I am well aware of what this deck loses to. Yeah, K-Grip, 3 mana, instant speed, split second, win the game. Pretty
Not
nice.
ideal.
Yeah, which, again, one reason to splash blue for Stifle, so you can stifle your lose the game triggers.
Crash Down Reg, absolutely dancing makes food taste better.
100%. Yeah.
Yes. Oh man, we are nailing it today.
Yeah.
We're so in sync.
Mm-hmm. And how did Storm take off? Anthony was able to get the Past in Flames with multiple rituals and Infernal Tutor in his yard. Got up enough mana to tutor with while Hellbent, getting the Tendrils of Agony and just killing Nourishing Lich that way, since Lich
Storm
had
it off.
already done enough damage to itself.
Storm went off.
Yeah.
I mean, he was able to deal eventually a storm count of 9 and probably could have gone higher. I think he was just kind of conserving it.
I believe he had the 1 extra mana to also cast the Duress and give the Storm of 10 for the exact 20. But especially with Lich dealing so much damage to itself, Storm doesn't need to worry about building up to at least 10 in order to deal lethal. It can, sometimes it's even get there with just a Storm 4 or 5.
Now, there's also secrets, there's rumors of a very super secret tech that Eli actually used for that last game, which is actually giving the game to Anthony so that he can be on the play for this first sideboard game.
Yeah, giving the game to Anthony.
Daniel from Brazil, who isn't actually from Brazil, it's so good to see you again, and I'm glad that I remember that so you don't trick me again. But every time you throw me with that one. But it's great to see you. It's been a couple of weeks, and I'm glad that you're back. We're back, and...
yeah, I'm back. I haven't been in here for a while. It's good to be commentating again.
I mean, you should tell a friend if we're going to get old school. So, I guess not super old school. Mid-school.
I will tell a friend.
Nice.
Yeah. Alright, so looks like Lich and Anthony both mulling again. It looks like just down to 6 this time, not quite as aggressive. Eli leading with a Zuranor, but not 100% I agree with that. Possibly just trying to dodge the discard from it.
I would assume so.
He saw Anthony go for the Abrupt Decay. It seems like he knows Anthony's going to be targeting this Zuranor in the future. So, decent decision to get it down now. Otherwise, holding it as just an easy way to build Storm in the future, also certainly one way to go.
Yeah. And I think that's going to be the biggest thing, is because you can't expect a whole lot of, random discard effects. So the trade-off is getting it out now if you really want it later, or saving it to really make sure that you hit that storm count.
For sure.
I can see an argument either way.
Yeah. And potentially, if Anthony's going for exact lethal, sacking 1 land in order to keep yourself alive, not the worst, and does certainly make Anthony have to try harder if he doesn't have a way to deal with it. Is this the arena? Alright, certainly not bad. I've done it before.
We've still got a mana left.
Shows, 1 mana left means when he draws into second ritual, second Night's Whisper, you just get to keep going. Does have the second land? Does he have another 2 mana spell?
Show it to me.
Looks like he might just be passing. Unfortunate, although certainly nice to draw into that second land early. A little rough having to pitch a Dark Ritual to do it, though.
Absolutely. Otherwise, for Anthony, I do see 2 Lotus Petals. I do see... he is so close.
So he's already got Double Petal, Cabal Ritual. He's got...
the Tutor.
Oh, and a Dark Ritual and a Tutor, so he could easily empty his hand.
But do you want to go for it yet? No. Not at all.
Getting himmed right now, a little rough. However, he could have gone off, putting Eli incredibly low, gaining a ton of life for himself.
What do we want?
What do we want him to discard?
Yep.
I think we want to see the Tutor and maybe Dark Ritual. I'm not sure. Having 2 rituals, 2 petals, hitting either one of those seems a little unfortunate. I was very close, so we got the Tutor and the Cabal Ritual. Potentially the Cabal Ritual a little bit better, does generate a bit more mana, while Anthony has his...
Threshold?
Threshold, thank you. And that hymn is getting him that much closer to Threshold, so...
That was a brutal hymn.
That was. Hitting the Infernal Tutor is nice. Not necessarily backbreaking, especially if Anthony's able to get his Past in Flames going. And he did draw into this Dark Petition.
But he did just Brainstorm lock himself, potentially. I mean, the Petition's going to get him out of it.
He's got the Ponder in hand as well.
Oh, no, okay, you're absolutely right. Not
without the Ponder, that would hurt a lot because he'd have to wait. He doesn't have the mana up yet to... Well, he'd have to spend a Petal in order to Dark Petition and break in from the Brainstorm lock.
Yeah.
But after having seen what happened in the last game, he might be comfortable waiting a couple turns on it.
Yep.
We saw Nourishing Lich is certainly not a fast deck. Oof. If Eli gets lucky on this Cabal Therapy, that is going to do a ton of work in this game.
So what do you name? I mean, Ponder right now would be pretty good.
Ponder, if he knew that his opponent had it. In general, I don't know. We already took away his Infernal Tutor. Going for a Ritual might be okay.
Dark Ritual?
Dark Ritual might be a decent name.
of.
We already know it is a 4 of. And let's see. It looks like he bricked on that, so...
If he had a creature to sack, he'd go for that Ponder.
Oh, yeah. If there were any creatures in the deck to sack. And
Is
Eli
that a
holding
Tendrils in hand?
It looks like a double Tendrils Shoal hand, which is interesting.
It's also not great.
No. If he's... I mean, it leads to some of the most powerful hands. And yeah, going for the LED probably would have been a perfectly reasonable name. And, Justin, I'm not sure who you're talking to there, slowly crashing.
I think you might, Don't know. Don't know. Justin's out there somewhere. I think he's our Miracles player tonight.
He is, in fact.
Yep. Oh!
Oh, he's getting on Justin's case because this is his deck with Mismatch Ponders.
Beautiful.
Exactly for people like you, because he's looking for the tilt. That's why I do it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I play, if I've got white bordered cards that aren't duels, that's why. And, yeah, it's always fun to oof. And there's Anthony finding his Past in Flames. I believe he's also got the LED, if not in hand. Oh, I guess not. I think we saw it off of the Ponder, so it's back on top. Oof. This is turning into a very aggressive hand from Ant, and Lich might not be in this game for much longer.
No. Sweet Gitaxian Probe now.
Yeah?
I think the biggest problem is, I mean, it's easy to say the biggest problem is that Eli has got too many cards that don't matter right now.
Yep.
But otherwise, Anthony doing a great job of just going straight into cantrip after cantrip after cantrip
For
in these
sure.
kind of critical turns where he had a hand that was awful.
Mm-hmm.
And then went just straight into them.
For sure. And that is, the weakness of Lich as a Storm deck, is it doesn't have, all of the cantrips and filter that it needs to get going, like a traditional Storm deck does. But it's also a really cheap, fun, budget legacy list that
Absolutely.
is still perfectly functional. If not, tier 1 hyper competitive. It's still fun, it still does neat things.
Mm-hmm.
Oof. Aw. Hymnotroct pitcher only Mana Crypt you saw? Rough. Although, you still got to draft a Mana Crypt, and that's pretty rad.
Just shows why Hymn to Turok is played in Legacy and Mana Crypt isn't.
One of the reasons Mana Crypt isn't. But no, Hymn to Turok is incredibly powerful.
So, we've got the Ponder coming down. Eli potentially keeping track of these since he knows the different arts, now that that's a weakness. But otherwise, I have a hard time seeing Anthony not really succeeding.
Oh yeah,
with this hand as it
Anthony's
currently
got
sits.
a stacked hand for Storm, looking great. Eli, and now he knows Eli's got very little going on, and it's going to be incredibly hard for him to draw out of this situation.
Mm-hmm. So, otherwise, I mean, he's got the ability to Dark Ritual, and he has still got access to the tutor.
Mm-hmm.
Which one
Infernal?
is it? No. Yes.
Yeah. Go get yourself an extra copy. Well, the Infernal Tutor in his yard after he flashes it back.
I don't think he's too short on mana once he gets these Lotus Petals out.
Yeah.
Because we go for this.
Dark Ritual, building up plenty of mana, using it to to cast the,
And I think mana's not going to be too big of a problem.
yeah, I think as soon as he gets his Passion of Flames out, has the mana up to cast a Dark Ritual, that means he has the mana up to cast a Cabal Ritual, the mana to cast Infernal Tutor, and
He just needs a storm count of 9, and that's going to be enough.
yep. So he's at 6, 7, 8, Infernal Tutor is 9, and then that gets him lethal. So
Yep. Now, actually, he needs to be aware, because he actually needs a storm count of 11.
that's true.
He actually does
He
need-
does actually need the storm count of 11 with the with the Zuran Orb out.
So we'll see if he gets greedy, goes
I-
one shy. If Anthony just completely neglects the Zern Orb,
I would love to see that
Mhm.
happen, but very true because of the Zorb. Lovely abbreviation there. Because of the Zorb, he does need to get the Storm of 11 for 22 damage, and it looks like he might actually only be going for a Storm of 10. I would love to see that happen. Eli, okay,
this is getting risky.
yep.
This is
Well-
some risky business.
And I believe he should have 4 mana floating right now. Unless I'm mistaken, he Dark Ritualed up to 3. Then he had the Cabal Ritual down to 1, up to 5. Infernal Tutor, adding 5 up to 6. Tutor down to 4 mana. He should still have 4 in the pool.
Now, did he cast that before or after the... Because he ended up drawing an Abrupt Decay and can't use the tutor now.
Oh.
He Gitaxian probed,
Very, very true. And that is...
and I think Anthony
Unfortunate.
just lost the game for that.
Well, let's not assume anything.
That's true.
Eli still has to not break.
But Anthony getting greedy with the Gitaxian probe
Mm-hmm.
and gets just nailed
I
by
mean,
the inability to go for
Oh
it.
man, if he draws into even one ritual, I think he's got it. Because, then he's got ritual, he has the Past and Flame in the yard, so ritual, past, ritual.
And we do have the Lion's Eye
maybe
Diamond.
cast a bit of cantrips. We've got the Lion's Eye Diamond out for mana to re-empty the hand, get that correct Infernal Tutor. So, Diovan Karma. Infernal Tutor, you reveal a card from your hand, search your library for a card with the same name as the revealed card, put it into your hand. If you're Hellbent, you search your library for any card, don't reveal, put it into your hand. Because he Gitaxian probed, then went to cast Tutor, he was no longer Hellbent, he would have had to reveal the only card in his hand, which is the Abrupt Decay, and search for another Abrupt Decay. What he needed was a Tendrils of Agony, so because he had a card in hand, he couldn't go and get the Tendrils, which unfortunately means he did not have the win right there.
Wow. Unfortunate.
Yep.
But that's how we learn.
Yeah, that is... Making mistakes is certainly the way to learn.
That's how it goes. You think to yourself, like, I'll just cast all the cantrips and all
Yep.
that stuff, and then it
I'll
takes
just-
one time realizing that maybe isn't what you want to be doing. Hey, Todd Stevens, MTG, thank you so much for the host. Hello to
Hey,
the 50-some people
Oh, wow.
who just joined us.
Thank you.
My name's TJ.
My name's Joe.
We stream from a place called Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. We do this 4 times a week. Always feel free to hit that follow button. Questions, comments, feedback, always welcome.
Yep.
So,
Oh, got the Lich.
Dark Ray into
Ooh,
Lich.
2
Tell me
Lich.
we have the 2 unknown cards.
If one of those is an Autochthon Worm, we're going to see a ton of game coming from Eli right now. It looks like maybe not, however.
Doesn't look to be the case, but don't worry. I will bring up what the Nefarious Lich does.
Alright, so we're seeing a Decay on the Zuran Orb. Not sure if that's... We've got it! Beautiful!
So, we just gained 15 life. Wait. Did we just gain 15 life? No.
Okay, so we are
We-
making sure to sequence this correctly. Let that resolve, and now... Draw. So, he
We just-
revealed the information to show off that he had it. Now he's casting, drawing 15, and going to town. Fun little bit. If Anthony had attempted to storm out and Eli shows, I'll just gain 15 life in response, that does make this game much harder for Ant to win.
And hilarious.
Yes. I mean, I've done it to, Merit Lage decks. They go, oh, I'm at 18. Swing 20, I'll gain 15, go to 13,
Look at that
and storm
hand.
out next turn. Yeah, no, it's...
We've
this
got a
is one-
swamp.
We've got another nourishing Autochthon combo. So I hope
Mox
Eli's keeping
Diamond.
track of his own storm now. And it
Mox
looks like
Diamond.
Anthony Hellbent. Oof. This is the game everyone wanted to see.
Store count of 4 now.
Going for another draw.
Oh my
So,
goodness.
storm count 5, I believe. We've got the Lich, Shoal, Decay,
Oh, the
Diamond,
Decay got
and
cast.
Shoal. The Decay also counts, so we're at a storm of 5 right now. I'm gonna poke my head out really quick and just make sure. Well, he could be going. Actually, he's got the Sickening Dreams. I think we're
6,
gonna see that as the
7.
win con right here. And I'm. Come on, don't get greedy. Or do
7,
get greedy. I just want to see him resolve this. He's.
8.
Yes! Oh,
45 cards
come on.
in one
Draw
turn.
45 cards this turn.
Sorry,
It's-
46 because of the draw step.
Tebin, it is actually discarded. When you're using Mox Diamond. Yeah! Mox Diamond, you cast. If it resolves, you discard a land. Oh, man. Lich. Lich is far and away the best Storm deck because this is... Oh, we're... Yeah! Attaboy!
Let's draw 61 in a turn.
No, this is just the third one.
Oh, this is the third one.
And
Dang it. Oh, man.
boom! Love it. Oh, always a fan. I love seeing this deck go off. It's so ridiculous. And going to game 3 means he got a game.
And you
Highlight
thought
of the night.
Grishelbrand was sweet?
I love this deck. Oh, man.
You ain't got nothing on Grishelbrand.
No, do not ban Joe. If you ban me, this doesn't get to happen. And everyone wants to watch Nourishing Witch combo out. It's the coolest deck.
My goodness. So let's go ahead and let's put a little
Oh my
checkbox
God.
next to that.
Yeah.
The Nourishing Lich. The Coming Storm.
Oh, man.
The... Oh my goodness. The Graveyard-based Gargantuan.
Oh, love it so much.
That was really... Oh. My goodness. 46... I guess didn't even get to draw 46 cards in that turn.
You
But we
ran
drew the
out.
rest of them.
Oh.
Didn't have to keep track of the storm count. We
Love
saw
it.
Antstorm make a very critical misplay. And,
You draw 7 cards in one turn? That's cute. I'll just draw my whole deck at once.
and they have to pay life for that. You only have to not gain yours.
Yeah, you just discard a card and exile a card. Easy. And then draw 15 and do it again.
Oh my goodness. Hope Ed knows he goes off with that. Oh, absolutely. I'd love to see Storm go off. That's a sweet deck as well.
Honestly-
Just being able to see both decks showcase themselves so far.
You know what I
That's
want to
nice.
see happen? I want to see Eli go off turn 1.
That's true.
Which either, like, however he wants to go off turn 1, I love that it gets to go off turn 1. So, fun little thing. I actually saw someone trying to set up a counterbalance for the deck, and I was like, just quick double check with the judge. By paying the alternate casting cost, it still assigns a value to X while it's on the stack, right? And he goes, yeah. I was like, cool. Nice chalice for 2. We're gonna go 17 CMC spell. And they're like, oh.
Todd Stevens, not a big fan of the pile shuffle. Completely understandable. In my opinion, the pile shuffle is actually just a pile count more than anything else.
For sure. It doesn't really shuffle, just a good way to, make sure you've got the right number of cards in your deck.
I basically use it in situations post sideboarding when I really want to make sure that I have the
Yep.
right number of cards.
Just double check.
Man,
Yeah, this is
so much fun.
so amazing.
So we are gonna have Storm going off first. So if you are Eli, what is your perfect opening hand?
Your perfect opening hand, assuming you're not getting duressed or hymned, what you want to see in your opener is
Does it look like
a
that?
single... No. It's a single swamp, the playset of Dark Rituals, and 2 tendrils. Tendrils for 10, tendrils for 12. GG, you just stormed out on turn 1.
Beautiful. I guess that's not bad. I guess that's not bad.
Alternatively, if you've got, land, petal, ritual, lich, shoal worm, that is also a good way to go off turn 1.
To anybody who was joining us, if that's not a reason to hit the follow button and join us here 4 times a week for what we've got, I don't know what is. We stream Standard every Monday at 6:30 Pacific Time. We stream Modern every Wednesday at 7 and every Saturday at 6. And we have got this Legacy every single Friday at 7:30. If seeing things like this isn't a reason to hit follow,
I can't think of anything better.
then you should just hit it anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Hit follow and tell us what would be better.
Seriously, so we've got the hymn, taking down a ponder, and a ritual by the look of it. We've got Todd Stevens. Thank you so much for the follow. It's
you very
awesome
much.
having you. I've had the chance to check out your stream. I'll have to actually. I've been trying to join streams more often, so I'll try and stop by yours more often. But I will not be Geek Fortress. I will be Red Baron MTG as a heads up, but I'll say hi when I can.
Yep.
Oh man, this deck is so sweet.
I love it. It's so much fun. Belcher the Exodia magic. It kind of is.
I mean, now that we have the meld cards, or the or whatever they're called, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm always a fan of Belcher not having the land grant when they go off and seeing the...
Thanks, Stryfo.
That is Stripo.
So Polluted Delta joining this island. Eli starting off with a really solid just Lotus Swamp hymn.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Seems fine.
Are the beats here in the shop? I actually don't, not that I saw, but that's not a promise that we don't have it. What general formats do we stream? Well, every Monday at 6:30 Pacific time, we stream standard, usually 4 to 5 rounds, mostly 5 rounds lately.
Yep.
Every Wednesday we do 4 rounds of Modern at 7. Every Saturday we do 5 rounds. Oh, not tomorrow because of pre-release
Yep.
shenanigans. But every Saturday at 6 we've got 5 rounds, and every Friday at 7:30 we've usually got 4 rounds of Legacy. So,
Yep.
another Gitaxian probe from Anthony. Now we do have another land in hand, which is at this point probably not what he wants to be drawing.
And to everyone saying, "Oh, good, this will be a fast round. Go pick out the next match quickly." Ha!
Yeah, you are absolutely true.
Slowly crashing. Thanks for joining us. If this is your first time, I hope we see you come back. It's always great seeing new people hitting that subscribe button.
Absolutely. Chromatic Blast, do we ever stream Pauper? We are working on it. We're doing a grassroots kind of thing for Pauper in the shop currently. We haven't fully gotten it running yet, but we are looking at it. The only problem is that in a Shade of Hades, thank you so much for the follow. In addition to the 20 hours of streaming that I do here a week, I also do have a day job and some like societal obligations. And so it's mostly trying to find the time to add another day of streaming if we're able to. Definitely we'll do occasional ones. Kronk's Gaming, thank you so much for the follow. An Ad Nauseum going off now. Starting off with the Infernal Tutor. Pretty solid. Okay. So.
Yeah, this new guy who has no idea what he's doing or what he's talking about.
And a Lotus Petal coming down, joining the Preordain. And another one.
ZTC Bowler, thank you very much. Always great to have more people hitting, and it's so much fun seeing, everyone hitting that follow button all at once.
You're all the cream of the crop. But we are working on getting Pauper. I'd love to stream it occasionally, if not regularly. I am working on getting some of my co-hosts to maybe take over the standard stream eventually, which might mean that I get to maybe eventually get a consistent Pauper going. Caleb, whatever it is, thank you so much. It's great having you. I look forward to interacting with you in the future. We are the Geek Fortress stream. Comments, questions, feedback, interaction in the chat, all things are always welcome because interacting with you is the reason we're here.
For sure.
Otherwise, we'd be bored.
Yep. I really like the new command we've got. Chain Lightning.
Oh yeah, it's one of my favorites.
I like it.
So, we have got a Lotus Petal coming down from Anthony. I have a feeling that this storm count is going to be going up, despite, we thought he ran out of cards, but
Yeah.
something happened and suddenly we've got
Got a
another...
couple there.
Oh man, totally gonna have to discard at the end of the turn.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to end of turn anytime soon.
No. If you do like the Legacy, we do this every single Friday at 7:30. So, we are going for a Preordained, doing some scries, putting some on the bottom, and drawing what appeared to be a ritual, from what I was able to tell.
Yeah.
Looks to be a dark ritual. So, gonna add a little bit more of this storm. Going up to 7 now. Eli at 20, so we need a storm of at least 10. We know what's in his hand. The Nourishing Lich.
Does need a storm of 11. He is able to pitch shoal to shoal and gain 2 life here.
Is he? Oh, you're
Yeah.
absolutely right. Because
The
it's not a
fun little
creature card, it's
interactions.
just a card, right?
Yep. A green card.
That's it. Oh, that's
So
beautiful.
I would love to see this get overlooked by Anthony and have Eli get it right. Alright, come on,
So-
Lich.
That
Let's
is
do it.
going to be interesting.
Let's go all the way.
So
Oh.
we're going to be digging for some other cards with this. We're going to be going up to a Storm 9, and I think we are going to end up with enough Storm.
I think so, but I would I'd
You're-
like to see that not be the case.
You're just rooting for the deck that you
I
play.
am. I'm rooting for my own deck always.
I understand. So, what do we end up going for here? Maybe, okay. He has a...
He needs to reveal the card to the Infernal Tutor out of hand. He doesn't just get to get anything. Okay, he did reveal the second Infernal Tutor in hand. Is just getting another tutor.
Gotcha. We're digging deep with these tutors.
So I think he's just tutoring for tutor to build Storm. I think we might actually see him just going to a Storm of 10 because this gets him to 9. He's only got 4. Did we miss the last one? So... No! Oh, I'm gonna go yell at him. Oh, man. I'm gonna go tell Eli this is heartbreaking.
No! Well, while you're there, get us our round 4.
Oh, yeah, we have not enough time left in the round. I will try and go get our round 4
Hey, by the
turns
way,
and,
that's the guy who won your Atog playmat.
oh!
Or a guy or a gal, I
Psycho
suppose.
TKT?
Yeah.
Alright.
That's the winner of the Atog
I have the
playmat.
playmat now. I'm going to be working on it over the weekend and hopefully getting it shipped out soon. And, so what he could have done, he was holding 2 Nourishing Shoal. Nourishing Shoal has an alternative casting cost, exile a green card, gain X life, where X is the card's converted mana cost. He could have pitched the second Shoal to the first one, gaining 2 life, still being at 2 after this Tendrils had resolved, buying him time.
Yep.
So I'm gonna go let him know. Yeah, not familiar with Lich. Easy to say.
Basically, Anthony.
So I'm gonna go let him know and see if I can get us a round 4 match.
Psycho TKT, not being familiar with Lich is not at all unusual, seeing as this is pretty much the only one that I am actually aware of. But we're going to head back up to the booth. I'm going to tell you about some fun things that we are doing, and then we are going to be getting ready for this round 4. I will see you up there. Hello and thank you so much for joining. My name is TJ. Joe is my co-host. I don't know what you mean by do we still use Shadow, but Spawn 1336. It's good to see you again. It's been some time. But it's phenomenal having all of you here today, and we're streaming 4 rounds of Legacy. We're getting ready for the 4th one now. If you are brand new, we do stream 4 times a week, and it's all kinds of fun. Because every Monday at 6... Hey, Belva's Bow! Thank you so much for hitting that follow button. Every Monday at 6:30, we stream Standard. Every Wednesday and Saturday, we stream Modern. Wednesdays at 7, Saturdays at 6, not including tomorrow because of pre-release shenanigans, and unfortunately I don't get to. Also, every Friday at 7:30, just like today, we get to play Legacy. How often do we post to the store YouTube? We try to get it done at least once a week to catch up with all of them. Dark Slaughter, I think you might be correct on that one. It's possible that the kill was still there regardless, and Storm had the win. Absolutely. Other fun things to do is that we have got Spawn. Thank you so much for hitting that follow button. You can also check it out because this Sunday, be there on July 31st. July 31st, that's at the end of the month. Why, yes, it is, and it's going to be a great time because on the 31st of July, you can join us here at noon Pacific time for a modern PPTQ. It's going to be a blast. We're going to have deck lists, we're going to have decks, we're going to have people. It's going to be great. We're going to have, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 rounds, something like that. I'm thinking 5 to 6 rounds, cutting to a top 8, doing fun things there, getting someone to go to a regional Pro Tour qualifier. It's gonna be phenomenal because I get so excited about that, doing the large events. I'll be flying back from California that morning so that I can get here in time to do the second shift of that one. And hopefully you're all gonna show up there once we are able to do it. Also, other fun things is that if you are a big fan of the stream and if you happen to be going to GP Portland, we've got some fun things going on. Is this the finals?
No, I kicked them off.
What was the finals?
Miracles v Bug Delver.
Why do I get the finals?
Because we're watching Landon.
But the finals, Joe.
But the Death Shadow deck.
But the finals.
But the Death Shadow.
They will play other games. We can have them do an exhibition one.
No. That's come on.
Did he kick the finals off?
Yes.
Yeah.
You want me to unkick the finals off?
Bug Delver versus Miracles wasn't good enough for the stream.
Apparently.
Do you know what Landon's playing?
Yeah, sure, but he didn't make it to the finals.
The stream's voted. We've got 1 vote for Death Shadow, so...
Alright. We'll try and get you guys on in one of your secondary games.
We'll see.
See, the stream doesn't want to see this, except slowly crashing. His vote doesn't count.
Alright, so... Okay, so who's Landon going up against?
Greg Volkner.
Okay. You kicked off the finals?
Yes.
It's like the one rule that we have.
Oh.
As far as actual decks that we put on.
Is that a thing? I
That's
thought we just wanted cool decks.
That's what we use at runs 1 through 3 for.
We've already seen both of these people.
Oh, man.
Oh, did I make the unpopular decision?
You
of
did
taking the
make an unpopular decision. What is Greg on?
Greg. Oh, jeez, we saw him earlier. I forgot to ask.
Okay. So, don't worry, on the bright side, but Delver versus Miracles shouldn't be going too quick, and I have to imagine, based on what if I remember Greg was playing...
Shirtless.
So Shardless versus Death Shadow, I have to imagine will go somewhat quickly.
It could be.
So we'll see what we can do.
Alright,
And
apparently this is the day I'm getting banned from streaming.
oh man, we'll just have to pick up our banjo and have some fun now.
Yeah.
All right, we'll check out what this sweet deck is going, and then we'll jump over to the finals.
Yeah.
Executive decisions. Let's see what happens. See you there. Ah, wrong button. All right, so we are getting ready here. I need to reset those life totals really quick.
Yeah. This hashtag needs to go away. I don't like it.
That's okay.
I just wanted to have fun, and honestly, I'm feeling so attacked right now.
Nah, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. We'll power through. We'll persevere. We'll rock and roll. We'll watch the Death Shadow do its thing, and we are probably going to see... I guarantee you there's Shocklands in this one.
Mm-hmm.
So we're
purpose
totally
this
going to do a
time.
Fetch Shock. I'm sad that we didn't get to see a Fetch Shock
Oh,
Thoughtseize.
rewarded. Nonsense.
Oh,
This is
goodness.
You guys know you want it.
Oh, absolutely. Hash brown Sophie Joe.
Yeah, there we go. We did that earlier when the pizza showed up.
Whew, there we go. So, we've got a turn 1 Death Threat Shaman by Greg. Gonna be a really solid card, potentially against this Death Shadow deck.
Oh yeah, the deck that's trying to get itself low on life.
Having
Have
the
a bit of
ability to
trouble with
reach with
Death Ray.
2? I mean, so we've got a fetch into a Stomping Ground. I guarantee you that this was basically made because they wanted to build a deck that actually had a reason to use Shocklands.
Yes.
And we're gonna Lightning Bolt it.
Beautiful.
Oh, man.
I don't know. Personally, I think the turn 1 Fetch Shock Thoughtseize would have been a pretty strong play considering what the deck is trying to do.
Krunks Gaming, it's great having you. If you're looking to get into Magic,
Another shock into the Dark Confidant. Nice.
Keep playing with your friends for now. That's going to be a
Yep.
great way. Make sure that whatever you do, it stays fun. The second it stops being fun, move to a different thing to learn the game. That is, at the end of the day, this is a game.
For sure.
But otherwise, I do recommend, once you have an understanding of the game and you feel confident with how the cards work and all that, definitely check it out. Check out drafting. It's going to be a great way to build your collection.
For sure.
So, let's take a look at Death Shadow, because this is almost certainly a port. Also, check out your local game store. Going to be a very important aspect.
For sure. Having a good local game store is really helpful to getting into the game.
This deck is going to be trying to deal as much Shade of Hades. We actually don't have access to deck lists. These are basically our weekly tournaments that we have. We don't know. We have no idea what's in this Death Shadow deck.
Yep.
We know that there's at least a Dark Confidant and a Lightning Bolt, and apparently
Nice.
a Death Threat Shaman.
Yep.
But
And I believe we saw Dismember in his hand as well, which is nice for what he's trying to do. Solid removal spell, really solid with Death Shadow.
absolutely. But what he's going to be trying to do is get his life total below 13, just to have a giant beater for a very, very low cost. Alright. HC Fox, I'm not sure what you mean by Lich, but...
You know what Lich means.
well, yes, but this is a different deck.
Yeah, no,
So,
Oh! Original Lich. You don't lose the game for having less than 0 life.
oh, no, you don't go for that one.
No.
Yeah.
As cool as that card is.
So, we have got a swing. If you could ask him to really quickly just lower those dice ever so slightly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lower the dice just a titch.
There we go. Alright, able to keep that up. I gotta say, one of my biggest upgrades that I want to see coming down the line is to try and move that to electronics. So, we're always looking at that.
Yeah.
We're looking at getting a Twitch partnership soon, and we're gonna get a flip here. And we have got another Death Ray Shaman for the Dark Confidant.
Not
We're gonna be
bad.
down to 10. We now have a 3/3 Death Shadow if we have...
Getting strong. Ooh, I like the Painful Truths. Gets you just a bit more oh, the unfortunate real dual land.
Shade of Hades, yes, that works. Absolutely. So, we're going to put down a Tarmogoyf to join the battlefield.
Not
Looks
bad.
like I see instant land. We do have sorcery.
Yep.
And we do have creature. That's a 4/5.
Not bad at all.
Very nice. What are the big cards Legacy give Shadow?
Double down on the Goyf.
We have no idea, actually. I guess Death Red Shaman?
Yeah, I don't think it adds
Force of Will,
force
taking
one
down
of
the
them.
Tarmogoyf. But
Yeah, I don't think there's a huge amount of...
Toxic Deluge.
Yeah, Deluge is good, and you do get the Deathrite Shaman to help balance out your life total. So if you do start getting too low, you can Deathrite yourself back up. Technically, yeah, Berserk.
Yeah. But this is basically just...
Sylvan Library. Really good card advantage and an easy way to bring your life total down quickly.
Absolutely true. I'd be curious if... I would be shocked if there wasn't maybe at least one or two Sylvan Library.
Land is pretty shocked himself.
Ah! Oh, my.
It's not just Modern Jund because you want to be playing the Shockies.
Pretty much. It's going to be... This is an unusual deck, to say the least. But seems to be a port, definitely running more creatures than the modern version runs. The modern version seems much more kind of all-in on its combo. So
Okay.
you respond to it like it's a creature deck by just doing creature removal, but it functions very similarly. We do have a Thoughtseize in hand and appears to be a Monastery Swiftspear, which is really signaling that a lot of these cards are going to be things like Mutagenic Growth, some of the Phyrexian spells, the things where you can cast a lot of free spells that deal damage in one turn.
Yeah. Chain Lightning would be interesting to get bait your opponent into lightninging you. And Mill and Legacy, not so much.
Oh, man. So, we are going to get a Dismember on here, and we actually... Did we pay for that?
He is getting just a little low, so it might be safer to hold out for now.
An Abrupt Decay taking down this Monastery Swiftspear, and we are going to take 2 damage here.
Yep.
Okay, so...
Oh, was Landon... Did he just draw the 1 card last turn? We'll have to keep an eye on that. Thank you, Slowly Crashing, for calling us out.
We will have to watch him. And a Shardless Agent. Let's get lucky.
Well,
Hey!
I mean, not a bad card, but
it's not what you wanted.
certainly has better things he could have been going for
You
there.
probably wanted an Abrupt Decay or a Maelstrom Pulse, something to really remove that board.
For sure.
Otherwise, we've got 4/4. Ooh, and that's the Death Shadow.
Nice.
I am almost positive that was the Death Shadow. Giovanni Karma, you've been really hyped up on this Pokemon thing today.
Man, everyone's hyped up on Pokemon, always.
Everyone.
Forever. Pokemon's life.
Also,
you know?
we are 71 away from 3,000 followers, which means that we really need to figure out what we're doing at 3,000. I'm still thinking that playsets of
Yes.
very hosty cards that are also actually playable, so we might have to move away from Nefarious Lich. No offense. of course.
Cavern Harpy.
We might have to move away from Cavern Harpy as well.
Technically, it's played in a established combo deck.
That's true, Alurin.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is sort of established.
It's established.
Fun fact, I am not eating Magic cards anymore.
Not just a Pokemon Go stream, a Twitch plays Pokemon Go.
Man.
That's what this should be.
I have yet to download that game, but I will say Team Valor. So, true, if you... I mean, yeah.
I leave Cavern Harpy out of nothing. 4 of in every deck I build. Mandatory.
So, Greg, with the Sylvan Library and a Shardless Agent, I mean, what are we looking for? We've got Dark Confidant, Tarmogoyf, and a Deathrite Shaman on the field. A life total currently at 6, and it's really hard for me to like think of a line because Greg doesn't have a whole lot of access to actual reach right now. Giovanni Karma, we don't have a sub button, unfortunately, which will make it difficult.
Yep. And Tevin, every deck.
Ever.
Ever.
So swing for 2.
Ever, forever.
And I like this because you're swinging in with the Dark Confidant, offering Greg to trade with it because that saves you. And it's possible that there are some cards that Landon can get very hurt by in this deck suddenly.
For sure.
And I'd love to see Landon just dominate this game, this whole time, and then just lose to his own Dark Confidant.
And Eldrazi, not tonight. Eli was playing one for a while, and we do have a couple guys who have thought about it, but
it's been around a lot.
Yep, it has been, just not currently. And TJ's not eating any more cards because the last one was too delicious, and he doesn't want to get addicted.
Yes, that's what it was.
Yeah.
If you ever watch that video, that is the face of something that is too delicious.
Too good.
Not the... Actually, I ended up deleting the videos that were just me retching. Like, I couldn't handle
Those were my favorite one.
Oh, man.
It was bad.
So, another Tarmogoyf trading the field. I mean, this board is just super commanding.
Oh, for sure.
Sure, Greg got to draw 3 cards, and that's huge. Don't get me wrong. But that's not really
But-
addressing the board as it sits.
With double Deathrite, double Goyf, and a Bob.
I think the biggest thing right now for Greg is to use any counter spells that he has to make sure that Dark Confidant doesn't die.
Yeah.
That is right now, I think, Greg's biggest actual out. Zell,
Hello,
110. You are amazing. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you're enjoying the show. You are a rock star, and I look forward to interacting with you in the future because this is something that I absolutely love to do. There's a reason why I and all the co-hosts who are able to join me throughout the week are willing to volunteer 20 hours of our week. Well, at least, you know,
A couple.
and then
Yeah.
20 hours of my week to do this. It's because you guys are all amazing, and thank you for being a part of this. Thank you for joining us, and the support that you give us all the time just through being here is amazing.
Yeah, no, I am happy to volunteer 20 hours of TJ's week to this stream. every
Mr.
week.
Butter, 56.
Love the name. Thank you for the follow.
Phenomenal. Thank you. So, we do, we could Toxic Deluge and go down to 1, and then Landon would likely activate a Death Threat Shaman, is my assumption.
Yeah.
And we got a Baleful Strix, actually not a bad card in this situation, and we get the Jace. So, we could go down to 6, cast the Jace, and at that point, I guess we're hoping.
And, yeah, Deluge does indeed cost 3.
Does cost 3. What can Landon flip off of the top here? That we would expect. Bloodbraid Elf?
I don't think so.
I doubt that he's
I
running
don't
it.
think he's got any 4 CMCs in the deck. It looks like it's all pretty low to the ground. Painful Truths was a 3 we saw. Deluge, I think would be safe to say he's running it. But
Somewhat. At least maybe in the sideboard.
But yeah,
Otherwise-
I mean, Landon is presenting a ton of damage for just off these death rights if he doesn't need to save himself with them.
And we're picking up the
Plus-
cards because the Death Threat's actually presented 8.
Oh, that's right. Activate on his turn and on Greg's turn.
Yep.
You're very right.
So, we are going to be heading into a game 2. Death Shadow taking a game against kind of a really well-established deck.
Yeah.
Shardless Bug, essentially the Jund of Legacy. The mid-range kind of...
Right.
The iconic mid-range deck that just is all about valuing
And
your opponent, getting
one of the
good top
most
decks.
popular decks right now.
And a very popular deck, and just because it's got a huge power, and also because it's favored against miracles, if anything
Yeah.
is favored against miracles, right? But
For sure.
Dio Von Karma,
Congrats.
that's very cool. Don't worry about giving him the fun fact. Dio Von Karma themselves posted it into the chat.
Oh,
earlier today.
I saw, yeah.
So,
It is a fun fact, though.
Death Threat Shaman is Deece.
It's
would-
okay, I guess.
Yes.
I think it could be unbanned in
It's
Modern.
a
perfectly
fantastic
fairly.
Mr. Fox.
Yeah.
Sorry, I haven't even watched that movie recently, but it's been on my mind a lot.
I don't know if I've ever watched the new one.
It's pretty good. It's
Right.
pretty good.
Yep.
Okay, Shardless players 2 for 1. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I heard Miracles is favored against Miracles. Actually, surprisingly,
I'm not sure if that's true. I think in that match, no one wins.
That's probably accurate. Actually, no. All of your everyone else in the event wins because now the Miracles players aren't undefeated. They're X, O, and 1.
True.
Yay!
Oh man, that's the 001 bracket is my favorite to be in round 2 because it's just packed with miracles, and that's what everyone loves. The slow miracles players who couldn't finish in time.
So here's the thought for you.
All right.
We go to a Legacy event, a large Legacy
All
event.
right.
We bring a deck that is specifically good against beating Miracles. That's it.
And just
And we draw round 1.
intentionally draw round 1.
Yes.
And just stomp on miracles.
Yes.
Oh man,
All day.
that
Does it not sound like the
it
greatest
does
strategy?
sound like fun.
We need to find the next, what's the next Legacy GP that's close enough to us?
Japan in the fall.
Done.
That's the next Legacy GP
Oh.
until 2017.
We gotta do this.
That's. I mean, there's Prague in. I think.
Yes! Let's take 12 posts to the
Oh.
XX1 bracket. Because everything in there is gonna be just a slow deck, and 12
Yeah, it's going
posts
to
is
be
going
miracles
to...
and the things that couldn't beat miracles in time. Oh my god! And just rampage through the XX1 bracket with 12 posts.
This sounds amazing! You just have to find someone to ID.
Oh yeah, the Portland Legacy GP, but with the standard main event. Perfect. I like the way of presenting it as well. That makes it much more enticing for me to go.
Absolutely. So Joe might be joining us.
Actually,
for
yeah,
the
that does actually sound like good enough for me to go to.
So we might actually have Joe joining us at Pizza Schmitza, about 3 blocks away from
There we go. What
the
weekend
venue.
is that? Next weekend?
That is the 13th and the 14th of August, so it's on
Okay.
the 12th that we'll be there.
I cannot go.
Is this when you're going to your thing?
I'm gonna be out of town.
Well, so will we.
Yeah. Pronounce what now?
I don't know.
I don't know. Could be anything.
Sure.
Sure.
That is how he
If
pronounces it.
that's how I said it, then yeah, that's how I say it.
That is
Apparently.
man, your laugh is so amazing.
Thank you.
I didn't like the most positive way, but I always just get a great chuckle from there.
I'm glad.
Oh, man. I'm not sure if I would believe that they're under 600 for the main event if it's a standard.
Oh, we're talking about Prague.
Prague? Is that how you pronounce it?
No.
Oh my goodness. How pragmatic of you.
Yeah. Do you mean Prague?
No. We don't need any more Gnostic Sphinx here. So, heading into it now, Greg is going to be on the play. Such an interesting thing, and I'm really surprised to see Shardless Bug take a loss in this. So,
Prague.
Prague.
Yeah.
So, a lot of land. I think I see. Is that 3 or 4 land in that hand? But it looks like we are
Nice.
going for a keep.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to help him out. He's going to hit his land drops. That's going to be key.
For sure. Yeah.
Landon with a Swiss Spear, a few bolts, and a Deathrite Shaman by the look of it. Oh, no, just 1 bolt.
All right.
2. 2 bolts.
Got the Swiss Spear though. That's a good, aggressive, strong turn 1 play.
Yeah, maybe followed up with a Deathrite Shaman next
Oh,
turn, just so you can start getting
God.
this damage in.
Gotta love playing Modern Burn and Legacy. Turn 1 fetch shock and
Swift Spear.
swing with the Swift Spear.
Yay! This is...
Woo!
I understand this. This is right in my realm.
There you go.
Prognostic Sphinx.
No, the Pragnastic Sphinx.
The Pragnostic Sphinx. How pragmatic of you.
Yeah.
It really boggles the mind.
Ugh.
Boogles the mind.
I hate Bogles. so
Nuclear
much.
Warrior, if you're using them, no.
Yeah.
So, we've got a Bayou from Greg here. A polluted Delta, fetching that one up, and just going to be going to 18 after taking 1 from this Monastery Swiss Spear. Next turn from Landon, I'm expecting to drop down this Deathrite Shaman, maybe followed up with, if he's feeling ooh. And I
Going
hand
for
it
the
Turok.
M.
Now I don't know what to expect from Landon. Oh, man. So, we are going to go for a 1, and winner. Let's line them up. And we have got a Grim Lava Mancer and a
Fire Covenant. Oh baby, flawless card for this deck to be running. Sweet piece of tech all around. Love every piece of this right now. Can't say no to the old Fire Covenant.
absolutely beautiful.
So pay an additional X life when you cast it. X damage divided any way you choose amongst any number of targets. Baby, or I guess target creatures, but oh man,
you wreck them.
love it.
So getting into the
I took this as a sideboard card to a GP once.
look at Landon fully crossing this zone though.
Oh, man.
He is almost in Greg's side of the field. at
His
this
deck
point.
is like in the middle of his board. His creatures are like in his opponent's board. I love it. He's got to be bold and take action.
It's just slowly moving him forward. Oh my! He is.
Oh, this is like what I do when I play against like Ryan and Justin. Just get your cards all up in your opponent's board until eventually your creatures are behind your opponent's land.
And we're gonna go for a Fetch Shock Overgrown Tomb. So.
Oh, baby.
Getting to that 3 mana, we do still have a Deathrite. We do
And he
have
is holding the Death Shadow.
also a Spellskite, which can target any ability to make him a very
Love
his
it.
life to whatever he wants it to be.
The problem here is if Landon gets Mind Slavered, then he has to worry about his opponent using his Spellskite to kill him.
Landon probably should have led with the Spellskite here.
Probably, so that when he could be trying to just, resolve the Death Shadow through Daze or some such.
That's true.
But, yeah, leading Spellskite and then Death Shadow does get you around the situation of cast Death Shadow, cast
Abrupt Decay.
Spellskite, getting it decayed, path, I guess not path. not swords out of this deck, or path whatsoever.
Getting golf clubbed out of this deck.
Yeah, the old swords to golf clubs. Yeah, avoid spot removal by being able to misdirect it to the Spellskite.
Swords to the front 9.
Yeah.
Aha, I've been golfing lately.
I don't know. At
Oh,
this
yeah,
deep into the
Days-
event, I'd say we're going into the back 9 right now.
That's true. I'm not sure why you said Days. Out of Shardless Bug, which...
I mean, it just is a thing to...
It's a play. It's a
yeah.
play. Yeah. That's reasonable. I can dig it.
I mean, it's not necessarily what he should be playing around out of this opponent, but it is something to play around.
Or maybe just from a sequencing decision overall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Harry Carey, not sure what you're going for, but I'll say it's a good thing.
Yeah, I think that's a combination of Harry from When Harry Met Sally and Jim Carrey.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like it.
So, nice. So, we've got a Shardless, we've got a Tarmogoyf. That's looking okay. We've got a 1/1.
Oh, baby.
And actually, we dropped down 2 Death Red Shamans instead of the
Strongest Death
Spellskite.
Shadow.
I mean, a Spellskite here is going to be big. The big issue is that actually he can then cast his Lightning Bolt.
So what I'd like to see him do is drop the Spellskite, swing with the Death Shadow, activate a Shaman, and misdirect it to the Spellskite until the Death Shadow is as big as it needs to be.
Absolutely. I think you just swing in with the 1/1.
Bait him into it.
And you bait him into it. Or and you also can swing in with the Monastery Swift Spirit if you feel like it.
Yeah.
Because actually, Death Red Shaman is not considered a mana ability, is it?
No.
Yeah, so you can actually just tap it, targeting the land,
Mhm.
and you'll still have the red for this Lightning Bolt, so you can
Yep.
get a Prowess trigger and trade this Swift Spirit up into something in addition to whatever else you're doing.
For sure.
Nice play here by Landon. Oh,
Alright, don't worry, slowly crashing. Just tack it onto the bill of the banjo movement.
yep. Shade of Hades.
Any
That is
spell
correct.
or ability.
Yes.
So you can crack a fetch land and then activate Spellskite in response.
If you've ever been mind-slavered by a Mono Blue Tron player, it's
You,
really fun to... Don't... If you're playing against Mono Blue Tron, take out your Spellskites.
Yeah, kill your Spellskite because if you're an odd number of life, they crack a fetch and then Spellskite you to death. If you're an even number of life, they cast a spell and Spellskite you to death. You don't win.
It's pretty hilarious, actually.
Yeah.
So, we swing with these. He does have the ability to where, with these blocks, I like the idea of just bolting the Tarmogoyf.
Mhm.
You'll actually get up to the 5 toughness required.
Yep.
And you can go for the, don't redirect. Oh, are we redirecting it to the Spellskite?
It looks like it.
I think we're getting a little too greedy with this redirect. I think I don't think that he's fully aware of what he can do there.
Mhm.
So, this Swift Spirit is going to die in this case.
Yep.
And I'd much rather see this Lightning Bolt just go for it. That lives. The Swift Spear dies.
Yep.
So yeah, I would have liked to see the Death Red Shaman just tap and then use that
Mhm.
ability to use the Spellskite on. That way you don't mark any damage. I mean, you don't mark damage on the Spellskite, as unrelevant as that is. You
Yep.
actually get to kill the Tarmogoyf. You
Mhm.
make your Death Shadow as big as you want it to be.
For sure.
And yeah, personally, that's the play that I kind of liked.
Yeah. I do like, he did make the Death Shadow big enough to kill the
Shardless Agent?
Shardless Agent.
Yep.
I think, just getting it while it's blocked just big enough to win combat is safe, because you don't want to be going preemptively too low right now.
Into something like a Abrupt Decay, something like that.
Yeah, you don't want to, go all in yet.
Yeah.
So, I think just taking down the 2 damage, or marking down 2 damage, going to 10 just to get the Death Shadow through combat is a perfectly fine play. But yeah, I would have loved to see him use something other than the Bolt to do that.
Mountain Brew, it's good to see you. Thank you so much for joining.
Bolt himself. There you go.
Absolutely, for the high value.
Yep.
Okay, so we have got a fairly consolidated graveyard now, a Spellskite, a Death Shadow, which is currently a 3/3,
Mhm.
2 Death Red Shamans, Landon with 3 mana, Greg with a lot of land, 5 land, and a Tarmogoyf, which is actually up to a 5/6 now
Yep. I'd just take it.
because of the artifact.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, if he gets hit with this Goyf that buffs his Death Shadow up to an 8, perfectly fine. Oh, that hurts a little bit more, though.
Yeah, I mean, the Spellskite able to actually, like, the life gain, not huge because you can deal a huge amount of damage, and the minus triggers can
Yeah.
just go straight towards the Spellskite, and that's actually putting your game plan forward.
For sure.
So I'm actually not too worried about that one.
Yeah, I mean, it is a frustrating card to have out, but not the worst for Landon to be looking at.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And leaving up the Goyf as a block, again, perfectly reasonable considering what Landon's strategy here is.
Yep. Is that a lightning bolt? What's the
It's a
secondary card there?
bolt. Not sure what the second card is, but yeah, he is holding a bolt, which will do some work.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
I would love to see a disfigure so that Landon's able to swing, get a block before damage, disfigure the Goyf, getting it down to 0 power so it doesn't even assign damage with. Alright, Dark Confidant, but still, that's the play I would like to see.
I think what I'd like to see is actually just not even play the dark. I'd just pass it back and start using these dark confidants. You have so much fuel for them. I'm sorry,
Death Rites?
the death rights.
Yeah, I mean, he still is able to activate one of them, so I think this is fine.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, just riding these Deathrite Shamans to victory like he did in the previous game seems good. Getting the Hymn to Turok now, and Landon probably just going for the bolt while he can. Since I believe that's the only card he has left in his hand anyways. And even if he uses this land for the bolt, he's still able to shaman for the other shaman.
Yep.
Doesn't really hurt him at all in the long run.
So we're gonna have Greg down to 13,
Mm-hmm.
and we have got looks like the Tarmogoyf being joined by a Deathrite Shaman on Greg's side of the field. This Tarmogoyf currently at 5/6. Also, to anybody who is brand new to the game, I will say that Legacy is probably the hardest one to watch without it.
Yeah.
Shada of Hades, have a good night. I would definitely recommend either the modern or standard streams, which
Yeah.
have a lot less of the old complicated cards going on.
Yeah.
But to Kronk's Gaming and to friends, if you do have any questions, feel free to ask them, and we'll see what we can do for you.
Mr. Sweenzo, a cheapish fun/troll deck, you say? Watch the replay of this stream, and there's some a cool, nourishing lich going on. Relatively cheap for a legacy deck.
About
Quite
200.
fun. Yeah,
And that's if you go for the
if you
Mox
go
Diamond.
for the Mox Diamond. Otherwise, that marks it down quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. So actually, I like the idea of blocking with the Deathrite Shaman here. And then Doom Doom! Thank you so much
Love
for
the
joining us.
username.
It's awesome having you. You're joining us in round 4 of 4. I like the activation here. Now let's see if we do... Yes. And now we are going to be grabbing the land, and we are in fact using this Spellskite. I think he has become aware of what his options are. We're going to jump this up to being a 7/7.
Yeah.
Uh,
There we go.
which is going to go... I guess they're aware that it's probably big enough, but that's definitely at 7.
Yeah, I'll stick my head out, make sure you get the extra dice on there. There's 7 power on the shadow.
Cool. Okay. Pretty
And,
much.
Yeah, the main Shella deck is $20. Shoals are like 8. Phyrexian Arenas are around 8. Therapies are 10. Might be a bit cheaper since EMA, but
You could build Burn for pretty cheap as well.
yeah.
So we're down to 5 after a flip.
But
From
yes, for a
Landon.
fun deck though, TJ.
Get out of here.
Alright, now I'm banned. I had fun, guys. It was great being your co-host, and guess I'm not gonna be seeing you again.
Ever. So, we are going to swing in with this 8/8, which is going to get blocked, and that strikes me as a bit of an unusual choice. But, Rage Narot, thank you so much
Hey,
for
hey.
hitting that follow button. Mr. Sweenzo, Burn is just mono-red deck based around dealing as much damage spells as possible.
Yeah. So it's things like Lightning Bolt, pay 1 mana, deal 3 damage to target creature or player. It's a bunch of stuff like that, so just deal as much damage to your opponent as possible by just casting instant and sorcery spells.
If you're coming from Hearthstone, it would be similar to Face Hunter.
Alright.
Yeah.
And Greg, conveniently enough, has gotten just enough off of his
Doom.
Thank you.
We appreciate
But
it.
Greg has enough GT counters to take down the Spellskite if he wants to go that route. However, Landon doesn't have enough life to pay for that, so Greg is going to get at least 2 of these GTA counters going where he wants them to be, since Landon can't really go below 1 paying for it.
Right. Another option, actually, that Greg has is the ability to just gain 8 life and go to 21, which is an extremely short-term solution.
Yes.
But it is an option.
It does gain him some time while he's staring down this Death Shadow.
Mm-hmm. But it looks like we are going to be going down to 6. Wow.
Yep.
It's a pretty good hit.
Yeah.
Taste the pain, Bo. Nice.
I like it. However, Skittles is Skithrix the Blight Dragon. Get your cards right.
Man, this guy's vicious.
Yeah.
So
I am.
we're going for the swing,
If I'm getting banned, I might as well go out in the proper way.
and it looks like we are going to be expending...
Odd way to do it. It looks like he's giving -4 to the, Huh.
Man, I'm not sure what we've got here.
And Strife. Oh yeah, Landon can use the Deathrite Shamans for blue for the Skite, which I guess does get him exactly the 4 activations he needs.
Oh, or...
However,
Yay!
yeah,
Or you can just go for the double bolt.
right, but just the option of going for
Ow.
the
Let's get the finals match.
yeah. I'll go
Did we
right
just
finals.
watch Death Shadow take down Shardless Bug in 2?
We did. However, I just would like to say on his Umezawa's GTA activations, giving the -4/-4 to the Death Shadow as opposed to gaining 8 life seems like an odd choice, especially since it can be redirected to the Spellskite so easily. Just knowing it's going to get misdirected, and Landon being able to pay the life in addition is odd. Just preventing 4 damage versus gaining 8 life, effectively preventing 8 damage. Interesting choice.
It basically
However,
negates that Death Shadow.
I'll go make sure the finals know to actually get on camera, assuming they aren't done yet. But it's Miracles, so I imagine they've got at least 1 more game in them.
Sounds good. See you out there.
I am incorrect.
Hello and thank you for joining. My name's TJ Joe, my co-host here. Hello everybody, because we are streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. We do this 4 times a week. If you haven't yet, always feel free to hit that follow button. Feel free to join us. All these times are Pacific Daylight Time. It's currently 10:51 p.m. where we are. You can join us every Monday at 6:30 p.m. for some sweet standard action. Also, you can join us every Wednesday and every Saturday. On the Wednesdays, it is at 7, and on the Saturdays, it's at 6. Now, this disregards tomorrow. Tomorrow is a Saturday, but we will not be streaming Modern because of pre-release shenanigans, which I'll be staying up for a long time today.
So they were actually done, but I'm having them hop on for an exhibition match since apparently we're not supposed to kick them. I could have sworn this kind of stuff has happened in the past when it's like, it's not going to be fun to watch, let's get a decent one.
I mean, not in the finals. Usually if they make the finals, they earned it.
Alright, fine. So, we're actually going to get this going, since this is a match people want to see, apparently.
Bug, Delver versus... Actually, I like this match. It's... At least this is a nice exhibition of what the format has actually got right now.
Yeah, it's not the, like, what people perceive Legacy as being the, like, it's turn-one combat. Hey!
Noda Q1,
Thank you very much for the follow.
I hope I pronounced that right. Thank you very much. It's awesome having you.
Yep.
But
Get out of here, slowly crashing.
let's, I mean, we can definitely head on down there,
Yep.
have some fun, and it'll be a good time. But that's kind of what this matchup is. You have Shardless Bug and Miracles, which
Yep.
are probably 2 of the biggest... I think they're the 2 most played decks in Legacy.
Eldrazi's up there. It's Miracles and Eldrazi, folled by...
Okay, Eldrazi has overtook it a bit.
Yep, and then I believe it is Shardless, and then Bug Delver.
Depends on if you
Flavors are
combine
there.
all the Delvers.
Yeah, but, I mean, Bug Delver is up there.
Okay. Oh, I guess I was thinking Shardless in my mind when I was
Yes.
saying Bug.
Yep.
Night Squalor? Let's take a... Hold on, we're going to get in the replay.
There we go.
We're going to cheat on that one. We have got it, and...
Any minute now, hopefully.
Let's get
I
it.
don't think we missed it.
Man, my hair's getting long.
There we go.
Night Stalger? Stalker?
Hey,
Either
thank
way,
you very much for the follow.
It's awesome having you. And Pretzel Filler, we actually do have Enchantress out there, but we tried...
We actually have Enchantress right here.
Oh, nice.
In the Delver box.
Let's head on down.
Yep.
Mr. Sweenza, Eric,
Hey.
and TV,
Perfect
gotcha.
timing.
Thank
Hey,
you so
hey.
much for hitting that follow button. Stacker, Night Stacker, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome
Oh, it's got the
having you.
Q in there.
Yes. So thank you, everyone, and as we get ready, this is kind of a quick exhibition match because we did miss them, so this is them just playing a quick game for
Missed
us.
them.
Yes, we missed them because we accidentally kicked them off.
Oh, intentionally kicked them off. I will take full credit for that.
We will see what ends up happening.
Yep.
Rufus SRK Popper, also a very sweet format, and you can always go to our Popper. They've got a lot of good stuff going on over there.
There you go.
Another actually good, fairly decent option for a budget deck. Never mind. Nah, it's gotten expensive lately, actually.
Oh, has it?
Yeah.
For which format?
I was thinking of Goblins in Modern. It's gone up a little bit in its price tag because of the Goblin guides and,
Okay.
and the fetches and stuff like that.
Gotcha.
So, let's see here. We have got Popper. Yes, Popper is super sweet.
Blue, that is definitely magic. And I believe Harry is actually his name.
All right. So, I actually don't know who won the finals.
Nope. We're gonna find out now. This is the real finals. Throw
They're actually
everything
stacked
else
the decks just to be exactly like. So, a basic island from Justin on this Miracles, and I kind of like this play, especially against the Delver deck, which is running Wasteland. Justin going to be pretty cautious with his land placements and going for
sure.
the cards that really don't get hit by Wasteland, make sure that his mana base is undisrupted, and he
Exactly.
can exist very well painlessly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and this is a deck that doesn't really need, a lot of dual lands. He just needs his 2 islands so he can get his counterbalance, or his counterbalance and his counterspell, and eventually when he's ready to cast, a Swords, a Terminus, then he can go and get his white mana at that moment.
Yep.
Until then, he's good to go.
Absolutely. Man, we are 62 people away now from 3,000.
Oof, getting so
If
close.
you haven't yet, always feel free to hit that follow button. We are working on some ideas for when we get to 3,000 people. It's probably going to involve a giveaway of some sort.
Yeah, that's what everyone likes, right?
Nice. Ah, man. So, we've got and we have the Divining Top from Justin. So since it's Divining Top going to be the big haymaker here, but actually a Force of Will from Harry, pitching a Daze, which...
Gotta cast those Divining Tops while they're unbanned.
And Daze is also not super great. Rufus SRK, thank you so much for the follow button.
Oh man, so many follows tonight. It's fantastic. Yes, Strifo, just unfollow and refollow 62 more times, and we are there.
Mr. Miggs, thank
Hey.
you so much for
Thank
the
you,
follow
thank
button.
you.
Does everyone play? There's something called Friday Night Magic. So at local
Yeah.
game stores, they have a big Friday night event. But I interact with Magic
Yeah.
all 7 days of the week, pretty much.
Good.
But Friday's the big night for it.
Yep, and TJ doesn't actually get to play all that much anymore ever since he took over the stream.
No, I don't get to play much at all these days.
Yeah.
So, where are we based? We are based at a store called Geek Fortress. It is in Snohomish, Washington, in the Pacific
Yep.
Northwest.
And
If they're gonna ban anything,
I don't think they will. If they do, I think they should ban Terminus, but they'd be more likely to ban Top or Counterbalance based on the types of bans they've done in the past.
they ban the enablers, not the payoff.
Exactly. So, while everyone I've talked to, Pretzel Filler, hey, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Everyone I've talked to, including Justin himself, agrees Terminus would be the card to ban. A lot of people think it would be something more along the lines of Top because of what it does to the format.
So, a predict from Justin. Wow, this Liliana is
Ooh.
going to town. To
Let's see
Mr.
if
Miggs.
Justin can get lucky on this predict.
Mr. Miggs, the best way to get back into the game that doesn't break the bank, it depends on what you're really looking at. But the 2 options that I would give you is 1, to start drafting at your local game store. It's a great way to develop your card pool, learn the cards, get the ones that you're actually going to be using, and develop it over time.
And especially if you're getting back into the format, it's for learning the new mechanics that have been introduced recently. That's a great way to do it.
If you know the game fairly well and you're already fairly enfranchised and just need to get back in and build up your card pool, check out the format called Popper. It is commons only. You can check out r/Popper for it, and it's got a lot of good resources there. So the Divining Top looks like going to be cracking that one, leaving up the white so that he has the option of the Swords to Plowshares that's in hand. I like that.
Yep. Ooh, another Swords in his top and a Force of Will, or a Counterbalance, excuse me. Yeah.
Okay, so a Liliana at 5, though, is definitely an intimidating sight. Justin needs some
For
kind of
sure.
answer to it, and otherwise that's
Yep.
just going to win this game.
Yeah. And Another quick note on the bans getting in the chat. I agree Chalice can be much more oppressive than Top, but it's not in the deck that's completely dominating the format right now. Yeah, it does see a lot more play, but I think that's another reason not to ban it. It's not, a completely disgusting amount of play, but it is a popular card that hurts a lot of decks by taking it away, which is one reason I think, taking out Top mostly hits Miracles, a few other decks as well. Taking away Terminus hits nothing but Miracles. There are no other established decks that play that card. It really can't play outside of Miracles very well. I think that's what they would need to do.
By the way, I hate it anytime I see a Divining Top in a burn deck. So, we've got a Dark Confidant joining the field. The Tarmogoyf removed, but Dark Confidant going to generate a lot of advantage and really help negate this Liliana.
Yep.
Notice, Harry did not plus Liliana.
Interesting.
Harry has got a card that he wants in hand. He's intending on using it, and
For
he's
sure.
protecting that card.
So now I'm curious what that card is that he didn't just jam it down in this last turn.
Especially with it only being 1 mana.
Mhm.
Could be some kind of counterspell to help protect against something else. But for
Could
just the single blue and black mana, I'm not quite sure what we'd be looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, it could be some kind of way to protect. Yeah, I'm legitimately curious as to why we aren't going for that, or what that card is. But we're gonna see a Path to Exile there. I'm sorry, Swords to Pashas.
You did it too.
Because you trapped me. You trapped me earlier. I messed up.
Yep.
I messed up.
That's what I'm here for.
Now I need to go on a Path to Exile.
I like the new art for it, though. That really encompasses the name of the card, but... Anywho. Alright, so it looks like we're having a Planeswalker fight now.
Jace versus Lily.
Yeah, so Justin having his own legitimate win condition in the Jace the Mind Sculptor, especially if Harry isn't continuing to plus this Liliana. But if he does get to the point of ulting, Justin is going to be an interesting predicament where he's going to be keeping either, probably it's going to be divvied up Mind Sculptor and maybe 1 or 2 lands and everything else in the other pile.
That EE ain't bad.
Oof, it is not.
He doesn't have the red mana that I think he ran for a little bit.
He might still on the side, or he might and just not be getting it right now because he doesn't need it.
Right. So, man, all we need is a Karn on the battlefield, and we would have the trifecta.
Oh man, that would be pretty awesome. Or an Ugin.
So, we have got just a pass back from Harry. Still, I mean, we saw him plus up this Lily, so he's okay with it, but still not ulting it, so I think he wants to make sure that it sticks around, and yet we're still not seeing whatever card that he's protecting in his hand.
Oof.
But we're watching him prepare,
now-
and we're going to get a very quick
All right.
Abrupt Decay on it with Justin with only 1 card in hand.
Interesting.
And I think we're going to hold priority, cast the Divining Top, and then Harry will have the opportunity to Abrupt Decay. But
Yeah.
after it resolves, he won't actually have an opportunity. So we are going to get one of these Monk tokens out of this.
For sure. Which is still something, especially if Justin's able to get a second top.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, it does make his... Oh no, I'm thinking Pernicious Deed. He is still fine at this point. So it looks like Justin's just keeping more mana so that he's able to enable whatever he does draw into later in the game.
If Harry can just go for some kind of... if he has any form of removal going for this Monk token,
Mm-hmm.
and then you can plus the Liliana, go for a minus next turn,
Yep.
becomes pretty solid.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
And if Terminus gets banned, no, I don't think we're going to see Bonfire getting played. The advantage of Terminus being it was a 1 mana instant speed better than Wrath of God. And Bonfire, you still are going to have to pay a substantial amount of mana, and it doesn't deal with indestructible creatures, so
Yep.
it loses a lot of the upside that Terminus had.
Force of Will, Counterbalance, and an EE in that 3.
So,
Alright, so... looks like we are going to go for the Brainstorm, and seeing more Brainstorms in that hand. And I think it's interesting to put this Force of Will away. Maybe when they're in top deck mode, you just don't feel like you need it as much.
mm-hmm.
Playing this one down and maybe just keeping this Divining Top so that he can tap it to go for the counterspell when needed.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm expecting a plus here, and we are going to get rid of this Force Will. Justin now doesn't have an option there, but he is going to be drawing into a Brainstorm here, which is going to be excellent.
Well, and he does still have the...
Goes
looks like
for
keeping the Brainstorm on top just so he has more
I think he went for
counter options.
Went for the land, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Although since he's going for the Brainstorm with Mind Sculptor, it doesn't really matter which one he takes because he is getting the Brainstorm effect as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like keeping the Brainstorm and Snapcaster, not bad. And snapping now, not sure exactly what he's going for.
Ponder?
Could be, yeah, Ponder for the shuffle. Oh, the Predict,
Because we know what's
also
on
not
top.
bad.
Drawing 2 cards is not bad,
Yeah.
by any means. So, oh, and there's our red source.
Yep. I mean, really, any of his fetches, if he can fetch for the Volcanic, but if he really wants to protect his red source, yeah.
I think we're passing back.
Going for the... I think he has a basic mountain.
Needs
not
to be
100%
careful about anything like a him to Turok, anything like that. Because right now he's going for it, like trying to bait Harry into making another play, I think.
But he also now does have his countertop assembled. It should be relatively easy for him to deal with a him to Turok.
That's actually a really excellent point.
Currently, he doesn't know any of his top cards, but he has the ability to top, fetch, top. Not a bad position to be in. Harry just going for the minus to prevent Justin from building up any actual threat in play.
And I think
And-
Miracles is about to take this game over.
I think so too.
It's
Especially if he EEs for the Liliana. That's doing a ton of work.
not removing any of his board at the same time.
Yep.
And that's going to be pretty difficult for Harry to interact with.
Exactly.
So, I think what we're about to see is Miracles do miracles.
Yep. As it is wont to do.
As it is wont to do.
Looks like Harry is holding up a Force of Will, however, which is difficult for
I mean,
Justin to deal with
with
his...
the Mystery... Ponder.
So he's able to, top for his own... Or he's got the Brainstorm. He can also top to try and find the Force of Will.
Mm-hmm.
So looks like we're seeing top first. Oof. Snap. Double swords. No easy counter magic in the yard that he can cast off of that. Unfortunate.
I mean, no, actually, so this is actually going to go away.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to see Justin Brainstorm first. If he doesn't find what he wants, he then tops and sees one card deeper, which helps him protect it and, does potentially get him where he needs to be. Does potentially Brainstorm lock himself without the fetch,
Mm-hmm.
but topping every turn does kind of help you get around that because you're still looking deeper than you mean to.
Okay. So, now Justin's starting to do his thing, playing down a second counterbalance just in case, I suppose. And we get another land from Harry, who plays it down, ticks this Liliana up, and Justin is starting to take this game over.
Justin still does need an answer to this Liliana, but just being down at 4, he's got plenty of time to do
And he
this.
just put a Snapcaster Mage on the top.
Yep.
So that is going to give him a little bit of options.
Mm-hmm.
And would you look
Oh,
at that?
the essential Terminus right now.
So good. Able to take all the creatures that are on the battlefield right now and
Yep.
put them on the bottom of the libraries.
Harry holding nothing in hand. Justin able to safely discard one of the 2 Brainstorms. Snap. Looks like he's going for an extra Brainstorm now.
You might as well.
Yep. And now that Liliana is taking a huge hit down to 3. If he wants to kill Snap, he'll be down to 1.
Mm-hmm.
And is getting really dangerous.
And with the amount of brainstorm effects that we're about to see here, also having access to a fetch land.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd actually, we're going to top, take a look at what we got. Do you value the Force of Will highly? You get to actually
Not
keep
bad.
it, crack the fetch,
Yep.
and now you get to take a look if you can dig into maybe another creature or anything like that.
Yeah. And Doom in the comments. Harry's playing with proxies.
Please.
We allow proxies at the store for Legacy tournaments exclusively. Just because Legacy can be a difficult format to get into with the cost, especially with all the recent buyouts. So we have unsanctioned Legacy with up to the full 75 cards proxied, with the caveats being they need to be clearly visible for the people on stream to see. And if you win any money playing proxied cards in an event, you need to put that store credit towards purchasing the cards you had proxied, so that eventually you are fully building a non-proxied deck, and you're able to join the greater Legacy meta outside of just our store.
Absolutely. Alright, so I like it. It's a fun rule. It helps people get into it, helps people test things. I mean, we had
Yep.
a bunch of people test out Chains of Mephistopheles the
don't
first
think-
month that we
Did
had
we?
it.
I don't think...
Yeah. It was in
I know-
every black deck sideboard.
We had a
as
lot
like
of...
2 of.
I know there was a ridiculous number of stacks for some reason, like uncoordinated 6 stacks decks one week. I never actually saw the chains. I'm glad it was there, though.
Well, you weren't running anything that was drawing a lot of cards.
That's true. And I was myself running actual chains in my sideboard.
Right. So like there was a lot of chains tested. We had a couple stacks tested out for a little bit.
Chains is good. I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course, it's an expensive card though, and so one of the benefits of this is one, players
Yeah.
are able to break into the form. We have one player who's been playing goblins
Yeah.
since we started this. Has been
Yeah,
building the
Goblin
deck.
player we saw round 1, Corbin.
And has actually been building this deck slowly over time with the credit that he wins.
For sure. And he's put a lot of it together through our proxy rule.
And then the other thing that it does is it allows you to just play test new cards
Right.
that are otherwise pretty expensive in a format like Legacy.
Yeah, and even, playtesting cheap legacy cards, you're like, alright, I'm going to spend $20 on 2 copies of a $10 card to find out I don't like it. That really adds up quickly. It's not much when you're like, oh yeah, this is my $2,000 deck. But it's still, more than you need to be spending.
$10 buy-in, and prizes go to, depending on how many we have, top 3, top 4, top 5 kind of thing.
Yep, and it's 100% of the buy-in gets paid back out in-store credit to
Yes.
those top.
100% payout.
Yep, so first place, something like a 12-man is probably $60, $70. Certainly not bad on a $10 buy-in.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Retard, it's good to see ya.
Hey.
So we've got a brainstorm from Harry, who's starting to claw his way back into this game after going for multiple lanes in a row. Does also have this Liliana on 3, still surviving. One thing to keep in mind, though, it's Jace.
Yeah.
And he's getting
Jace is
really
getting
close.
really high, especially Harry being hellbent all these turns, not really doing anything. When this Jace ults, that is done.
Yep, absolutely. So tiebreakers come into play a lot, almost never. I'm not sure what you end up
I think tiebreakers to figure out who's getting the payout.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah,
It
I mean,
kinda depends.
especially in a 6-man, tiebreakers are essential. In a 12-man like this, usually you have a clear-cut top 1 or 2, and then, figuring out exactly who gets 3rd, 4th place, it's important. But
All right.
the Jace ult is 12, so he's still a couple turns away.
Fooms, I do not get any more Tybalts, though I will say, actually, I make no money doing this, so
Yeah.
there's nothing for me to skim because we make nothing doing this.
Yeah, if TJ's skimming off the top, that just means he's giving the stream money. Off of our negative $50 that's gone into the stream, if TJ wants to skim 10%, he's more than welcome to just give $5 to
You're
it.
so undervaluing what we've put
Oh,
into this.
I know it. As this is my microphone sitting here, I know.
Oh man. So, oh, goodness gracious. Is the Jace ult is actually a 10?
It's 12.
Oh no, you're right. It is 12.
It's an even dozen.
It
that
is
usually get him up to a
ridiculous.
baker's dozen so he survives.
Yep.
Which sometimes actually matters.
We do not actually. We will not be streaming right up until midnight. Actually, we'll be pretty
We'll be
close.
pretty close. We're probably just going to stream through the end of this game. And then we can sit back, chat a bit, and then TJ is going to be actually playing the pre-release at midnight, so we'll probably close it out a bit before then.
Absolutely. We should also find out who actually won the
Yeah,
match
I'll
itself.
ask him when this is over so we can give you the actual victor. From the looks of this game, it looks like Justin might have taken it, but who knows? Odds might have been in Harry's favor during the actual match.
Yeah. For Bug Delver again. Retard, have a good night.
Hey, thanks for stopping by.
Seriously. Thanks to the 172 people here, who are here.
Thank you so much for everyone for being here instead of, at a pre-release or watching someone else's coverage. It's great to have each and every one of you.
You'll notice I get sappy occasionally. It's apparently become a staple.
Oh, there we go.
But yeah, I can't thank you all enough. We're gonna go for the -12, and
With Harry having no actual hand, that is it for the game. All right. Hey, All American. Thank you for the follow.
Thank you.
Great to have more people.
Mm-hmm.
And there we go. We can always host Strifo when this is done and watch some more Legacy or Vintage Cube.
Absolutely.
And really quick though, I'm gonna go out and figure out who actually won the match so we can announce the winner for you guys.
Absolutely. All right, so I'm gonna get ready to head back up to the booth, but we're gonna head up there. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna talk to you a little bit. If you have any questions, any comments, any feedback, anything else along that line, now is an excellent time. We'll be around for a little bit, just talking, hanging out, and we'll see you out there.
So.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
My name's TJ.
My name's Joe.
We're streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington.
Yep. And for anyone wondering,
I am. Oh,
what?
things
Whoa.
can get iffy there. I am wondering.
The winner of the actual last round, the last match we saw the exhibition for, and the tournament tonight was Justin Hester on Miracles.
Surprise,
He
surprise.
apparently got the last game on turn 3 when he resolved a Blood Moon.
Nice.
The end.
So, yes, getting sappy, of course. That is unfortunately the end of our matches. We'll be sticking around a little bit, talking with you guys, having some fun. Maybe, I don't know, 15 or so minutes so that I can actually prepare a little bit, get some stuff going on as far as my energy level getting back up and hype. But I gotta say, hype is something that I don't normally have a whole lot of trouble with.
Nope.
Now, before we go, always remember to hit that follow button because it means a lot to us and you guys are absolutely amazing. The more support that we have from you, the more things that we are trying to do. We're trying to get a Twitch partnership. We're trying to make all kinds of improvements to this stream. We're trying to lock down a bunch of other ideas that we have without going completely overboard.
Yep.
But it's because of all of you being so amazing all the time. Crazy boy.
Hey, thank you for the follow.
Thank you. And it's because everyone in this community has been absolutely incredible.
Mm-hmm.
So, be sure to join because every Monday at 6:30 we have got Standard. Every Wednesday and Saturday we've got Modern. 7 o'clock Wednesday, 6 o'clock on Saturdays. Not tomorrow.
Yep.
Pre-release stuff. And every Friday, just like tonight, at 7:30 Pacific time. It is all Klabowski. It's like the big Klabowski.
Yeah.
And what else? Oh, and remember to check it out at the July 31st, Sunday. Be there, be here, be there at your computer, in the shop, playing the Legacy, watching us stream, doing other kinds of things. It's gonna be amazing because it's gonna be 5 to 6 rounds of that sweet Modern Magic, followed by a cut to top 8, which leads to the qualification for the RPTQ, and it's gonna be hype.
Yep. That sweet baby Legacy tournament. And how far are we from Tacoma? I'd say maybe like 2 hours in traffic if you wanted to come up just for an event.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
I'd say about an hour and a half, maybe.
Yeah, hour and a half.
Yeah, with good traffic.
Yeah, with light traffic, hour and a half. If you just want to come and swing by, it'd be great to see you. Let us know if you run into either of us while you're at the store that you're here from the chat.
Absolutely.
It's always great to meet you guys.
Absolutely. I love it. And if you ever want to get in touch with me, anything like that, at Red Baron MTG is a good way to do it because it means that I get to just kind of... If you let me know that you're coming here, I will basically make every effort that I can to be here to meet you because it's something that's really exciting for me.
Yeah.
The other big thing is that if you are going to GP Portland, how often do we stream? Really? But why male models? Okay, but we stream every Monday at 6:30 p.m. We do Standard.
Yep.
Every Wednesday and Saturday, 7 o'clock on Wednesday, 6 o'clock on Saturday, we do Modern.
Yep.
And every single Friday at 7:30, we do Legacy.
And all of this is Pacific Standard Time because we're awesome in the Pacific Northwest.
Yes, at a little shop called Geek Fortress in a town called Snohomish in Washington. I will say, I really hope that one day you get a shop. Oh, if you want to get in touch with me also on Reddit, I have the exact same username. You can get in touch with me that way.
Yep.
But yeah, I will say, you might. This shop is significantly smaller than it looks.
Yeah, no, this is a pretty small shop. Like, the events we had tonight, or just this Legacy tournament, took up like half the table space in the shop. So we had this and a draft, and that was about it. That's all the room we have. Pretty small store, like a, 32-man caps out what we can do?
No, we're actually a little bit higher right now,
can we
but
do
ever
more?
so barely.
Yeah, so 40-man event is the space we have in the store.
We sometimes push it for pre-releases, but
Okay.
otherwise...
If you want people standing.
We cast a mighty illusion, however, but I will
For
say
sure.
that right now I'm touching the wall, and he has been going in and out of the door.
Yep.
So,
So yeah, this is one wall. TJ was just holding the other one. Tiny little back closet space for stuff into for the stream.
yeah, it's fun.
It's
I
cozy.
like it. It's super cozy. You get me back here and I do weird stuff. That's
Yeah.
just the way that it goes.
Yeah.
Ever since does our store There's no. I mean,
Well,
I don't want to say that you're not. Or
You
that
know
you
the
are.
command for Kappa, right? Like, you know you should be putting that at the end of all these messages?
This has to be. This has to be.
Oh, this is fantastic. Smells amazing, and it's both of us.
We host PPTQs. I'll just say that because I honestly now I'm
Yeah.
missing as to whether or not this is a troll.
So, strongest color for Eldritch Moon, I'm gonna say blue-white because Spell Queller is just sweet. But I think TJ might have a different answer
Red.
for any format ever.
Red. Red looks solid. Red's got a bear. Bear.
Yeah.
It's gonna be super sweet.
Yeah.
Overall, I'd probably put the best color in this set. I don't know, white looks really good.
Yeah, new Thalia's awesome. I don't know, there's a lot of really cool cards in the new set. New Liliana's sweet, but
Yeah.
I don't know if Black has the necessary support for something like a sealed, but I guess we'll find out pretty quickly.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing, at least as far as standard goes, is that I'm so, like, there's so many black and red cards that I'm like, man, these are good. These
Yeah.
could totally make up for a pretty sweet, like, deck. Except the fact that they're still worse than green-white.
Yeah.
Like, green-white is loaded up. Which Atog is your favorite? I am actually a big fan of just Atog. Yeah, I like Atog.
So someone actually brought a deck to Legacy maybe a month and a half ago. I loved they had a Chronotog deck playing Winter Orb, Tanglewire, Chronotog, Black Vice. So the idea was your opponent never untaps, so they don't get to cast spells. They get Black Viced, and you just activate Chronotog on their turn, so you don't take another turn. And I think that is awesome.
That's pretty beautiful.
So for that, I'm gonna have to give it to Chronotog.
Does the new Thalia make white and modern better? I think it oddly enough is going to see more play in standard and legacy than modern. It will
Yeah,
get
I'm not-
tested in modern.
I mean, it's obviously a solid card for modern, for any format. It does a lot of great things, but like the combo decks it needs to hit are in legacy, and the high value especially is going to be happening in standard. Modern just isn't the perfect home for it.
Yeah, that's definitely not to say that it won't be good though. So
Right.
it'll definitely be tested if nothing else, and that's
Oh,
the big
yeah.
thing.
And
Is
yes.
Lord of the Pit? It is.
we were watching a exhibition match of the actual winners from the event in that last round, but unfortunately Legacy is done here for the evening.
Absolutely. And we're going to take a quick look to see if there's any more questions, any more comments, any more feedback, any more things about your cat that you want to tell us about. Any more sweet dance moves that you want to tell us that could be potentially happening in the future. If you want to tell us about a time that you went to Seattle, if you want to tell us about the time that you visited us here at Geek Fortress, if you want to tell us about the sweet, sweet, sweet deck that you're going to be playing this weekend at the pre-release, all kinds of good stuff. Does Oath of Liliana make Black-White Control better? Black-White Control
Great question.
better. So having them sacrifice a creature does give you certain things, but actually, the card is very 1-for-1, and I'm not 100% sure because I think they need more ways to go beyond the 1-for-1 removal, more than anything.
Well, why is Cat Fact a thing in our chat?
It's the thing that's just from MTG Ball. Fluffy!
Hey!
Thank you so much
Thank
for
you
hitting
very
that follow
much.
button. You're a rock star. You're a rock and roll legend. You're a jukebox hero. You're the cream of the crop. There is no other. I'm the one and only Dominator.
Hold on.
Sorry, kind of got locked myself into a song there. What is your favorite Pauper deck? 6 words, go. I like Burn. Then, it's Affinity.
I don't know, Popper. Burn?
Joe would like Acid Trip. Lots.
Alright, I'll
There you
take
go.
TJ's word on it.
Let's see here.
What's the most unplayable card? I used to know this one. There's...
The most unplayable card? Probably something ridiculous, like Nefarious Lich.
Shots fired.
Fluffy, you're a fellow Washingtonian. We're in Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. If you're around here, come by and hang out with us sometime. It's going to be sweet.
Aw. Landon, you're not supposed to say that. I noticed you ducked down. I was just gonna quietly let that fly. You did, by the way. into. God damn it, Landon.
Oh, man. How much do I miss Stiflenut and Legacy?
A lot.
Six
It's
words.
so much fun. It never left. Also, a lot is one word. I don't know if you know hyperbole and a half. The a lot is a thing.
A lot is totally a thing. It's this mythical beast.
Yeah.
And it definitely hangs out with me.
Oh, actually, I just thought
Our pre-release
most
tonight.
unplayable card, Scornful Egotist. Ha!
You are a bold man. Oh.
You know what that is, right?
Oh, I'm fully aware of what Scornful Egotist
Yeah,
is.
it's a 1/1 for 8.
Everyone knows who the Egotist is. Is our pre-release tonight's pre-release is solo sealed? However, on both Saturday and Sunday we have one solo sealed and one two-headed giant event.
Mm-hmm.
What is my favorite mechanic? Does burn count?
Rampage or banding? Come at me.
Yeah, man. I guess. Actually, it's so weird because I don't really have a favorite mechanic. There's nothing that like sings to me because what I like is just what the card does. Mechanics have to be printed on it. Like I could say suspend because of Riftbolt.
Yeah.
I could say Metalcraft because of Mox Opal.
By Riftbolt, do you mean Greater Gargadon?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I don't know. I really like Flashback. I like.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I guess when it comes to card evaluation, I'm significantly more a Spike as far as I like mechanics when they produce a card that I like,
I just like
less than a
weird
particularly
mechanics.
flavorful mechanic.
So I was actually acting judge at another local small store, and I got a judge call of, "Can I please explain Rampage?" Because someone had it in their deck, and I was like, "Sure, I can give this a go. I'm gonna say this. Give me a minute to look it up." Nailed it. And
Okay.
I'm proud for that.
Favorite mechanic, the old fogey mix. That
There we go.
Will we be selling pre-release packs after the pre-release? Depends if we have them still. But honestly, I don't really know the answer to that one. The logistics of that one are up to the store owner as to what they're going to be doing with that one. And
Right.
I am but a humble volunteer caster
Mhm.
that sits back here all the time.
Yeah, and Time Knight, no I'm not. I'm not any level of judge, I just know a decent number of rules, so if there's not a real judge at a store, sometimes I get to play pretend.
Yes. And actually, I'm not an L1 either. It's on my to-do list, but
Same.
it's the funniest thing. It's like I could be an L1, and then I've like talked to the judge. I'll be like, so I could just probably do the shadow of this, and then I'm here for judged events
Yeah.
fairly often. The
Ooh,
problem
actually,
is
there we go.
that I would never actually be able to use it because for all of the events that I would be judging,
Yeah.
guess what?
You're here!
I'm
Here we
here.
go. I'll shadow the PPTQ, and then I'll be our judge.
Boom.
Boom jams!
Nailed it.
Now I just have to pass the test.
Everybody get up. It's time to slam now. We got a real jam going now. Welcome to the Space Jam. Now's
There
your
we go.
chance. Grab your dance. At the Space Jam. Alright, I'm done.
Alright. Yeah, so that's something I've worked on at one point, and then just kind of let it go. But Dylan did say he's looking for a judge, so
Can't hold it back anymore.
maybe it'll be me.
You just gotta turn your back and slam the door.
Alright, if you say so, good sir.
I will say, because of someone mentioning it on here, and I totally want to make I want to make a Geek Fortress rap album.
Yeah.
I do. I
It's
do,
gonna
and I
be
feel
like-
like I can do it.
It's gonna be you and Eric.
It might be me and Eric. And actually, oh my goodness, we could do that so well.
Yeah, there you go.
Eric and I could do that so well. Because Eric can rap pretty deep. Like,
Yeah, he knows some.
if I give him lyrics, he can do it.
He can spit hot fire.
He spits that hot fire. He is totally a dial-on. Sorry, our conversations take a little bit of
They
a
get a
twist
little
at the
odd.
end. What do we think about blue-white Eldrazi control in standard?
Blue red, good sir.
Initial caveat. Oh, you're right. And blue-red. I like it better already. First initial caveat. Look at that. I am not an expert Standard player. My focus really lies more onto the non-rotating formats. But that being said, Blue Red Eldrazi, I believe, has got a decent amount of potential. I mean, the red pool is really weak, and if you're using that for things like the Pyromancer's Goggles and going for big finishers, and then using the blue for your real actual value things, going for possibly some of those new Emerge Eldrazi, the one that draws a card, I believe that there's definitely some potential there. It'll just be curious how it comes together, because blue and red don't have the best removal right now.
For sure.
And you need to have some kind of way to interact with the fact that people are going to be slamming down creatures like
Yeah.
nobody's business.
Yeah, since they quit reprinting Lightning Bolt for us, so really widespread removal.
Dylon does spit that. Oh, see, look, Rob Schneider thinks that it's glorious.
What?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, kind of Rob Schneider. Are we pumped about pre-release? He's not, but I am. I'm gonna be doing it, and I'll tell you what, I'm gonna be forcing red. If you want to see the wonderful adventures of the Tej forcing red, I don't know. I guess I'll do my best to put pictures and updates
There
and
you
stuff
go.
like that at Red Baron MTG. I can show you my sweet pool and show you just how ridiculous of a deck that I make.
Perfect.
I'm basically going to force red unless it is actually entirely, undeniably
Impossible.
yes. In which case, then I will build red with other stuff.
TJ gets one red spell in his entire sealed pool.
Ooh, now that's still tempting then. If it's a good one. If it's a good one.
Nah.
Yeah.
Whatever the worst red card is right now, that's gonna be your only one.
Right. All the emerge cards will flashback Kozilek's Return, and look at that, I'm all aboard.
There you go.
Nice.
Yep. Oh, Kozilek's Return is such a sweet card.
Yep. What about the best deck in Legacy Landstill?
I'd say Landstill is the best deck in Legacy Landstill.
I would
format.
often guess that. However, my favorite thing about Legacy Landstill is the fact that anytime that Landstill is playing a game with it where it's Landstill versus another deck, the commentators can never really be unable to say the term standstill or landstill.
Yeah.
They'll say it throughout the entire every turn. They'll be like, "All right, and landstill," doing the okay,
Yeah.
and they're gonna cast this standstill, and because of the standstill, this landstill is gonna
Yeah.
be landstilling the standstill.
I don't know. My favorite
It's like
way
my
though
favorite commentator to watch.
is getting to Titan still. Like when your opponent goes like, "All right, 3 standstill triggers," it's like, no, you're not supposed to. No. How do you have more than one without cheating? Like that's such a problem. To be like, all right, I'm gonna crack my 3 standstills, draw 9 cards. Oh, look, a Force of Will. It's like, oh yeah, Force of Will.
What are
I
the
wonder
chances?
where that came from.
It probably came from the 9 cards.
From the like nearly 6th of their deck they just drew.
Yes. As far as if we're talking about other things that we're hyped about, legacy decks, burn. So, for those of you who are just joining and maybe brand new, if you haven't noticed yet, I'm a big fan of the red mana.
Yeah.
I was
As his Twitter handle might suggest.
I was given that name by Dom.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
I happened to join him he was doing like some 24-hour stream kind of thing.
Cool.
And
I think you remember
for
telling me
charity.
about this.
And so like during it I was just like, I'll go and help out if I can because like that's a long time to be streaming.
Yeah.
And so I just jumped in. He's like, okay, well, we need a name for you. And I was like, okay. He's like, how about the Red Bear? And I was like, okay. I dig it.
And it's stuck.
And it stuck. It stuck. Actually, for a while, I did not do it on this deck box because I'm not competing as much. But when I was competing and I had that,
That's what you
the
were.
deck box, I actually kept tally marks
Nice.
for each of my sanctioned kills.
That's awesome.
For each sanctioned match win,
I like it.
I had a tally box, and so by the end, like the deck box was just like getting
Awesome.
covered. It was really cool, actually.
Yeah.
I also wore a scarf for every event. I didn't.
And your aviator's cap and goggles.
Yes, of course. And actually, I rode a plane here.
Nice.
Yeah, and then people were like, "Wow."
Just plowed into the storefront.
No. Like plane is in Planeswalker.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
less exciting.
Well, it's really.
We're all riding on a plane of Earth right now. It's not impressive.
Whoa. Infect seems to be more successful in Modern than Legacy. Why? There's not a whole lot of Force of Will. There's not a whole lot of Cabal therapy.
Yeah, it's
Fast mana
it's
gets
just
beyond
it's a
you.
different meta. It's not to say that
There's less Chalice.
Yeah, it's not like the deck is like the modern version is stronger than the legacy version. It's better poised in the meta that it takes place in. Like you don't get the Daze and the Force of Will to shut down combo decks in modern like you do in legacy.
Turn 1 Days is good. Yeah, I think that's a pretty decent answer to it. Yeah, I can understand that one. Why did you not see Enchantress tonight? We thought about it, but actually it was in the hands of someone who was brand new to playing the deck.
Yep.
Maybe 20 minutes before the actual tournament itself.
Well, they got about an hour and a half.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they got a good length of time, but it's already not a fun deck to watch. It's already slow and grindy. We didn't need someone completely brand new who had never heard of the deck until tonight trying to play it on stream. So
Absolutely.
we made the decision not to put him on just for the sake of time. He did end up going 2-2 though.
He did go 2-2. That's pretty
Yep.
solid, actually, with a deck like Enchantress. But Elephant Grass is one card after all.
Oh yeah.
And Solitary Confinement, always a pretty good time.
Yeah, Solitary Confinement, strong as can be.
Sometimes you just gotta take some time for yourself, my man.
Yeah, man. Do you need to go take some time for yourself before your pre-release starts?
You know, that question sounded a lot weirder than I'm sure you were intending it.
Joe,
Joe, what-
exactly as we were designed it. Also, I like your GP on your sunglasses there.
Thank you very much. Now, what kind of deck do you play in Legacy, Joe? I know that's a fun question for you.
Well, to give you an idea, Enchantress and Nourishing Lich that we saw in the room tonight were both my decks that I love to play, so weird things. I generally am opposed to net decking, except in the case of Enchantress, because that deck is really cool.
He also runs an Allurinless Allurin, essentially.
Allurinless Allurin, so playing Vials and value 2-drops with Cavern Harpy for recursion. I've got... If anyone here watches the Modern stream and knows about my Zombardment list, that's based on a far better Legacy Zombardment list, actually playing Goblin Bombardment, the namesake. And then, what else? I've got a Nick Fit list playing Recurring Nightmare and Birthing Pod, two really high-value cards. They're just super fun engines to work with. And I have a variant of Four Horsemen, which is also fun to play, and some people tell me I'm not allowed to.
Called Secretariat,
Yeah, because it's the fastest horse there is.
because...
It runs Quicken!
Yay!
So you can, if you really feel like it, you can flashback Dread Return targeting your Emrakul with the shuffle trigger on the stack. Have done it and won the game.
You've also cleared it with judges at a couple events, haven't you not?
Yeah, oh yeah, every time I take it, I'm like,
Have you
hey,
not?
I just want to make sure this is cool. And yeah, I've only ever had one man tell me I can't, and that's just because he hates the idea of Four Horsemen because he's bitter and old. Every other judge I've asked, including like, hey, I know like this is just a side, like, we're at a Modern event, but I want to just clear this with you as a judge. What's your opinion? Here's my list for Four Horsemen. Would you let me run this? And they go, yeah, that's fine. As long as you're aware you aren't allowed to take illegal actions, I would have no qualms with this list being run.
Slowly crashing. Brutal.
Dylan banned that. Come on, man.
No, he banned Donovan.
Oh, that's
from
right.
playing
He
it.
banned specifically Donnet. And then he asked me, I haven't done it yet because I'm lazy and horrible. Dylan asked me to bring Four Horsemen to prove that it was Donovan playing High Tide, not any one deck. That if Four Horsemen can play without going to time, then Donovan has a problem playing High Tide.
So, do we like to watch fringe decks to top 8 decks? Interesting question. We have answers to that. So, my answer is, in the most vaguest of senses and the greatest cop-out of the century, it is an answer of both. In the end, I appreciate pretty much anything and everything having to do with Magic in a lot of ways. I love the top decks and seeing how they execute and seeing people perform them in different ways. I'm told that I have a bit of a unique style myself. Otherwise, I like watching the fringes, seeing what people can come up with, and that's something that at this stream we try to balance a little bit between that. Having a nice mix of the Tier 1 decks, even if they are in the finals and deemed boring by someone, even though they are two of the most played decks in the format. Not getting into any specifics there, but maybe looking at this guy
No
behind
specifics.
his sunglasses. But we also like seeing all the fringe stuff that people can come up with, and the stuff that you don't see very often, because that's interesting. And
Exactly.
and I think that what we're trying to represent here is, I guess, with no better words to put it, the truth of these formats.
Yeah.
In that, where these formats exist, like Legacy and Modern, and even Standard at a certain point, and where these truly exist, and where you have the significantly most amount of play in any kind of conceivable way, is actually at a local game store where not everybody is running the Tier 1 deck, where
Yeah.
not everyone is featuring a brew on, like their particular stream. And I think that what really exists is this nice, healthy balance between the two.
Yeah.
And so I think it's important to try and represent that, because I think that that is what really happens in those formats. Because while the top decks define the meta and what is kind of the powerhouse of it, I think that it's at the local game store that really defines what the format is
Yeah,
on a grand
the
scale.
spirit of it, and what you can what you can do, not just what most people are doing with the meta.
Yep.
And
Elves seems to be fading out of the meta. Any reason why? Slowly Crashing nailed it. Pretty
Yep.
much miracles.
yeah,
Turns out Terminus is not a bad card.
Yep.
Also, Countertop, not a bad card.
yeah, just like you get to resolve nothing. Take your turn, cast all you want, none of it's gonna resolve. And then is it a Time Knight? Yeah, you can't do your Four Horsemen things more than once, but playing Quicken and Snapcaster to flashback Quicken, you do it once and win. Because you can go off at instant speed, it doesn't matter what sequence you hit your graveyard, you just go. So, that's the way I play it.
Now, there is one other way around it.
I greatly dislike the other way around it.
There is one other way around it. You can, in fact, buy a Russian, a French, a Spanish.
No,
and
no,
an
that's different. Like, once you've gotten to that point, you have one, and you only need to do that if your judge is being difficult, but you shouldn't need to do anything. They're talking about trying to get the blasting station into play. The other way around it is you play Sidisi, so that technically every time you go past an Archimedes or an Emrakul, you make one more zombie token. So technically, it's not the same board state, there's one more zombie in play. Technically gets around it, but that's like the really rude technical way that still takes an asinine amount of time. So
there will be a Miracles banning on Monday. True or false? Now, this is the time for you and I, because I've been very much of, I won't be surprised if it is, I won't be surprised if it isn't.
yeah.
But I think that, so, yes or no?
I think no.
Okay.
I think, a lot has changed recently in the meta with Legacy Eldrazi becoming a huge deck. I think they're going to give it a bit more time to kind of shake out, see how the meta comes down before they want to make an actual ban on it. So I don't think we're going to see a ban yet. That being said, I'm not going to be terribly surprised if they do ban something out of it.
Okay. I'm actually going to take the counterpoint here.
All right.
And I'm actually going to say yes.
Okay.
Because I think that the deck has represented itself to be wildly dominant, and even just being in a fairly disproportionate level of the meta. And I think the question at this point for me is that if this isn't what would draw a ban from the deck, then I don't know what would.
Right.
I think that by almost every metric that you have, it is in a bannable territory, and the best, and again, I'm not going to be surprised if it isn't banned. I'm not going to say, like, whoa, shocking. But the only argument against the banning of Miracles has nothing to do with any of the numbers, has nothing to do with the fact that it's not dominant, the fact that it has bad matchups. The argument is that Legacy is hands-off enough that they'll leave it alone.
Could be.
And I think if that is your best and only argument against the deck being banned, then I'm thinking that, if there's going to be a ban in the deck, now is the time. I don't think that it can get much worse without people suddenly deciding, why didn't they do anything sooner?
Yeah.
So I don't know.
There's more decks that are favored against Miracles. 12 Posts and Lanterns are quite favored in the Miracles matchup. But yeah, Miracles is, if not very favored, at least, 50-50 against pretty much everything in the meta.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So, I mean, there are things that are close to it, but the fact is that even the matchups where, it's so disadvantaged, no one is at all surprised when Miracles wins anymore.
Yeah.
They had Monster Mentor, and they're starting to rely on it a little bit more to short those matchups, and it's doing a lot of work.
Giving it Mentor in addition to just Mind Sculptor and Entreat the Angels for win cons was huge for the deck. I think, Eldrazi is still relatively new. If they wanted to give it one more season before they decide whether they're going to ban anything out, see if Eldrazi can shift the meta enough, I wouldn't be surprised. But it also has been enough time they could decide this is where the meta is, ban it now or never.
Yep. Let's see here. Shadows of Innistrad is the best limited format in the past 5 limited groupings. Agree or disagree? Okay, here's my admission to you. Every single Friday night, I have been back here. Also, every single Friday night is when the most amount of drafting in the shop happens.
Yep.
I have no idea. I don't. I have drafted Shadows of Innistrad a single time.
Mm-hmm.
It was fun. I had a lot of fun doing it. As far as calling it the best, I honestly not sure if I can jump to that stance. I've been very out of practice with Limited since I began doing this stream.
Yeah.
Actually, I've been out of practice with Standard. I've been out of practice with Modern. I've been out of practice with Legacy.
Yeah.
Modern is my most played format, and I've played in, I think
4?
I think 5 sanctioned
Okay.
events since in the last 10 months.
Yeah, so I will say the last 2...
And one of them was a GP.
My last 2 limited events I've played in were
2 of them.
drafts of
Yeah, one of them was GP.
Eternal Masters and Modern Masters 1. So I really don't have anything to say about limited formats either.
Yeah. So, and 2 of those were at GPs of my. So,
Wow.
like, I don't. I'm not the best answer to that one. I will say that the format looks excellent.
Yeah.
That the limited format looks really sweet. It looks flavorful. It looks like when you're playing it, you would be able to do cool things.
Right.
I like that there's enough difference in it that the archetypes don't seem painfully obvious.
Right.
Which was, as much as I really enjoyed it, that I think was one of my bigger complaints about so far. Almost every Masters set that they've had has felt like the draft archetypes were a little uncomfortably obvious.
Yeah.
So I kind of prefer the standard ones for that one, since they have a little bit more variety just through the way that they tell the story.
Okay.
So, we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
We will see. Alright, so I think it is time for us to call it. I've got about 15 minutes, so
so.
I'm going to go prepare for the pre-release. And I think you're just going to go home and sleep.
Yeah, probably.
But to the 88 of you, we are going to host you over to someone else, and they are going to be an awesome person. So stick around as I am finding that person to make sure that we can do that for
I
you.
think Stryfo said he was going to be playing a bit of Legacy if anyone wants to go over to his channel.
I
Or
believe
if we want
so.
to find someone else to host.
We do have Stryfo. Now is the time to hype it up. Before we end, make sure to stick around because Stryfo, someone who, by the name of Chase Hansen, Chase In Your Face Hansen, someone who came from the store,
Yep, the
great
local
friend,
legend.
phenomenal person, and
yeah.
top forward GPC tech
Yep.
with Reanimator, phenomenal player.
Oh, yeah.
Most of just in playing against him when he was here before he moved, I learned a huge amount of the game from him. He's an extremely good resource.
Oh, yeah, like, no insult to Chase, but he taught me almost everything I know about the game.
Yeah, he is an incredible player, phenomenal resource, and yeah, so I'd highly recommend it. And also, despite all of that, an incredibly cool person who is totally willing to play ridiculous things.
Oh, yeah, like,
So,
a lot of the really weird decks I have come from Chase. Like, that's where the original idea is from, because he's all about crazy awesome new out there ideas.
absolutely. So stick around for this host. It's definitely worth your while.
For sure.
Until then, remember, no stream tomorrow. Next
Yep.
stream will be Monday, but as always, from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington, getting ready for the pre-release. My name's TJ,
My name is Joe.
and whether it is good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, we hope it's a great one, and can't wait to see you next time. See you there.